Chapter 1294 Risk Life. Chapter 1294 Risk Life _ Shiyin felt so happy. It had been years, and Shiyin had never dared to expose his devouring power Upanishad while fighting the others. He didn't dare to use this special ability to swallow the soul altars. It was because he understood the gruesome power of this Upanishad. Shiyin had advised him not to show it before he reached incipient god realm or was enthroned. It would keep him away from the god clan's eye. Thus, he always felt like his hands were tied. However, he didn't need to conceal it now. He could release the evil inside him as he could show the devouring power Upanishad as he pleased. Today's slaughter was the battle where he felt the most free. Although it was only him attacking the others, he felt satisfied. He slightly closed his eyes and checked his conditions. The deaths of 35 god warriors had supplied him the merest piece of energy. No need to talk about breaking to second sky of incipient god realm. It wasn't enough to refill his energy. He knew that it wasn't good. With his current condition, even if he could find the immemorial thunder dragon's remains inside the mine, he couldn't check it or do anything to move it out, let alone gather the dragon's soul and resurrect him. He needed more energy. He needed to recover fast. It would be the best if he could increase his realm to second sky of incipient god realm. That would give him more confidence. Take me to your heaven cloud star. I'll help your Chun family destroy the god clan warriors. Shiyin turned to Chunlei. Chunlei was restless and frightened. She nodded instinctively. Yes, yes. She was aghast indeed. She thought that Ouyang Luo Shuang was the stronger warrior between these two. It was because Shiyin's god power was exhausted that she couldn't feel his terrifying energy fluctuations. However, seeing that Shiyin was like a hungry wolf entering a sheep pasture when killing the god warriors who had enslaved them for so many years brutally and quickly, she was surprised. She didn't even blink. She saw Shiyin use an extremely evil power Upanishad to take the energy of the god warriors. He had even taken in their soul altars. She had never seen any power Upanishad as malicious as his. She became fearful and worried as she doubted her decision. It was because Shiyin's performance was beyond her estimation. He was too brutal. Let's go to Heaven Cloud Star. Shiyin bellowed again. Chunlei was frightened. She didn't dare to linger and urged her troopers. Go to Heaven Cloud Star. The 3 gold beetle war chariots hissed and flew away, hurrying to take Shiyin and Ouyang Luo Shuang away. At the same time, the Chun warriors came out of the mines. All of them looked bony. They were baffled when they looked at the scene and didn't know what had just happened. They're dead. They're all dead. Oh my gosh, what happened? They quickly discovered the bodies of the god clan warriors and screamed. They looked at Chunlei flying away and felt so happy. They thought that Chunlei had done this. Chunlei forced a smile and told them, Guys, wait here. Don't go anywhere. The Chun family warriors nodded continuously. Before the gold beetle war chariots flew away, Shiyin had left a signal at the direction of this mineral star. After he was done with the stuff in the Heaven Cloud Star, he could get here in any minute. Although his space power Upanishad couldn't help him tear the space and move between different star areas, it was as easy as flipping his hand when he wanted to travel within a star area. After Shiyin and Chunlei had left, DeCarlos appeared again secretly by that area. He rubbed his white hair and mumbled to himself. Sigh, why doesn't he do the right thing now? Why does he need to waste his power for irrelevant things? The old man looked at the massive mineral stars and said, Old friend, don't be anxious. Soon, we will meet up again. Heaven Cloud Star. It was a level 4 life star, which isn't really big. Because of its isolated location, it wasn't lively. Not many people visited this place. This life star had only one force of warriors, and it was the Chun family. There were dozens of thousands of them, but their realms weren't high. Most of them were at Disaster Realm and Nascent Realm. The number of King God Realm warriors was small. A grand palace was built on an imposing mountain of Heaven Cloud Star. This palace used to be the Chun family's holy land, but the God Clan troop had claimed it. Chun Rong, the current chief of the Chun family, lived with the other warriors of the family by the foot of this mountain. They could only lift their heads to look at their ancestral land. Sir, that avatar is just at third sky of ethereal god realm like you. If we join hands and try our best, can we kill him? By the mountain foot, an elder of the Chun family looked at the Holy Land, his eyes filled with deep resentment. 3 years ago, Avatar had captured his daughter and taken her to the mountain, saying that he would impart her the power Upanishad. It had been 3 years since the elder had seen his daughter. Several days ago, a Chun family warrior had found his daughter's dead body in the valley with shabby, torn clothes and the terrible whipping marks on her skin, which was so horrible to see. After he had received his daughter's remains, he had shut himself inside the room, crying and screaming until his voice became hoarse. Today, he went out of his room and came to see Chun Rong. Gritting his teeth, a trickle of blood dripped on the corner of his mouth. He riskily proposed to Chun Rong. Chun Rong looked at him, his face so sad. Yinji, if we do our best, we will have around a 50% chance to win. But what if we win? The God clan will send stronger warriors here. Have you ever thought of the consequence of our Chun family if Right attacks us maliciously? So we just let them act like this forever? Chun Yan's eyes were bloodshot. He ground his teeth, his face ferocious like the savage beast. Yinji, I have the same grudge. I have the same feelings. I remember clearly how our fathers and uncles died. Chun Rong looked at him and sighed. I told you to destroy Little Land's beautiful face. You didn't listen to me. How cruel would I be to destroy my daughter's beautiful face? I was afraid that she would hate me for the rest of my life. I couldn't do that, shouted Chun Yan. Listening to him, Chun Rong clutched his chest. His face suffered. Chun Yan was bewildered. He reacted quickly and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Chief. I didn't mean it. Chun Rong panted and waved his hand. No, it's not related to you. You're right. If I can be like you, our little lawn wouldn't be. Stop it, shouted Chun Rong all of a sudden. Chun Yan lowered his head and sighed. Help, grandfather, help me. Suddenly, a female's voice arose and called for help. Chun Rong and Chun Yan discolored and flew toward the source of the call. They came to the scene quickly. It was a lake where the Chun family warriors cultivated. At this moment, 2 young men of the God clan were trying to abduct a young girl. They wanted to take her to the mountain. That girl couldn't be said really beautiful. She looked so thin, and she had only the Disaster Realm cultivation base. She came to the lake to collect spirit fruits. The 2 young men of the God clan passed by the place and met her. They wanted to abduct her, so they told her that they would offer her a good opportunity. They would take her to the mountain of the Chun family to cultivate. They would teach her the secret techniques of the God clan that wasn't allowed to be taught to anyone else. From her family and friends, the girl knew the consequences of the women who were taken to the mountain to receive the secret techniques. Of course, she didn't want to go with them. She screamed and cried for help. Chun Yan's eyes reddened when he saw the 2 young men attempt to do the same deed as Avatar. His flame of anger burst out. He didn't care about Chun Rong trying to stop him. He shouted and attacked the other 2. With his second sky of ethereal god realm, he immediately urged the wood power. The branches of the ancient trees in the woods immediately wound around the 2 young men at King God realm and squeezed. Just like the massive pythons, the branches squeezed off the 2 young men from the God clan. They became pulps of blood and flesh. Blood dripped on the ground. The girl was so scared that she became ashen. Chun Yan had taken action with a big grudge. Chun Rong was dumbstruck, his eyes filled with horror. Oh gosh, we're done. Chun Rong cried. He knew Chun Yan's act and his rage would create a big mess. He didn't know how many warriors of the Chun family had to die in Avatar's hands for this. Chief, the young girl sobbed. She was petrified. Chun Rong waved his hand weakly. Pondering for a while, he said, No, it's not your fault. You should leave immediately. He had to think about how to deal with the coming trouble. While they were thinking, they didn't notice that the 2 pieces of jade on the young men's necks shattered at the same time after they perished. Shortly after, an indignant, wild sound came from the Chun family's Holy Land mountain. Chun Rong's face paled. Chun Yin knew what had happened. Putting on a savage face, he shouted, "I'll risk my life with him." Chun Rong forced a smile. "You have only second sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base. You're not his opponent. It's too bad this time." "Sir," Chun Yin was bewildered. "Go all out." Chun Rong took a deep breath and said, "I'd rather accept the destructive disaster to my family. We had a fight once. We've endured enough. This time we will have hope. The Chun family and I will die all together. Then you should die together with the Chun family." A good-looking middle-aged god-man descended from the sky. His body twinkled, but his eyes were filled with cold and malignant intent. In his eyes, the Chun family was like the low cattle he had. He could kill them or play with them as he pleased. He did it all the time. He was the member of the noble Bradley family, the elite force that led the 12 families of the God clan. As he couldn't stay in his homeland to enjoy his wealth, but this isolated, rural area, if he couldn't amuse himself here with those low warriors, what should he do to entertain his boring life? Avatar came harshly. The lightning beams crawled on his body. He pulled out 12 massive electrical dragons and connected to his ethereal extent. They all stormed over savagely and attempted to kill Chun Rong and Chun Yin. Under the terrifying energy of the 12 electrical dragons, Chun Rong and Chun Yin were shaken. They discolored in fear. Although they were all at third sky of the ethereal god realm, Chun Rong now realized the difference between him and Avatar. They weren't at the same level regarding energy accumulation. He was so bitter as he knew that even if they were at the same realm, the warriors from the 4 great clans always had an innate advantages. Chun Rong felt so dismal. Chapter 1295, A Blood-Reeking Journey. Chapter 1295, A Blood-Reeking Journey, _ Avatar descended from the sky. His 12 electric dragons roared and stormed out, releasing scorching heat that covered Chun Rong and Chun Yin. Inside that wild electric current, Chun Yin shivered. He used the wood power Upanishad to pull the ancient trees together and shield himself. Chun Rong cultivated wind power Upanishad. He gazed at Avatar, his energy flying out of his eyes. Hundreds of wind blades appeared in the void of Heaven Cloud Star. They came massively like daggers covering the sky that attempted to crush Avatar. Unfortunately, Avatar was wearing the excellent armor of the God Clan. The light rolled torrentially on his armor and created layers of light to stop Chun Rong's wind blades. Avatar was the warrior of the Bradley family, so he had many good weapons. Many materials that the Bradley family had robbed from the star areas were used to create many good items that were distributed back to the warriors of the family. Although Avatar had only third sky of ethereal god realm, he had many secret treasures. Chun Rong could never be compared to him in this aspect. Avatar's armor had neutralized all the wind blades from Chun Rong. The 12 electric dragons swarmed over the trees Chun Yin had grown and exploded them. When the big trees were blown off, Chun Yin spurted out blood. His smoking body was revealed in the middle of the wood pieces. His face paled, and his eyes were filled with deep resentment. He said coldly, "Avatar, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go." Avatar sneered, "Then I will leave you no chance of even becoming a ghost." While he was talking, the wind shield on Chun Rong's body exploded. The dragons then slashed his body. Although both of them were the same realm, Avatar had always had the upper hand. Chun Rong was much weaker in any aspect, including the power Upanishad understanding, the god power, and the level of secret treasures. He finally understood why Wright had sent only Avatar, a warrior at the same realm as him, to be based on Heaven Cloud Star. Wright knew that Avatar could subdue the Chun family by himself. When he recognized this sad fact, he knew that it was too late. The doomsday of the Chun family was going to come soon. Do you really think that we couldn't find any other slaves to exploit the mine besides your Chun family warriors? Avatar sneered. Well, to tell you the truth, our Bradley family is going to invade another star area. We will have a lot of mine slaves then. If you don't behave, you will disappear just like the Thunder Firmament League. First, I will bathe the heaven cloud star in blood. Then, I will order my troopers to kill all the slaves on the mineral stars. Chen Rong's face was filled with desperation. Chen Yin gawked. Now, he recognized that an impulsive action without power would only bring their family a deadly disaster. Unfortunately, there was no solution to this regret. He knew the Chen family was coming to an end now. Save my brother. Please hurry. Save my brother. A voice that shouldn't be here came from the sky and expressed its owner's worries. Chen Rong was baffled. His face became grimaced as he thundered. Chun Lei, move, go away. To this sister, he had always regretted. When the family was about to be destroyed, he wasn't happy to hear his sister's voice. He felt so chilled, as if he had just fallen into a dark abyss. Save my brother, please. Chun Lei's voice arose one more time. Then, gold beetle war chariots appeared from the layers of clouds in the sky. Oh well, good then. I can kill you all. I don't need to order the others. Avatar laughed, his eyes scanning Chun Lei's body. He was shocked when he saw Ouyang Luo Shuang standing behind Chun Lei on the gold beetle war chariot. His eyes became so hot. It was also the last time his eyes became bright. Immediately, Shi Yin landed like a sharp sword and thrust it into his head. He thrust it into the man's head. One hand of his stabbed through Avatar's skull, grabbing his brains and urging his devouring power Upanishad. Then, the others could see Avatar's body wither terrifyingly, as if a pump machine was sucking his blood and flesh. Shortly after, he had only a skin bag covering his skeleton. Shi Yin retracted his hand, and avatars remained scattered like dust gone with the wind. The warriors of the Qin family on the gold beetle war chariots were frightened. Shivers were sent down their spines. Shi Yin licked his lips as if he wasn't satisfied yet. He mumbled, "Oh, turns out it works this way too. I was too afraid that I would be discovered, so I haven't tried all the abilities of devouring power yet." He released his soul consciousness to look around. Throwing a glance at the mountain where the holy land of the Chun family was situated, he grinned. After one step, he disappeared. Ouyang Luo Shuang didn't want to go with him, and she didn't even throw a glance at the mountain. "Hey, he is..." Chen Rong was bewildered. He sounded terrified. "He's the man on the drawing?" Chen Lei nodded. At the same time, the painful and horrible screeching arose from the mountain. They then saw that the warriors of the God clan, who they hated to the bone, were trying their best to run away from the mountain. When Chen Rong turned around to see, they found a layer of blood covering the entire mountain. They could hear the screeching and screaming from the warriors there, but they couldn't see what was going on there. What's going on?" Chen Rong stammered. "Before we came here, we were in the mineral stars. There's no god warrior guarding this place anymore," explained Chun Lei. Chen Rong and Chun Yin were frightened. After several minutes, Shi Yin returned, and he had changed into another black costume. He strolled toward them, shaking his hands that had the dark blood stains. He came to Chun Lei and Chun Rong and said, "Is there any god warrior left in Heaven Cloud Star?" Chun Rong shook his head. Shi Yin frowned and said, "Where's the nearest spot that the god clan warriors can gather? How is their scale? Is there any incipient god realm expert?" "Yes, there's an incipient god realm expert guarding Heaven Wind Star near here," said Chun Rong hurriedly. "Which direction?" "East." "Very well." Shi Yin turned to Ouyang Luo Shuang. Contemplating for a while, he said, "My power is recovered sufficiently. You don't need to go with me anymore. If you have stuff to do, you can leave now." "I don't know where the sea territory is," Ouyang Luo Shuang said faintly. "Have you ever thought about returning to Grace Mainland? Perhaps you don't know, but it's very different now. It can be compared to any high-level life star," Shi Yin said after pondering. Ouyang Luo Shuang was surprised. Her eyebrows twitched, then she said, "I will absolutely return. It's my homeland, but not now. My teacher treats me well. I must meet him at least. We have to talk. What you want to do now? I'm not hurried. Wait until you find the sea territory. You will take me there directly. It saves my energy." "Okay, you should come and wait for me on the mineral star." "All right, you should go there directly." Shurian spread his arms. The starlight appeared in his hands, and he sketched a magical space teleport formation. With his god power, he created a spatial door. The other side of the door was the mineral star of the Chen family. Ouyang Luo Shuang didn't doubt him. She directly walked through the door. Shurian felt warm. He turned to Chun Lei. I'm not going to return a heaven cloud star, but that mineral star. This door will last for one day. If you want to leave, you should prepare. You can use this door to go to that mineral star. Then, he turned into a starlight beam flying east. His journey as a god of slaughter began from here, and he had terrified the entire Thunder Firmament Star area. Who is he? Why did he help us? Chen Rong looked at Chun Lei after Shurian had left, his face bewildered. I don't know. Chun Lei shook her head. Madam, Lei made an excellent decision. She stopped us from reporting to Right. She had approached these two and given our Chun family the light of hope. Chinda Qiao appraised, then narrated the story. Right sent the news to the entire sea of stars. He asked the forces under his management to find that man. I think he's not an ordinary warrior. Maybe the dismal life of our Chun family is about to over. Chen Rong's eyes brightened. Then, he said, tell the family members to prepare. We will leave this place. We will have a better environment to live. Sure. Cloud Thunderstar in Thunder Firmament Star area was a famous market in the entire star area. The warriors of the forces in the area often came here to trade. They were from different and complicated echelons. Did you hear the news? Haven't you gotten the news? Oh yeah, a slaughtering god has come here to kill only the God Clan warriors. I heard that many warriors of the God Clan were killed. There's no god warrior in the adjacent areas. 3 incipient God Realm experts and several hundred ethereal God Realm and original God Realm were killed altogether. This man has erased some bases of the Bradley family too. Similar conversations were heard on the streets, in the restaurants, and in many secret chambers on Cloud Thunderstar. Many native forces of Thunder Firmament Star area had heard this big commotion of their star area through their private channels. A young man from the world out there had come and massacred the God Clan warriors who had enslaved them for a long time in Thunder Firmament Star area. They received the news of the God Clan warriors getting killed almost every day and of this god of slaughter. In a secret chamber of Cloud Thunderstar, several elderly warriors were meeting up, their faces grave. This chamber was protected by many layers of barriers that even a fly couldn't escape. They were the representatives of the native forces in Thunder Firmament Star area, the vassals of the God Clan. They were the ones with a good sense of who had been subdued by the Bradley family for so many years. Today, they were meeting up because of a person. What do you think? The oldest warrior of the group asked and didn't look at the others. Old Lei, it's your opinion that matters in this event. That year, you were the deputy hegemon of the Thunder Firmament League. We will listen to you. The others had their eyes brighten. Don't mention that. The Thunder Firmament League is gone. I'm not Lei Bao. I'm Lei Dong now. Guys, you should walk on your path. We know who he is now. He's the new master of the bloodthirsty force, the future overlord that can resist the God Clan. The Bradleys couldn't compare to him. If we get his favor, we will have hope. The old man called Lei Dong had second sky of incipient God Realm, and he cultivated lightning power Upanishad. After the Thunder Firmament League was destroyed, he had changed his name and hidden. He discreetly worked and didn't dare to provoke Right. We've put up with enough. If we have hope, we will agree to try once more. I agree. Sure thing. Chapter 1296, Human Head Feast. Chapter 1296, Human Head Feast, _ On an isolated dead star, south of Cloud Thunderstar, the gray rocky ground exploded all of a sudden. A sturdy figure appeared, his eyes sparkling with a holy light that was like electricity. Shurian looked at Cloud Thunderstar and frowned. After he had left Heaven Cloud Star, he had begun his journey of slaughter, killing all the God Clan warriors in his way, including 3 first sky of incipient God Realm experts, hundreds of ethereal God Realm, original God Realm, and King God Realm warriors. Their deaths had made up the energy he had consumed in the fantasy zone, and it was a little bit more than needed. After this time of carefree and cheerful slaughter, he accumulated a deeper knowledge of the devouring power Upanishad's abilities. Finally, he knew that the devouring power Upanishad took more than the essence chi of the dead warriors. What this power Upanishad swallowed was power. All kinds of power from any kind of creatures. It could take their energy and convert it to the pure energy. Yin could take the energy from the body, the stars, the 5 elements, the energies that created the warriors' power Upanishads, and more. While the others were still alive, Yin could use the devouring power Upanishad all the time. He didn't even need to wait until the others died. Anyway, after the warriors died, their energy slowly reduced. He could take more energy when the others were still alive. The black hole was another application of the devouring power Upanishad that swallowed the souls. It was specialized in taking in the soul altar to create soul energy and refine the soul altar. It could help transform the soul altar and develop it until it reached a marvelous level. Perhaps it had the similar effect as the way Imperial Dark Tribe used to train their soul altars. But Yin thought it was more excellent. Yin had been wild and crazy on his slaughtering journey in Thunder Firmament Star area, and it had helped him discover the real abilities of the devouring power Upanishad. However, he hadn't reached second sky of incipient God realm yet. He still needed more energy to grow his God power ancient tree. He needed more energy, indeed. The energy converted from 3 incipient God realm experts, hundreds of ethereal God realm, original God realm, and King God realm experts refilled his exhausted energy, but wasn't enough to break to second sky of incipient God realm. In this journey, he found that the native forces in Thunder Firmament Star area had always cooperated with him, just like the Chun family. They had pointed out the gathering spot of the God Clan warriors and gave him the details of their realms and numbers. Yin got the necessary information to prepare every time. After this experience, Yin recognized that people hated the Bradley family a lot in Thunder Firmament Star area. Although they were subdued, they didn't want to follow them. As soon as they found the chance to attack the God Clan, they became even more excited than Yin. And it was because of their cooperative attitude that Yin could carry out his plan smoothly. Today, he headed to Thunder Firmament Lake. He was ready to take Right's head to break through to second sky of incipient God realm. However, he wasn't so sure that it would be easy today when he came to Thunder Firmament Lake. Thus, he didn't dare to act rashly. He decided to stop by Cloud Thunderstar first to check the situation. As soon as his thought flickered, he landed on Cloud Thunderstar. Shortly after, he appeared in the center of the Thunder City. He closed his eyes to let his soul consciousness check the place. No God Clan warrior was found. Cloud Thunderstar also had the God Clan warriors base here, but Wright had asked them to come back because of Yan's mad slaughter. It was also the reason why Yin had to change his thought. He had to go to the headquarters of the God Clan in Thunder Firmament Star area, Thunder Firmament Lake. Many warriors from different planets around Thunder Firmament Star area often came to Thunder City. The shops in this city were always packed. Yin concentrated on listening. He found that most of the conversations here were about him. They called him by various names, including God of Slaughter, Slaughtering Star, and the Butcher who slashes the God Clan. When they talked about him, they looked happy and joyful. They didn't even want to conceal their amusement taken from the God Clan's misfortune. Yin nodded discreetly. Walking along this street, he knew that Wright of the Bradley family had done many evil affairs in this star area. He made people hate that they couldn't plow his ancestors' graves. Wright could live indulgently in this star area because of the God Clan's reputation. Otherwise, he would have been killed a long time ago. Yin knew that because he knew that Thunder Firmament Star area also had third sky of incipient God realm experts from the conversations of the people on the streets. However, those experts weren't in Thunder Firmament Star area because they were afraid of the God Clan. Inside Thunder City, people moved back and forth like water currents. They were talking about Yin on the streets, in the shops, and even in the restaurants. He pondered for a while, smiling and sitting on a random spot in the big square of the Thunder City. As soon as his thoughts flickered, the items stored in his incipient extent flew out and arranged above his head. Shortly after, screaming and shrieking arose on the square. Many warriors around the square looked at him. They were so excited. The human heads floating above his head were from the God Clan warriors, and many of them were infamous in Thunder Firmament Star area as the leaders guarding some important regions. People hated them a lot, though. This was especially the case for the 3 heads of the 3 incipient God Realm experts. The warriors here had met them before. Seeing their heads floating in the sky, the majority of warriors on the streets and in the shops cheered crazily as if they were celebrating the new year. Instantly, the city was boiling. The warriors in Thunder City came when they heard the cheering. They stopped their works and gathered at the square. From a bird's view, they were packing the square like a cloud of grasshoppers. With Shi Yin as the center, the warriors from different clans circled him in layers. They pointed at Shi Yin and shrieked. They looked so happy and satisfied. Hundreds of god warriors' heads floated above Shi Yin's head. The warriors gathering in the square felt like they had a refreshing stream running through their hearts that washed away the resentment that had tortured them for so many years. When they saw the heads, they knew they were liberated. Many senior people and women began to cry and sob. It seemed like they couldn't control their joy as they cried when their enemies were killed and their grudges were clear. The great chaos in Thunder City had affected the meeting in the secret chamber. Lei Dong squinted and listened to his subordinate's report. His eyes brightened. He abruptly stood up and said, "He came. He shows off the heads of the God Clan warriors to prove his identity. He comes to Cloud, Thunderstar, and Thunder City to find us." "Old Lei, what should we do now?" asked the others. "If he has considered us, we shouldn't be cowards anymore." "All right, I will send the Soul Consciousness to invite him here to talk," said Lei Dong. Everybody nodded in agreement. Lei Dong closed his eyes and released his Soul Consciousness toward Shi Yin. Staying inside the circles of dozens of thousands of warriors on Thunder Firmament Star area, Shi Yin just stooped and said nothing. He was waiting for the invitation from the rebellious group who dared to stand against the God Clan. The heads of the God Clan warriors here were Shi Yin's gift to them to show his goodwill. Indeed, a magical light flashed, then disappeared into his eyes. At the same time, the heads of the God Clan experts floating in the sky exploded, turning into dust and scattering around Thunder City. The crowd of warriors of Thunder Firmament Star area cheered happily like they were celebrating the new year. They threw their hands into the air, hugging and congratulating each other. In the secret chamber of Thunder City, Shi Yin appeared all of a sudden, sitting next to Lei Dong. He squinted and asked, "Did you call me?" Lei Dong was startled. He jolted up and said respectfully, "Lei Dong welcomed the master of the bloodthirsty force." The others were still sitting, so they were baffled to see Lei Dong greeting the guest. They immediately followed him and stood up to greet Shi Yin as Lei Dong had done. "Welcome, master of the bloodthirsty force." Shi Yin rose his arms, his face casual. "No need to be too serious. Please sit down." Everybody then sat down. "You are Lei Bao, right? I used to hear about you. You were the deputy hegemon of Thunder Firmament League. Because the League was destroyed, you don't have the power to resist against the God Clan. Then, you've begun to seclude. Is it true?" Shi Yin talked calmly. Lei Dong nodded and said, "I'm called Lei Dong now. I didn't expect that you have heard about me, sir. It's my honor." "Right. It doesn't matter with the name as long as you don't forget your past." Shi Yin curled his lips and asked, "You called me here not to tell me that you've changed your name, right? Okay, tell me, what do you think?" "Sir, you came Cloud Thunder Star to find me. I wonder what you want me to do. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. I just hope you would agree with me on one thing." Lei Dong looked at Shi Yin deeply. "Agree with me to expel all the God Clan warriors from our Thunder Firmament Star area. As long as you agree with that, I can die for you." "Old Lei, old Lei, old Lei." The others discolored as they couldn't believe it. Lei Dong waved his hand and said, "For the future of Thunder Firmament Star area, I can pay with everything. It's not that I'm afraid of death. I just want a brighter future for Thunder Firmament Star area. Today, if Master agrees with me, our Thunder Firmament Star area will have that future. My life is in your hand." Hearing him, the other leaders of the forces who were still hesitant felt their hearts stimulate. They were so touched, and their eyes became more resolute. Shi Yin was surprised. He looked at Lei Dong, nodded, and then said, "I agree with you." Before Shi Yin came here, he didn't think that Lei Dong would be that resolute, because he thought that an old man who had to live and seclude to hide himself from the God Clan was like a cunning rat and wouldn't dare to stand up against the God Clan. Shi Yin knew that he was wrong. Looking at Lei Dong's fierce reaction, he was surprised and touched. "What do you want me to do? Please do tell. If this Lei Dong can help you, I will do my best. Even if I have to die, I will make everything all right for you," said Lei Dong resolutely. "I don't need you to die. What I want is simple. I want to know what kind of experts are staying in Thunder Firmament Lake. Have they sent any new expert there or not?" Explained Shi Yin. "Oh, simple. They've just sent 2 second sky of incipient God Realm experts. However, the sea territory of our Thunder Firmament Star area has encountered some problem. After those 2 arrived, the sea territory has become turbulent and the passages became ineffective at the same time. I think there are no God Clan warriors who will come later. I got a headache because of this. I heard that another incipient God Realm warrior wanted to come, but he was stopped outside," Lei Dong said, his face puzzled. Shi Yan's eyes brightened up as he laughed. He knew someone had his back and erased the rising obstacles. Chapter 1297, Rush to the Tiger's Denver. Chapter 1297, Rush to the Tiger's Denver Undersur. Carefree was gazing at a space passage in one of the 7 sea territories of the ancient God Star area, his face dark and sinister. Elders Feng Ju and Spark stood by him and lowered their heads, their visages begrudging. Carefree looked at the space passage leading to Thunder Firmament Star area. Until now, the Bradley family of the God Clan usually used that passage to get to Thunder Firmament Star area to transport the huge amount of precious materials exploited there. This passage was the door connecting to Thunder Firmament Star area. After DeCarlos had told Carefree where he had delivered Shi Yin, Carefree immediately contacted the Elder Committee and told them Shi Yin's whereabouts. The Elder Committee immediately sent 2 second sky of incipient God Realm experts to Thunder Firmament Star area to stabilize the situation first and stay there to wait for Carefree. However, when Carefree came, he found that the space passage was closed. He couldn't enter Thunder Firmament Star area. Not only that, Carefree found that all the teleport formations that led to Thunder Firmament Star area were deactivated. The doors leading to Thunder Firmament Star area were all sealed, and they couldn't open no matter how hard they tried. Carefree understood clearly that not many experts could do such a thing in this big universe. Not many experts could seal an entire star area. DeCarlos. Carefree looked at the dark and deep space passage and hissed, his eyes filled with the flame of anger. A man holding a flaming red wine bottle descended from the sky. He didn't mind his manners and took a swig. Drops of transparent wine stuck on his beards. Carefree, DeCarlos has outwitted you. He has plotted against you when he told you the kid's whereabouts. That man was the Heavenly King Light. Carefree threw him a glance and said, "Although you and I don't cultivate space power Upanishad, we can tear the seal in Thunder Firmament Star area when we join hands." Heavenly King Light shook his head and waved his hands. "Nah, not good. If we fail, the chaotic space current will swallow Thunder Firmament Star area. All creatures living there will perish instantly." "Oh well, since when did you mind others' lives like that?" Carefree squinted. "Of course you won't mind." Heavenly King Light snorted. "The Bradley family warriors are in Thunder Firmament Star area. As I'm a member of the Bradley family, I will not let my later generations fall into destruction because of my deeds. My family isn't as big as the others. If we lose one, our number will reduce by 1. It's not worth sacrificing many warriors of my family because of your disciple. Perhaps that kid is slaughtering your Bradley family warriors in Thunder Firmament Star area. When Thunder Firmament Star area opens one more time, I'm afraid that the warriors of your family will all be killed sneered Carefree. He is just first sky of incipient god realm cultivation base. Currently, Thunder Firmament Star area has 3 second sky of incipient god realm experts from our Bradley family and more than 1,000 warriors from the elite force. I don't think he can dance happily there. Heavenly King Light grin turned to a big smile. Carefree, you should worry about your disciple then. You've underestimated him. This young man is the successor of that man. You will regret because of your impulsive assumption, hissed Carefree. Heavenly King Light burst out laughing. He has the devouring power Upanishad, not that power. Why do we need to be afraid of him? If he has that power, let alone breaking the barrier around Thunder Firmament Star area, even if we have to break several star areas to kill him, it'll be worth it. But now, it isn't worth it to take it seriously. I said you will regret it. Wait and see. Carefree shook his head. His face looked cold, but he didn't say anything else. Heavenly King Light didn't keep it in his mind. Don't talk about him. It's a really long time since we last met. Today, as we finally unite in the ancestral land, if we aren't drunk yet, we won't go home. Then, he pulled Carefree away and didn't even care about Elder Feng Ju and Spark. They stepped on the void and slowly disappeared. Thunder Firmament Star area had a strange land that was the intersection of several outer space rivers. This place was Thunder Firmament Lake, where there were a cold iceberg and the earth and heaven energy was thickest. The special lightning generated here was really helpful to the warriors with the respective power Upanishads. The Thunder Firmament Lake was a real holy land, though. Right cultivated lightning power Upanishad. His palace was situated right above the meteorite with the heavenly lake. His palace was so imposing and luxurious, with many mysterious murals of the God Clan. They built this palace with countless jades and divine crystals. From a distance, the palace sparkled with rainbow light and showed its beautiful and precious value. The mysterious heavenly lake was in the middle of many palaces. Right now, Wright and 2 other god experts were soaking in the lake and relaxing. Hundreds of women from different races with various kinds of beauty like sexiness, innocence, purity, or maturity were wearing flimsy clothes and a bell on their collars to show their wonderful features surrounded the 3 experts in the lake. They were trying to attract them and earn their favors. The women held fruits and wine trays. They served the other 3 carefully. The God Clan warriors stood on the watching tower by the heavenly lake, their faces stern as they tried their best to protect the place. Low maid, you're not pure. You humiliate me. Wright looked at a ghost mark woman, bellowing with a savage face. The snow-white body of the ghost mark woman was decorated with delicate purple drawings that made her mysteriously beautiful. Wright was interested in her purple tattooed body, so he had abducted her here. Today, he didn't have a good mood, so those tattoos were like a thorn in his eyes. He wanted to trouble her just to vent out his anger. Master, before I came here, I'd wash my body thrice. I was born with purple tattoos. Please don't be angry. The ghost mark woman was so scared. She kneeled down and begged pathetically. You dare to talk back to me? You don't want to live anymore? Wright thundered and spurted out a lightning ball that covered the woman. At that moment, her beautiful body was reduced to ashes, and the lightning also buried her soul. The pretty maids nearby felt shivers sent down their spines. They were so frightened. They acted more carefully as they were afraid that Wright would kill them for no reason like that. Recently, dozens of people were killed in Wright's hands. People were slaughtered almost every day. The maids here had to live in fear. The other 2 experts just grinned and watched Wright killing people. In their eyes, besides the members of their clan, the other warriors from the other races were just low people. They acted like when people didn't care about whether insects could survive or not. It was their naturally arrogant characteristic that was rooted in their values for a long time. Hey bro, you got bad news again. Cook was eating a bunch of some kind of sparkling fruits. That new master of the Bloodthirsty Force is just a puppet they made stand up that the 3 chiefs could control easily. What are you worried about? Jeremy asked surprisedly. I just got the news. He came to Cloud Thunderstar. He had stacked my subordinates' heads in Thunder City. It's a naked provocation that I can't stand, said Wright indignantly. Cook was amazed. He shook his head. The bloodthirsty force's master of this generation is impulsive. But it's no use to do that. Will the warriors in Thunder Firmament Star area stand against us now? His eyes became cold as he sneered. Well, they haven't been scared enough to see their own kinds getting killed throughout these years. Recently, my family has just taken down a new star area. Although it doesn't have any significant natural resources, it has a lot of warriors that we can use. If the experts of Thunder Firmament Star area dare to resist against us, we can obliterate them one more time. After that, I think they will be content to their lot, said Jeremy. I just want to find that kid and kill him now. Wright grunted. It's not easy to look for a person in a vast star area like this. We're not those old monsters that could use their soul consciousness to check the entire star area. Cook shook his head. Oh, don't you think it's strange? After we've arrived here, the space passage closed. Heavenly King should have been here already, but he hadn't shown up yet. I think it's because of the strange condition of the space passage. The three continued to talk and drink in the lake. However, the cunning Wright was still outraged. All of a sudden, narrow light appeared in the mysterious void above their heads. That light flashed and sent the turbulent spatial energy. Wright, Cook, and Jeremy lifted their heads to look at that streak of light in the sky, their faces becoming grave. They swayed and flew out of the lake. Right after that, 3 sets of exquisite armor appeared on their bodies and lingered perfectly to show their extraordinary powerful features. "Who's that?" shouted Wright. The streak of light twisted and changed. It widened and became a crack. Some people walked out of the crack and appeared above Wright's head. Wright grinned. Lei Dong, Ji Feng, Harmon. You don't want to live anymore? You dare to intrude my place without permission? Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon were the leaders who Shi Yan had met at the secret underground chamber underground in Thunder City. Lei Dong nodded and smiled, his eyes steadfast. Oh yeah, we don't want to live anymore. We're here today to risk our lives. He turned around to see Shi Yan. He asked, Sir, the information I gave you isn't wrong, is it? Shi Yan gave him a slight nod. He didn't expect Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon to come here, but they were so persistent. In this group of 3, only Lei Dong had second sky of incipient God Realm, which was enough to play with the others once. Ji Feng and Herman had only first sky of incipient God Realm, so their presence here could only bring a limited effect. However, they came with a fixation that Shi Yan didn't understand. Before they came here, they had even arranged for their deaths. Evidently, they had prepared for the worst situation. Sir, I was surprised. Then he burst out laughing like crazy. You that kid, right? Haha, it's good then. I've been searching for you for a long time. I didn't expect that you would turn yourself in like this. Cook and Jeremy wore cold faces, their lines of sight shifting from Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon to Shi Yan. From now on, Thunder Firmament Star area will have a new master. I will use the death of you 3 to exchange for a new life to this star area. Shi Yan looked at them and said indifferently. Chapter 1298, 1 verses. 2. Chapter 1298, 1 verses. 2. Thunder Firmament Star area will change its master? Mwahahaha. You think you're Xian, He, or Ming Hao? You think you're the real master of bloodthirsty force? Wright grinned and opened his arms. Lightning beams appeared in his palms and became a lightning python that was thousands of meters long. It attacked Shi Yan grumblingly. Sir, allow me. Lei Dong lowered his voice, shouting and stepping forward. His sleeves shivered. Thousands of silver balls rolled out and brought earth-shaking lightning power to encounter the electric python. When they collided, lightning bolts shot out everywhere. The grumbling thunder shook the entire sky as if the sky was about to fall. Lei Dong used to be the deputy hegemon of Thunder Firmament League. He also cultivated lightning and thunder power at the same realm as Wright. He had to change his name and live in seclusion, but it wasn't because of Wright. It was because he was afraid of the Bradley family and the God clan behind Wright that could utterly destroy Thunder Firmament League and Thunder Firmament Star area. Today, as he got Shi Yan's promise, He had finally erased his fear and worries. Finally, he dared to stand up and yell his real name. Right, I'm telling you, I'm the lay bao you wanted to find. Oh, turns out you're that fish. Wright grinned after the time of being baffled. It's very good indeed. As long as you die, Thunder Firmament League will have no spark anymore, and this Thunder Firmament Star area will quiet down. I will set you off. Ji Feng and Harmon made up their mind upon hearing Wright. They wanted to attack him immediately. Your opponents are the people over there. Shi Yin walked and stood in front of them, pointing at the guards of the God clan on the watching tower. Ji Feng and Harmon were so surprised. They were ready to die and to fight Wright in the 2-second sky of incipient God realm experts. They had prepared to die for Shi Yin. They could pay with their soul altars exploding to help Shi Yin damage Wright's team. At the critical time, Shi Yin had baffled them by saying that. It's enough as you have the will to do that, Shi Yin smiled, patted their shoulders, and strode toward Cook and Jeremy. He touched his glabella. 2 blood lights shot out from his incipient extent and turned into a sword and a shield. Both of them were as red as blood. The eyes on the bloody sword opened and looked at Cook and Jeremy. At that moment, Cook and Jeremy were covered in an endless blood sea. They seemed to see piles of skeletons that had fixed their souls and shaken them hard. It was the evil that had attacked the deep place in their souls. Although Cook and Jeremy were at second sky of incipient God realm, their minds were shaken instantly. They felt their blood burn by the fiery flame. Their calm and cold faces were gone. Cut the confused mind. Cook's pupils turned dark blue immediately as he hissed. Right after that, a cold light came from the sky and cut off the evil thought in his heart. He immediately regained his calmness. A cold, sharp peak appeared at his glabella and extended unceasingly. It turned into a crystal-clear ice mountain that was 10,000 meters tall and 100 of mu wide. The cold light emitted from the mountain with the power of ice. It spun and released countless light beams that bombarded Shi Yin. Cook regained his consciousness. Jeremy was awakened up by the cold air. A burning flame mark appeared on his forehead and began to release the terrifying heat. Shortly after, Jeremy was covered in that flame. He turned into a burning flame with a powerful heat. Strangely and magically, his heat was matched with Cook's ice, and it gave Shi Yin more pressure. Ice and fire purgatory. Cook and Jeremy bellowed. The cold peak suddenly flew up and was placed above the fire. They created a layer of cold and heat energy, flashing and taking turns to appear. It felt like the purgatory with endless torment. Ji Feng and Harmon weren't far from Shi Yin. The shockwaves of the cold and scorching energies had taken turns to attack them. Their faces turned red and pale, alternatively, as their bodies felt so chilled and boiled at the same time. Their god power became chaotic, and their soul altars were extremely unstable. Cook and Jeremy had joined hands and used a special method to fuse the extremely cold and hot power Upanishads. Their combined attack could affect the other's god power and soul altars. It immediately subdued the others and made them not able to use their real powers. Ji Feng and Harmon were at first sky of incipient God realm. Under the joint attack of the 2-second sky of incipient God realm, they were helter-skelter, so they had to retreat, their faces fearful. Now, they finally recognized the difference between their realms. It was like an abyss that they could hardly cross. It made them feel helpless. They were shaken when they remembered that they weren't Cook and Jeremy's target. They had just been affected. They then looked at Shi Yin, the real target of the other two. Ji Feng and Harmon were bewildered. Under their gaze, Shi Yin stood still like a 10,000-year-old rock. He stood imposingly under the bombarding cold light. The icy lights shot rapidly at him like a shower of arrows. However, he had a shield to block them. Magically, those ice lights weren't shattered. They melted into a cloud blood mark in the middle of the shield. Shi Yin seemed to not be affected by the extremely cold and hot ice and fire purgatory. With the bloody sword in his hand, he quickly turned into his immortal demon body, the fighting mode of the immortal demon warriors. The energy fluctuations on his body increased massively. Ji-Feng and Harmon found that Shi Yan's energy had surpassed theirs and wasn't less than Cook and Jeremy's. See, he's the new master of the bloodthirsty force. He's not someone we can foresee. Ji-Feng complimented and then said to Harmon, "We should listen to his suggestion and help him clear those people there. Just let him handle that tough trunk." "I think so," Harmon nodded. They immediately changed their targets. They scattered and attacked the God Clan guards. For the time being, Thunder Firmament Lake was so chaotic. The beauties with the dog collars had to run away and try to find the exit to escape. The battle taking place in Thunder Firmament Lake wasn't something that they could stand. Only a shockwave was enough to burn them into ashes instantly. The two cold and hot energies attacked Shi Yan like waves in the sea and hit his body brutally. Shi Yan stood still. In the space crack, he had known the real power of the bloody sword and the bloody shield through the ring spirit. Since then, his competence increased one level. After the recent slaughter, Shi Yan got used to using the sword and the shield. With the marvelous abilities of his three power Upanishads and different explosive energies, he dared to challenge the three incipient God Realm experts. He was confident that he could kill them all. "Today, I'll borrow your energy to reach a new height." Shi Yan's eyes became as red as blood. His thoughts flickered, and the bloody shield had turned into many clusters of blood clouds, fusing perfectly with his immortal demon body. The immortal demon blood in his body boiled as it was activated altogether. Instantly, Shi Yan got endless power. Touching his forehead, a brilliant band of starlight moved out of his glabella. The others could see the blood light moving inside that magnificent starlight band. It looked like a star river now had the blood veins like a human body, which was extremely strange indeed. The star river flew out and aimed at Cook and Jeremy. However, it slowly disappeared in midair, and Cook and Jeremy couldn't locate it with their soul consciousness. Abruptly, it became clear. This time, when it emerged, the starlight band thrust into the ice peak that Cook had created like a sharp knife. It came with the sharpness of space power Upanishad. Crack, crack, crack. The gigantic ice peak shattered and broke into millions of ice pieces at different sizes after the sharp star river struck it. The pieces then disappeared into Cook's body. How can you have such terrifying power? The armor on Cook's undying god body cracked and broke. He had many cuts on his body, as if many pairs of scissors had just cut him. "Well, without such power, how could I dare to challenge the three of you?" Shi Yan grinned fiendishly and turned into a meteor light that fell on Jeremy's fire. "Don't you know that I'm fused with the ancient continent origin? Why do you dare to play with fire in front of me?" Shi Yan opened his mouth to spray different colored flames. They hovered like lanterns around him. As soon as flames emerged, the distinctive auras of the heaven flames diffused while Jeremy's flame shrank rapidly. It was like a low-level creature that instinctively avoided the high-level creature. Ice and fire fusion. Cook and Jeremy changed their countenances. After exchanging looks, they shouted in unison. The ice pieces Cook had taken and were shelled out of his body like cannonballs falling into Jeremy's fireball. Although it had received the ice, the fire wasn't extinguished. Quite the contrary, an unknown power was generated with the terrifying, turbulent energy fluctuations. After Cook and Jeremy had performed this joint power Upanishad, they looked restless and anxious, as if they were afraid of some sudden trouble. Apparently, they hadn't mastered this collective power Upanishad yet. If they weren't in a reluctant situation, they wouldn't have used it. The fireball ballooned after receiving the ice pieces. It looked like a big hot air balloon that was about to explode. The energy fluctuations from the fireball were so formidable. It was like an entire life star that was about to explode. Shi Yan changed his visage for the first time and gave his compliments. "Ice and fire aren't supposed to be together. You're really talented that you can make it to this level. However, it's not perfect. The fusion happened too slowly, and you guys aren't strong enough to control it." Shi Yan urged his soul alter and charged the power Upanishad. His starlight band now magically turned into a space crack that affected the ballooning fireball. Suddenly, a space energy that didn't belong to Sure Yin strangely came over and changed his star river. A space passage appeared inside Sure Yan's starlight band with a suction force that cooperated well with Sure Yan's thought. The fireball that could explode at any minute was pulled into the Star River, and it teleported to an unknown area. Cook and Jeremy immediately lost the connection with the fireball. Half of the god power in their bodies was used. They discolored, and their faces looked like the color of the earth, as they were so frightened. It was clear that they had more bad luck than good luck this time. Chapter 1299. One is enough. Chapter 1299. One is enough. Cook and Jeremy had their soul altars become weak because of the tremendous amount of god power that was used. The attack they had squeezed their power to create was dragged into the void and then disappeared. It had struck them hard indeed. They retracted their hands, their eyes sparkling. They had a new idea. They were both members of the Bradley family with a noble status. They were here to help Wright stabilize the situation. Right now, when things went wrong, they decided to ditch Wright and leave this perilous land. Their eyes flashed lights when they exchanged looks and glanced at Wright. Wright and Lei Dong cultivated lightning and thunder power Upanishad, but his body's strength, energy, and innate talents were much more powerful because of the God clan's gifted advantages. Wright was using the undying God body to fight the enemy. He released the supernatural abilities of the thunder and lightning power Upanishad that were obviously one level stronger than Lei Dong. Even though they were both at second sky of incipient God realm, Lei Dong was in a dangerous situation. His lightning attacks turned to attack himself. The electric python was winding around him. When Cook and Jeremy saw Wright get the upper hand, they decided quickly. Cook said all of a sudden, "Wright, this kid is tough. Come here and fight with him. We'll help you deal with that one." Cook and Jeremy wanted to swap opponents with Wright. They wanted to throw the burning thing from Sure Yin to Wright. Wright was surprised. He turned around, his face dark. "You two join hands, but you can't beat him? Don't you understand the order from the family?" He thought that Cook and Jeremy hadn't tried their best. Cook and Jeremy forced smiles. They turned into a flaming beam and an icy beam that flew toward Wright. Strangely, Sure Yin didn't stop them. He stood by the heavenly lake. A magical light shot out from his pupils as he was gawking at the space slit that was slowly closing. He knew someone had helped him discreetly. That person had affected the space slit that Sure Yin created to guide the ice and fireball of Cook and Jeremy to another space. That person must be the dangerous expert that had brought Sure Yin here and sealed Thunder Firmament Star area. Sure Yin didn't know what that person wanted. Seeing Cook and Jeremy sneak away, he released his soul consciousness to send a message. "Precursor, what do you mean?" He knew that Precursor should be around. Unfortunately, that one didn't answer him. The space slit he created closed. The space became smooth again. Inside the chaotic space basin, DeCarlos was making some magical hand seals by the place where the beams of light were congregating. The hand seal he created expanded rapidly. The massive light ball created by Cook's and Jeremy's fire and ice power was compressed. Shortly after, the big light ball was shrunk into a fist-sized crystal, which the fire and ice energy moving inside. It looked marvelous indeed. Formidable energy. It's a waste if I let it explode. DeCarlos grabbed the crystal and smiled contentedly. A space saber appeared in his eyes when he tore a space slit and looked in Sure Yan's direction. "You have the devouring power, Upanishad. You're in need of energy. I won't give you this thing." He threw the ball away. The crystal maneuvered, moved through spaces, and fell on an area. Dash, a small island in the endless sea, Grace mainland. Xia Xianyan's beautiful figure was sitting on a rock by the sea. Looking at the deep blue water, her beautiful eyes yearned. The images in her head changed continuously like the river of time moving fast from the past. The memories and the scenes between her and Sure Yin in more than 200 years were rewinding in her head. She seemed to control a sharp weapon that could move through time. Her soul could visit different times, or even go to the past. A crystal suddenly fell from the sky and landed on her hairbun. Then, like a drop of water, it quietly seeped in her head. She shivered and couldn't help but look at the sky. Her beautiful eyes were filled with inexplicable surprise. A flow of pure energy shot out from her energy. Quickly, her realm changed. Inside the chaotic space basin, DeCarlo's line of sight could get through layers of spaces to look at her, his eyes complicated. He mumbled to himself, space, time. At the same time, he heard the message from Yin. However, he just chuckled and didn't answer. Thunder Firmament Star area. Yin cut off the hope in his mind, his face resuming the usual coldness. He looked at Cook, Jeremy, and Wright, grinning fiendishly. He didn't worry that Cook and Jeremy could escape. Today, Thunder Firmament Star area was sealed like a locked steel cage. No one could get in or out. Under such a circumstance, who could avoid Yin's attack? He was an expert with the space power Upanishad, though. Sir, please remember your promise. Lei Dong shouted. His soul altar was fierce like an erupting volcano. The god power in his body moved rapidly. Ji Feng and Harmon discolored and shouted. No. Yin was shaken. He took action immediately. He moved swiftly through the distance and appeared directly behind Lei Dong. You've done so much for Thunder Firmament Star area. I don't need your sacrifice to kill them. He rose his hand and placed it on Lei Dong's back. The turbulent energy fluctuations on Lei Dong's body calmed down. Sir, Lei Dong hissed. Help me destroy those people here. Only I am enough to send Wright and the other two to heaven. Yin grinned and swung the bloody sword in his hand. A blood rainbow shot across the starry sky. Yin disappeared into that bloody rainbow. Old Lei, let him deal with them. He can do that. Ji Feng screamed. Harmon also told him, a decent death isn't as good as continuing to live. You don't need to sacrifice your life. You've been sacrificed a lot for Thunder Firmament Star area. Lei Dong was baffled. He looked at the blood shadow, his eyes complex. Pondering for a while, he nodded and lowered his voice. Then my life will be saved for Thunder Firmament Star area, and you. He turned around, and his face became resolute as he began to attack the God Clan warriors together with Harmon and Ji Feng. The warriors of the God Clan were Wright's troops. They didn't have the power to resist the other three. The God warriors' bodies exploded and their souls flew out like mist. However, they didn't know that the deaths of those low-realm warriors were the best support for Yin. Yin had quietly absorbed the energy of those dead warriors and pulled it into the blood rainbow to create the Blood Soul Sea. The different negative emotions, including fear, despair, brutality, and resentment, rose torrentially in the Blood Soul Sea to intensify the evil of the sea. Yin enjoyed taking in the energy in there. Staying inside the Blood Sea, he had used the death power Upanishad smoothly. The Blood Sea then became streams or ribbons extending toward Wright, Cook, and Jeremy. The three of them felt like they were sinking in a muddy puddle, and the blood streams had restrained them, which even made their soul altars sluggish. They couldn't use many of their supernatural abilities. While they hadn't recognized it, Yin's blood soul sea had affected their souls. Thunder cracks the sky. Wright roared savagely. The lightning serpents flew out of his hands, screaming and attacking the blood sea. They wanted to break it apart. Cook and Jeremy urged their god power. The flame and the ice mountain grew in their incipient extent as they joined Wright with the attempt of crushing Yin's bloody world and killing him. Too bad for them. Yin was performing his best powers, and he had taken in the energy from many dead warriors. He was in his best condition now, and the power he could use surpassed Wright and the other two by far. The blood soul sea was like a bloody malignant tumor wiggling. After it had covered the three experts, its energy continued to increase. The negative energy rose unceasingly. It was so terrifying as it could directly adhere to their soul altars. Space enlarges greatly. Yin bellowed in the blood sea. The blood sea then exploded like shattered glass and turned into countless brilliant bloodlight dots. Wright and the other two were shrouded by the blood sea. Their bodies exploded and their bones cracked. Inside the blood sea, Yin grinned. He seemed to have so many clones staying in different pieces of blood crystals. It looked like there were so many different mirrors by Cook, Wright, and Jeremy that Yin could move freely between them. It was a marvelous ability of space power, Upanishad. It was the space reflection that he had learned in the fantasy zone. Many Yin changed their locations and swarmed towards Wright like a cloud of locusts. Those illusions had life, energy, fluctuations, so they weren't just illusions. Their energy fluctuations were created by dead, despair, resentment, fear, and brutal emotions that could erode the soul and seep into the three's bodies. Wright was wounded, staying between the shattered pieces of blood. His face was inexplicably baffled. This expression of his was the last image of him in this world. The three of them could never move again. Their soul altars fell, so they couldn't control their bodies anymore. Yan's illusions created by negative energy faded and disappeared into the three of them. Quickly, their sturdy bodies withered at a speed that naked eyes could see, as if someone was using a pump to take out their blood, flesh, and energy. Eventually, they had no beam of life energy. After a blow of the wind, they scattered like dust and completely vanished. Their soul altars disappeared altogether. Right after that, many Yans that disappeared now reappeared and congregated, fusing with each other. Eventually, there was only one left. This Yin squinted and licked his red lips like a beast had just feasted sufficiently and grinned in satisfaction. He knew that the result of this battle would determine the general picture of Thunder Firmament Star Area. And as for Yin, he would break through to second sky of incipient God Realm. He had achieved one more step and shortened the distance from the immortal realm. Lei Dong's group was still chasing after the running God Clan warriors. After one of them was killed, the essence chi from them became a beam of bloodlight that joined Yin body and increased his power. Until this moment, Yin had slowly understood deep knowledge and marvelous abilities of the devouring power Upanishad. Chapter 1300, Gambling. Chapter 1300, Gambling, _ The stars were twinkling in a starlight band in south of ancient God Star area. There was one bright star among of them that was the exclusive life star of the Bradley family. Many mountains were surrounding a mysterious valley. One of those mountains had gold balls that were like twinkling stars hung on the flank. The flames of life were dancing inside those balls. Those balls were called life beads, which connected to the souls and the lives of the Bradley family's important experts. Wherever they were if they died, their own life bead would extinguish. Each of the balls here had a small name tag that read the name of its owner. The flames inside the 3 life beads flickered and then extinguished. An old man with layers of dust on his body was a watchman of this place. He became frightened, flashed, and then disappeared. He reappeared in a secret chamber where only one quiet man sat. This man was the current chief of the Bradley, Byers. Byers was disturbed when he was cultivating to break the current realm and enter the immortal realm. "What happened?" asked Byers in a low-pitched voice. "Wright's, Cook's, and Jeremy's life beads are off. I'm afraid something bad has happened in Thunder Firmament Star area," the old man stooped and answered. Byers' visage changed. A gleam of pain flashed in his eyes. He kept silent for a long time. Right as my cousin. He didn't want to go to Thunder Firmament Star area that year because he knew that it was a poor place. If I hadn't forced him to go there, he wouldn't have been persistent. "Chief, please restrain your grief," the old man sighed slightly. "They wouldn't die in vain." Byers took a deep breath. His face turned malignant as he swung his arm. "Report to the Elder Committee." "I'm on it." Shortly after, the God Clan's Elder Committee received the news of Wright's, Cook's, and Jeremy's deaths. They knew that they'd lost Thunder Firmament Star Area 2. It was no longer the God Clan's territory. The God Clan's forces based around there were frightened. The Heavenly King Carefree and Light also knew the news. On the god Zenith, Carefree wore a mocking face. He put the glass of wine on the jade table as he said, "Well, If you had listened to me and joined hands to tear the barrier of Thunder Firmament Star area, they would have been all right. Earlier, Carefree had asked Heavenly King Light to join him to break the seal that DeCarlos had put on Thunder Firmament Star area, but Light had denied him. At that time, Heavenly King Light was confident that Wright, Cook, and Jeremy could keep Thunder Firmament Star area safe. They wouldn't let Shi Yin take any advantage. But now he regretted it. Wright and the other two at Second Sky of Incipient God Realm were from the elite force of the Bradley family. They had lost 3 of them at the same time. Light felt a bad twinge in his chest. He wore a dark face and finished his bottle within one breath. He stood up and said, "You and I will take action now." Carefree chuckled. "When you and I join hands, I think we just need half a month to break the barrier between the star areas. As DeCarlos has built that barrier, you'll be hurt when we break it." Carefree became sinister. If DeCarlos hadn't interfered, he would have killed Shi Yin already and taken 3 pieces of Bloodthirsty's remains. He wouldn't have lost Ouyang Luo Shuang, and they wouldn't have had to bear so many troubles as they did right now. He now considered DeCarlos his enemy. Carefree had never had mercy for his enemies. DeCarlos has chosen the opposite side as us. It'll be his worst misfortune. I will make him pay for the 3 lives of my family's later generation, said Heavenly King Light. Thunder Firmament Star area. The dried corpses of the God Clan warriors scattered around the heavenly lake. The beautiful and luxurious palaces were now in ruins. Blood puddled everywhere. Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon were moving swiftly like shadows through the place to kill the last members of the God Clan in this area. As they had only Ethereal God Realm and Original God Realm, they didn't have the chance to escape under the attack of the 3 incipient God Realm experts. Also, Thunder Firmament Star area was sealed, so all the teleport formations were deactivated. The God Warriors here couldn't escape their fatal fates. They recognized that times had changed. After 10,000 years, the Overlord position of the God Clan was now challenged. After killing the last God Warrior, Lei Dong took out a soundstone and licked his lips. Tell the others that Bloodthirsty Forces master killed Wright. All the God Clan warriors in Thunder Firmament Lake were killed. From now on, the remaining warriors of the God Clan in Thunder Firmament Star area are our targets. We will all go out to kill them. At the same time, Ji Feng and Harmon also took out the soundstone and sent the news. Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon were the leaders of the 3 strongest forces of Thunder Firmament Star area. They had many dedicated and loyal subordinates. When the news spread out, the entire Thunder Firmament Star area became boiling. Instantaneously, all the warriors of Thunder Firmament Star area knew the commotion in the heavenly lake. They knew that the fate of Thunder Firmament Star area changed now. Many warriors of the God Clan staying in the corner of the star area became prey, even though they were the hunters a moment ago. They became the targets of the warriors in the entire star area. The God Annihilation operation was carried out grumblingly in Thunder Firmament Star area. Every day, every minute, the God Clan warriors were killed continuously. After they proactively sent the news, Lei Dong's soul consciousness checked around the area. He found many women with exposed clothes hiding in the corner and looking at the 3 of them in fright. Lei Dong looked at the beautiful women from different races that Wright had captured for years. He sighed and then talked to Ji Feng. "Release them. They are from our star area. Pour them." Ji Feng nodded. Lei Dong flashed and then appeared by the heavenly lake. He looked at Shi Yin and became baffled. Shi Yin was hovering inside a blood mist. The pungent smell of blood swirled by him while his body emitted strange, crimson light. The energy fluctuations from his body were turbulent and violent like water breaking a dam. However, he looked so calm as his soul altar was operating in a unique principle. It looked like he had become one with the sea of stars. Lei Dong turned to look at him, and he felt like he was beholding the mysterious, immense universe. He suddenly had strange respect. He was shocked, but he understood it immediately. Confine the area. Allow no one to enter. The master is about to break through. We can't let anyone disturb him. Hearing him, Ji Feng and Herman were frightened. Ji Feng hurried to talk to those women in ragged clothes. Then, he and Harmon gathered with Lei Dong by Shi Yin, arranging their barriers to protect Shi Yin. They were scared that Shi Yin could fail his breakthrough if someone disturbed him. As they'd reached the incipient God realm, they knew that every breakthrough in this realm was so dangerous. One mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Lei Dong was at second sky of incipient God realm. When he had broken to the second sky, he had almost perished. Thus, he understood this critical moment better than Ji Feng and Harmon. They surrounded Shi Yin and gathered their powers to create different barriers like clouds, the flowers, and lightning net to defend. Each of them was created with powerful, pure energy. "We should guard here and wait until he is broken through successfully," said Lei Dong. Ji Feng and Harmon nodded in agreement. Deep inside the brilliant space basin, Decalors was floating. The magical, dazzling light shot out of his palms and created marvelous, complex formations moving around the space slits that overflowed towards Thunder Firmament Star area. It required a constant supply of energy to maintain the seal in the entire star area. Although he had a profound realm, De Carlos couldn't confine the entire star area in one attempt. Thus, during this time, he had to stay in the space slit and increase the energy of the seal in Thunder Firmament Star area. All of a sudden, De Carlos shivered. Billions of light beams projected from his pupils that looked like images from different spaces. He frowned and sighed. Carefree and light have joined hands. I'm afraid that I can't maintain this seal for a long time. I can do it for half a month. I wonder if it will be enough. His line of sight crossed through many layers of spaces to watch Shi Yin. He couldn't help but give a forced smile. At this moment, Shi Yin was at the door to break through to second sky of incipient God realm. Even if he wanted to send him a message, it was impossible. He felt a little anxious, and he frowned. I can forcefully interfere, but I can seize only half a month. That kid is breaking into second sky of incipient God realm. I wonder if it's enough to revive him. De Carlos was so worried. He's the successor of that man. To ordinary warriors, it will take a long time to break through to second sky of incipient God realm, but it could be short to him, I suppose. I hope so. Master, Master, a voice called him and reverberated the message as if Shi Yin was in a dream. It was the voice of the ring spirit. After Ming Hao had sealed it, it couldn't contact Shi Yin since the connection between them was cut off. However, as Shi Yin was breaking through, his mind was so quiet. No one knew how it could seize the chance and find the way to contact him feebly. Help me lift the seal. He lied to you. He wants to replace you to be my master and the new master of the bloodthirsty force. You can't believe his words. Master, I've been with you for so many years. You know I've never hurt you. You should know. The ring spirit's voice was interrupted as if it was so tough to send its thoughts to Shi Yin. Anyway, it had chosen the opportunity when Shi Yin was breaking through. While breaking through to the new realm, the warrior shouldn't be disturbed because it could lead to terrible consequences. In the worst case, the warrior's soul could perish. As the ring spirit had seized this chance to talk to Shi Yin, if it wasn't reluctant, it sure had some evil thoughts. The ring spirit's call seemed to have an evil power that lingered in Shi Yin's brain and became louder and louder. Shi Yin's mind became troubled. Shi Yin closed his eyes, and his breathing got harder. The circulation of his god power was stagnant in many spots inside his body. Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon changed their faces. They suddenly knew that something was wrong. Their face became stern and heavy. Shi Yin's reaction clearly showed that he deviated while breaking through. It seemed like he was going to fall into bedevilment soon. This wasn't good at all. Chapter 1301, Self-Freezing. Chapter 1301, Self-Freezing, _. The ring spirit's voice echoed in Shi Yin's brain like big stones that fell into a tranquil lake and raised ripples and big waves. It was a critical time to break through, but the ring spirit's call had distracted Shi Yin. He couldn't focus on breaking through the bottleneck of his realm. Ji Feng, Lei Dong, and Herman looked at Shi Yin, their faces grave. However, they didn't know how to deal with it. What should we do now? Ji Feng sounded worried. He got distracted, but it's in his mind. We can't help him. Otherwise, it will become worse. What should we do? If he dies in our Thunder Firmament Star area, the bloodthirsty force's flame of rage will burn us down. I'm afraid we won't live better than when the God Clan ruled us. Herman forced a smile. He had thought further and deeper. Shi Yin was the new master of the bloodthirsty force and the brightest star in the vast sea of stars. He was the icon of the forces against the God Clan. If he died in Thunder Firmament Star area, the warriors of Thunder Firmament Star area would be drowned in the rage of Xianhe, Ming Hao, and Frederick. Thunder Firmament Star area couldn't bear any shockwave. Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon had given up everything to come here to find hope for Thunder Firmament Star area. They will never want to see desperation falling on Thunder Firmament Star area because of their impulsive acts. Calm down. Lei Dong looked at Ji Feng and Herman and shouted, "He's the new master of the bloodthirsty force and the successor of that legendary warrior. If he dies because of bedevilment while breaking through to the new realm, I think he will never take the risk to break through here." Listening to him, Ji Feng and Herman were touched. They thought that it was logical, so they could relax their minds a bit. Right, if Shi Yin wasn't so sure, why would he break through right after he had just killed Wright's team? He didn't even notice them before he did that, though. If he wasn't so sure, how could he act impetuously like that? After considering that point, Ji Feng and Herman took a deep breath to tranquilize their minds. They continued to observe and protect Shi Yin. They didn't know that Shi Yin was standing in the ring spirit's sea of consciousness while letting his god power ancient tree transform. They didn't know that Shi Yin couldn't estimate the ring spirit and break Ming Hao's seal to bother him at a critical time. He could hear the ring spirit calling clearly, but he tried his best not to mind it. He knew that if the ring spirit came with a good will, it would never disturb him in such a moment. The ring spirit was like what Ming Hao had said. It had different thoughts. Shi Yin was sure that the ring spirit wanted to seize this opportunity to possess his soul and his body. If Shi Yin was the ring spirit, he would choose this moment to take action too, because there would be no chance better than now. While breaking through, the warrior had to concentrate wholeheartedly. A little distraction could result in a big change of the soul or even the soul fracture. Although Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Herman were standing by him, they couldn't help him. They didn't know about the existence of the ring spirit, so they thought that the strange condition of his body was because of his breakthrough. In their eyes, Shi Yin's problems could only be solved by Shi Yin himself. "Master, help me break this seal. I will treat you wholeheartedly. I will help you kill him." The ring spirit screamed unceasingly and tried to guide his soul. Its voice ran directly into his mind and made him doubtful. If he was distracted, which would affect his body's transformation, he would be backfired by his own power. His body would explode tragically. Shi Yin panted, his body convulsed, and the god power in his body was stimulated. He was at a critical moment. At this moment, the ring spirit became more urgent and restless, as if it had just seen hope. Self-freezing. At the critical moment, Shi Yin's host soul sent a message through the space barriers to Grace Mainland. The crystal burying deep inside Grace Mainland suddenly radiated beautifully. A cold flame flew out and flickered. Many glaciers on Grace Mainland melted down instantly, as if their cold energy was all drawn. The cold flame had crossed spaces and emerged in Shi Yin's brains. The cold that was chilly to the bone expanded massively. Crack! Crack! Instantly, Shi Yin's body was confined in a thick layer of ice. The cold white mist diffused from him. Thunder Firmament Lake was directly affected. As the white mist expanded, the thick ice appeared at a speed that naked eyes could observe. After less than 1 minute, the entire Thunder Firmament Lake and the area around the palace had become a white world of bitter snow and ice. Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Herman became three ice sculptures. Their bodies were confined. Fear also froze on their faces. As they couldn't move, they could only use their souls to communicate. Too powerful. I'm afraid that only third sky of incipient God realm experts cultivating ice power Upanishad could release this kind of cold air current, said Ji-Feng. He doesn't cultivate the cold power, right? What's going on? Screamed Herman. This extremely cold energy comes from the heaven flame. He has fused with the origin, so he's the master of the ancient continent. This kind of cold energy comes from deep inside the ancient continent. As long as we don't wiggle and our soul altars aren't frozen, it will be okay. Just stay here and watch the change. This cold energy isn't aimed at us. That's why we still can endure it, explained Lei Dong. Then who is it aimed at? Ji-Feng was surprised. At him, said Lei Dong. But why? Ji-Feng and Harmon screamed. I don't know. I only know that he got in trouble while breaking through. But I don't know what kind of trouble it is. I think he can deal with it himself. What we should do is to stay and watch. We shouldn't disturb him, said Lei Dong. Ji-Feng and Herman were bewildered. However, they knew that Lei Dong had a wide knowledge, so they chose to believe him. They didn't release energy to break the ice layer covering them. They stood like that and waited in silence. While being imprisoned inside a thick chunk of ice like the ice mountain, Shi Yan's body, blood, soul, and sea of consciousness had quieted down. The ring, with complicated blood drawings, was also frozen. Since the cold energy had seeped into the ring and attacked it, the ring spirit couldn't send any message to Shi Yan. It was also because Shi Yan's soul and sea of consciousness were frozen. Time ticked by fast. After an unknown time, Shi Yan was completely still. Ji-Feng, Herman, and Lei Dong gradually couldn't endure it anymore. The cold energy had begun to expand to their souls. They had to use the energy from the soul altar to break the ice on their bodies and free themselves. 3 days, Ji-Feng frowned. He doesn't have any commotion. His soul stops working and his aura couldn't be found. What do we do? Keep watching. Don't act rashly, answered Lei Dong. Ji-Feng and Herman exchanged reluctant looks. They continued to wait there and look at Shi Yan standing still like a 10,000-year ice mountain. In the dark sea of stars, the stars twinkled and sent starlight to illuminate the frozen thunder firmament lake. The starlight from deep in the universe was like the light of fireflies that flashed and got into the ice mountain. It was as if some force there was guiding it slowly towards Shi Yan. This entire world had become a massive glacier. The lake and Shi Yan were frozen, and it made a massive frozen area. The starlight moved very slowly inside the ice. The first dot of starlight had to move through a long distance to reach Shi Yan's frozen body. Just like a small spark that ignited the fire, starlight bloomed out of the acupuncture points in his entire body like dazzling diamonds. At that moment, countless starlight dots in the lake rolled into streams and flowed toward Shi Yan and disappeared into his body. At the same time, Ji-Feng, Herman, and Lei Dong got rid of the ice. Seeing this wonder, they were so thrilled. Thunder Firmament Lake is made of some mysterious heavenly rivers in outer space. This lake has the lightning and thunder power together with the star power. And that kind of power is rolling towards Shi Yan. Lei Dong opened his eyes, his face frightened. He got some trouble, but I think he has figured out how to solve it. He exhaled in relief. Ji-Feng and Herman were also happy upon watching so many starlight streams reaching Shi Yan and increasing his power. They closed their eyes to sense for a while. They had to nod in surprise that Shi Yan's soul was stable now. It meant that he had crossed the most dangerous phase. They knew now he needed time to compress his god power and clean the soul altar to sublimate his soul. The toughest moment was over. It was going to be pretty smooth for Shi Yan, and when he woke up, he was to have reached second sky of incipient god realm. I know he will be all right, Lei Dong smiled, then said. We can relax now, before checking if our subordinates have finished all the members of the god clan here or not. They then took out the sound stone to contact their subordinates, their visages satisfied. The corner of the star area where mineral stars were connected. The members of the Chun family gathered, frowning and waiting. Why hasn't he come yet? Did he fool us? Chun Rong frowned and whispered. While talking, he looked fearful as he checked the beautiful figure in white standing far from him. Ouyang Luo Shuang's beautiful but cold eyes glared at them, and she slightly knitting her eyebrows. "No, you will definitely come. He needs something here," said Chun Lei. The Chun family lived in a remote area in Thunder Firmament Star area, where they were kept away from connecting to the other forces. At this moment, they hadn't known anything about the big commotions of Thunder Firmament Star area. Every day, they had to live in fear and wait anxiously to see if the God Clan will take revenge on them or not. The God Clan had scared them badly that now they had to live and wait in fear. "We've bet everything. I hope we can win to keep the family going on." Chun Rong forced a smile and sighed weakly. "Don't worry. Our Chun family won't be obliterated. We will live well. I believe in him. He will definitely give us a new future." Chun Lei comforted him. All the members of the Chun family had gathered and waited for the man who would bring them hope. Chapter 1302, A New Life. Chapter 1302, A New Life, _ Crack, crack. The thick ice in the heavenly lake cracked. Waves of fierce energy expanded from Shi Yin and exploded even the void. Billions of beams of light bloomed in the universe. At this moment, Shi Yin became a volcano that had just erupted after years of sleeping. That kind of energy fluctuation was fierce and abundant, and it made Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon change their visages. Instinctively, they backed off and made some distance from them. Absolutely. This isn't the power that a second sky of incipient God realm expert could have. Moreover, he has just broken to the new realm. Ji Feng's face twitched as he had a sour countenance. He's worthy of his title of the new master of the bloodthirsty force. The power he now shows can compare to third sky of incipient God realm experts who have been in that realm for a long time. So scary. If he was like the warriors of the same dream, how could he kill right? Lei Dong smiled. When they were talking, the glacier over there exploded altogether with the space. However, after one piece of the space there exploded, it immediately recovered as if there was a hand smoothing them immediately. They didn't know that Shi Yan's commotion when he was breaking through had also cracked a corner of DeCarlo's seal and made him spend a huge amount of energy to fix it. He also cursed Shi Yan under his breath for his vandalism. Boom! Shi Yan walked out of the pile of broken ice and appeared directly in front of Lei Dong. He grinned. "You did it well." If Lei Dong hadn't been calm enough to stop Ji Feng and Harmon from acting rashly, Shi Yan would have had more trouble. The ring spirit wasn't someone Shi Yan could underestimate. If Ji Feng and Harmon had used their soul consciousness to check, their souls would have been unguarded and the ring spirit could have possessed them quickly. It then could have used their bodies to attack Shi Yan and stop him from finishing his breakthrough. It could have even broken his soul altar. Lei Dong's calm state made Ji Feng and Harmon stand and watch, letting him handle everything. He had successfully drawn the energy of the origin through his co-soul to freeze and seal himself. Then, his co-soul had guided the star energy to draw more energy from the sea of stars and used the devouring power Upanishad to gather the starlight that had successfully transformed his god power ancient tree. Shi Yan's soul consciousness checked his internal conditions, and he was so happy to see the god power ancient tree had become shiny with magnificent light sparkling from the branches and leaves. That light came out from his lower abdomen and connected with his veins to create a complete circuit. Today, the god power ancient tree in his body had grown twice, and its branches had connected to his veins. When his thoughts changed, the god power surged massively and directly poured into his veins, merging with his blood and flesh. This kind of rising energy was almost tyrannical to him. The amount of his accumulated energy was much more than what the warriors at First Sky of incipient God Realm had. The energy he took from Right and the other two had provided him with a lot of God power. The warriors at Second Sky of incipient God Realm had their God power ancient tree connect with their veins' direction. It allowed the God power to flood the veins instantly. This had doubled the attack speed. Touching his glabella, the radiant, incipient extent arose in the middle of the sky. The stars in his incipient extent were like massive, dazzling diamonds. As soon as his thoughts changed, green trees and grass grew and bloomed with the mountains, rivers, and lakes. He could even create earthquakes and shift among the four seasons. His incipient extent had become closer to reality. The three power Upanishads in his soul altar had been blending with each other magically and harmoniously. As his realm increased, his three power Upanishads could change soon and make his incipient extent more real. This feeling was so clear. After reaching second sky of incipient God realm, he seemed to have found the right direction. The direction to reach the higher realm. The incipient extent was the key to doing that. Yin understood it well. He vaguely knew that the incipient extent and the soul altar were related to breaking to the immortal realm. Sir, Lei Dong, Ji Feng, and Harmon bent their bodies slightly, their faces respectful. This kind of respect came deep from their souls. Until now, is there any god warrior remaining in Thunder Firmament Star area? Asked Yin. According to our subordinates' news, we found no living god clan warrior. This star area is clear for now, Lei Dong answered respectfully. Yin nodded. Pondering for a while, he said, Thunder Firmament Star area is temporarily sealed. The god clan can't cross the barrier to come here. Don't worry for the time being. I'm the god clan's target. They won't send the top experts. Don't you worry. I'll arrange it. My men will come after I leave to help you rebel against the god clan. He knew that Ming Hao, Xin He, and Frederick would never gift Thunder Firmament Star area to the god clan. Once he could contact Ming Hao, the experts of the Bloodthirsty Force would come here. The subordinates he saw in the Bloodthirsty Force's Holy Land weren't all of them. They were the key members, and many of them had their own forces or organization. In addition, they had the mysterious forces that Ming Hao had controlled in the dark. Yin believed that the real forces of the Bloodthirsty Force wouldn't be weaker than the God Clan by much. Counting the other independent forces like Heavenly Monster Tribe, the Immortal Demon Clan, the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple, the Bloodthirsty Force wasn't in a bad situation in this war. Thank you, Master. We will go all out to counterattack the God Clan. Lei Dong sounded excited and determined. Yin looked at him deeply in the eyes. You just remember it. Sir, is there anything you need us to do? We won't deny it. Ji Feng smiled, intervening. No need for now. If I need anything, I'll contact you. Yin placed a finger on his mouth, looking at the void around and frowning. When he escaped the ice, the void had shattered altogether because of his breakthrough. However, all the cracks were closed shortly after. Yin knew that the expert was still here, and he had used the incredibly supernatural power to mend the world here and continue to seal this star area. Precursor, are you still here? Yin released his soul consciousness after thinking and sent it to the space crack. His wisps of soul consciousness had moved, but Yin assumed that he wouldn't receive any reply. Thus, he decided to go. Suddenly, a wisp of soul consciousness came to him from a far void. You have around 25 days. After that, the seal in this star area will be deactivated. Heavenly King Light and Heavenly King Carefree will come. If you can't resurrect the immemorial Thunder Dragon, you'll have to face them alone, then. Ming Hao, Xin He, and Frederick have declared war with the God Clan. The Great Star Area War has ignited. They won't be free to come here and find you. You should pray for yourself. Who are you? Yin shook. A starlight beam flashed in his eyes and stretched towards that direction to scout. Ming Hao asked me to take care of you for a while. And as for who I am, you will know after you revive my old friend. The soul consciousness came to him and disappeared suddenly. Yin found that his soul consciousness couldn't get into that space crack anymore. He knew that the other had closed it to prevent him from entering the space crack. As they both cultivated space power, Yin knew that the other's realm was much more profound. Such a character was truly the top expert of the Sea of Stars. He could move freely between star areas. In this sort of expert's point of view, there was no distance worth their consideration in this world. After a thought, they could even cross the entire star area. Sir, sir, Ji Feng called Shi Yin as he saw the person immerse into his thoughts, frowning and changing his countenances continuously. Shi Yin was awakened. He turned to the other three and said, "You guys should check the forces in Thunder Firmament Star area and prepare for a war in the future." He rose one hand and pulled. A door appeared. After one step, he disappeared right in front of Harmon, Ji Feng, and Lei Dong. Then, he appeared by the peripheral area of Thunder Firmament Star area and landed on the mineral star. Chen Rong, Chen Lei, and many members of the Chen family had their eyes brighten. They came close and looked at her with hope. Ouyang Luo Shuang was still cold. Her bright eyes looked at him, but she said nothing. "Sir," Chen Lei called him, her face frightened. She seemed to be afraid of Shi Yin. "What?" Shi Yin asked indifferently. "You've agreed with us that you'll arrange a new place for our Chun family. I wonder." Chen Lei chose her words carefully. "Sir, as long as our Chun family stays here, right will come for us. They will obliterate our family. Sir, please help us and give us a beam of hope." Chen Rong bowed to him, looking at him and begging. To Chen Rong and the Chen family, right was a ruthless, massive mountain that they couldn't cross. As long as Right was still in Thunder Firmament Star area, they couldn't ease their minds. They would be scared every day. "Right." Shi Yin pouted his lips and looked at them oddly. "You Chen family don't communicate with the world out there? We live in an isolated area. We've been living alone for many years." "Yeah, it's true that we rarely contact the people out there," Chen Rong answered honestly. "Right is dead. There's no God Clan warrior in Thunder Firmament Star area now. If you don't believe me, you can call someone out there to check." Shi Yin frowned and said, "Today, there is no God Clan warrior in Thunder Firmament Star area, your homeland. If you still want to leave, I will take you. Make up your mind." Listening to him, the Chun family members were baffled. Then, they burst out screaming and cheering. Shi Yin didn't mind their decision. He turned to Ouyang Luo Shuang. "If you want to go back to Grace Mainland, I can take you there now. What do you think?" "I want to see what you want to do," Ouyang Luo Shuang replied faintly. Shi Yin nodded and walked into a dark mine. He disappeared. Ouyang Luo Shuang didn't hesitate and followed them. She also disappeared into the mine. Chen Rong closed his eyes and held a soundstone in his hand. He carefully contacted someone and asked, "Dino, I'm Chen Rong." "Yeah, we haven't contacted for around 100 years. How's it going in your place? Are you the chief of the Chen family? You're still alive?" "Yeah, we haven't talked for 100 years. It's really good here." "Very good indeed. The God Clan warriors are all dead now. We're going to rebuild our homes. How about you guys? Are you going to build your new life?" The friendly and good-willing laughter came from the soundstone, which was the joy of relief. All the members of the Chin family looked at the soundstone and listened to the voice that came out from the device. Then people bustlingly smiled and hugged each other. Tears rolled down their cheeks as they were celebrating new lives to come. It was their new life, the new life of Thunder Firmament League, and the new life of an entire star area. Chapter 1303, Candid Counterpart. Chapter 1303, Candid Counterpart, _ The peripheral area of Thunder Firmament Star area. The warriors of the Chun family were gathering by the mine with stacked oars, cheering and yelling excitedly. The mines in this area, created by many mineral stars, were connected to each other. Previously, they often released fierce lightning strikes that the Chun family didn't dare to come close to. In the past 1,000 years, they finally had the guts to come and check when the mines no longer projected lightning bolts. And then, they found the precious Wind Thunderstone in those mines. The Wind Thunderstone had helped the Chun family and the poor here become rich. The Chun family warriors had a positive source to cultivate. What's in there that attracted him? Chen Rong looked at the mine and knitted his brows. "I don't know. According to our family's records, it should be something marvelous." Chun Lei relaxed and smiled. "I think we don't need to abandon our homeland. Shen Rong nodded and then ordered the others. We will stay here for the time being. After that master gets out, we will see what we should do. While the Chun family members were talking to each other, Shi Yin had entered deep into the mineral star and followed a spacious passage to the core of the planet. Ouyang Luo Shuang wore pure white clothes. She looked like a cold and elegant spirit, even though her makings were still cold and stern. Her clear eyes sometimes checked Shi Yin as if she had something in her mind. Many pieces of rock had wind howling and thunder grumbling along the passage. It was so incredible. Shortly after, Shi Yin paused, his face surprised. What happened? Ouyang Luo Shuang looked at the area ahead of them, furrowing her bold brows and asking. We're almost there. Squinting, Shi Yin rose one arm and pointed forward. That area was deep inside the mineral star with many caves and pieces of stone on the ground, including many chunks of wind thunderstone. The thunder and wind howling they heard came from those stones. The wind thunderstone stored the power of the wind and thunder and lightning. However, the small pieces weren't really valuable. As those pieces of stones weren't bigger than a fingernail, they weren't taken away. This place was the deepest area of this mine. If they wanted to go further, they had to dig up the way themselves. Shi Yin used his soul consciousness to check. He found no powerful life, energy fluctuation, or any kind of fierce energy around. However, he believed that the immemorial Thunder Dragon's body lay in there. As he got nothing from his senses, it meant that it was because of some barrier or restriction. He hadn't reached the area covered by the barriers and restrictions yet. Crack! Shi Yin placed his hand on the rock wall. The white, sharp light shot out from his fingertips. It was a space blade that could break anything. He thrust it into the rock wall. The hard rock was like metal, but it exploded easily like sand when the space blade stabbed into it. A new passage was created quickly, and it led deeper into the mine. The space blade moved further and made the passage more in-depth. Shi Yin retracted his hand and entered the new passage. His face darkened when he observed the surroundings. The divine light shot out from his eyes. Shortly after, he halted. At that moment, the arm-sized lightning beams like a long snake shot out from the stone passage. More than millions of flashes with deadly, scorching lightning bolts swarmed toward them. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling white lightning covered Shi Yin and Ouyang Luo Shuang instantly. They felt so itchy that it could crack them crazy. Their bodies shook hard. Within several breaths, the white lightning had burned their clothes into ashes. The beams of white lightning whipped on Shi Yan's and Ouyang Luo Shuang's naked bodies and got through their skin to attack them. Those white lightning beams were cunning. They moved and wormed inside their veins, giving them sour pain that they couldn't resist. At this moment, Ouyang Luo Shuang's magnificent snow-white body was revealed utterly. She looked like a perfect, white, jade statue of a goddess. She looked flawless indeed. Her tender waist was so small, while her thighs were slim and straight. Her breasts perked like a pair of snowy mountains. The beautiful curves of her neck were so obvious, too. At the glimpse of a lightning attack, Shi Yin was so afraid that Ouyang Luo Shuang couldn't resist such an attack. He couldn't help but turn around to check her. He was bewildered, but his eyes were so hot. He gazed at Ouyang Luo Shuang's flawless body. He then went absent-minded as he had totally forgotten why he turned around to check her. He just beheld her body like that. Under his hot gaze, the naked woman was so embarrassed. She glared at her and scolded, "Bastard." Shi Yin smiled and said, "Oh, you can still curse. Those lightning strikes can't threaten you. I can ease my mind now." Even though he said so, his eyes were still lingering on that mesmerizing white body. Apparently, he didn't want to look away. He instinctively compared her body with the other women he used to have romantic times with. Then, he figured out that only Xia Xianyang could compare to her. He complimented inwardly and took in her figure for a while more. It's not that I want to peep on you. It's the right time and right place, right? You saw mine too. No offense." Just like Ouyang Luo Shuang, Shi Yin was naked. His body had clear, lean muscles that showed his beautiful masculine features pretty clearly. Despicable, Ouyang Luo Shuang glanced at him. Then she had to look away immediately, and she cursed again. Her heart suddenly beat frantically. It was the first time she saw a naked man. Shurian grinned evilly. It's a candid counterpart. We're naked like newborn babies. This is how we used to be. The clothes that cover the body is a restriction of the mortal morality and etiquette. It's like we shackle ourselves. Actually, I think it's good to stay naked like this. Ha! Laughing loudly, he walked forward. The white, deadly lightning bolts that bombarded his body couldn't affect him much. Ouyang Luo Shuang gritted her teeth, her clear eyes indignant. However, she now had a vibe in her heart that she couldn't explain. She looked at the passage Yin was walking and was hesitant. She discreetly checked her naked body and then made up her mind. She pretended to be cool and calm, following him with her naked body. Ouyang Luo Shuang used her cold moonlight to protect her body from more lightning beams. Her entire body was snow white like a moon spirit gliding on the passage. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, more thunder echoes came from the section ahead of them. The rumbling thunder was like a club pounding on their chests and sea of consciousness. Ouyang Luo Shuang's body shook. Her ample breasts bounced. She couldn't help but scream in agony, her face pale. She stooped to look at the ground under her feet. Under her feet, the ground looked swollen as if it had pus inside. The thunder came whenever the ground throbbed. The grumbling thunder was specifically aimed at the soul and the sea of consciousness. She stopped moving and urged her power Upanishad to increase her energy, protecting her body. The cold moonlight beams emitted from her elegant body like a transparent silk cloak that shrouded her curves. However, the moonlight protection was pure and crystal clear. It couldn't hide her perfect body. Although she was still naked, she was now not afraid of the lightning and thunder attacking her heart anymore. She lifted her head to look and found that Yin disappeared from her sight. She tried to walk forward and found that, after several steps, the power of the grumbling thunder increased. It meant that the deeper she went, the stronger the deadly lightning attack was. Her visage changed as she guessed that Yan's level of power was higher than hers. Pondering for a while, she gritted her white teeth and gathered her god power. She then turned into a cold moonlight flow and shot forward. "It's here," Yin mumbled while touching the rock wall. That rock wall had a wonderful silver hue, as if it was consolidated from water with a dazzling light. Yin could see thick electric beams moving inside the rock. There were so many, and they were complicated like the Venus system in the human body. They were everywhere in the stone wall, and they were moving strangely. After Ouyang Luo Shuang arrived, she had to halt as her soft body was shocked hard. She had to hold her milky chest, her eyes showing her pain. The power of the deadly lightning here had surpassed her endurance. Her heart throbbed, as if it was about to explode with the grumbling thunder. She had to spend more of her pure energy to protect her heart. Yin stopped muttering, and he turned his head to look at her. He watched the white fluid seep through the gaps between her fingers as he said, "You're impulsive. The lightning power here isn't something you can endure. You can't stand it for a long time." Ouyang Luo Shuang's cold and bright eyes just looked at him harshly. She wasn't free to answer. Her energy and spirit were used to resist the lightning here. She couldn't spend extra energy to talk. "I could never know what you women think." Yin shook his head and opened his mouth to spurt out of a star that carried his vitality. The star then fell on the beautiful breasts Ouyang Luo Shuang's hands were protecting. It covered her milky breasts like a chest plate. After the star covered her heart, the deadly lightning and thunder that were pressing Ouyang Luo Shuang disappeared into thin air. Feeling the warm energy from the star on her bosom, her heart that had just stabilized now throbbed strangely. However, it wasn't because of the lightning and thunder this time. Her beautiful eyes became so strange. Her cold face blushed. She stooped as if she was frightened to see Yan's majestic, naked body. Yin didn't recognize her strange behavior. He became focused, and he touched the glabella. The soul altar spun fiercely. Countless fine space blades flew out of his incipient extent, like magical carving knives in the hands of an excellent craftsman. They were used to clear this area. After the cracking sounds and the small pieces of stones flew out from the wall, they disappeared into the small space slits instantly. Yin was highly focused and careful. He had to ensure that the sharp blades would not touch the remains of the dragons while cutting off the rock layer. He felt lucky that he hadn't come to this area rashly and decided to recover his god power first. Killing Right's force, he had reached second sky of incipient god realm, and he could use the god power better to dig up the immemorial Thunder Dragon's remains. Yin was sure that if he had taken action impulsively at that time, the layers of deadly lightning beams here would force him to back off, and he would never have been able to cut off the rock here skillfully to discover the dragon's remains. Stabilizing his mind and spirit and using the power Upanishad, Yin had controlled the space blades subtly. Ouyang Luo Shuang clutched her chest and watched him silently. Her eyes were still filled with confusion, and she was still shivering. Chapter 1304, Human Nature. Chapter 1304, Human Nature, _ Crack, crack. The massive mine, created by several mineral stars, could be compared to a small-sized life star, but its volume wasn't small, and its weight could be even heavier than a big life star. Explosions and shattering sounds became thicker. The members of the Chen family were frightened. Looking at the mine with earth-shaking commotions, they were guessing what was going in there. Retreat, retreat, all of you. Chen Rong and Chun Lei shouted and asked the Chen family warriors to leave the mine. They discolored and instinctively moved away. While they were retreating, the commotion inside the mine became scarier. They could see many big rocks explode and shoot up into the sky before disappearing bizarrely. They were so frightened. However, when they looked at the mine created by several mineral stars, they found that it was shrinking. Looking carefully, they recognized that it wasn't the mine was shrinking. It was because many big rocks on the mine were disappearing. It was like a fat man had his fat drawn away rapidly, so he became lanky. Evidently, it was so strange. Everything was beyond their knowledge. They didn't know the reason, so they could only run away fast and not get involved. They were afraid that they would disappear mysteriously like those rocks. Shortly after, the massive mine shrunk. Now it was only 1/3 of its original size. They saw many fine space slits drawing the rocks into them and disappear. The warriors of the Chun family, get 100 miles away. Yan's voice arose with power that the others couldn't deny. Chen Rong was bewildered and hesitating. Chief, I think there's a precious treasure. They're about to dig it up. That mine belongs to our Chun family. He asked us to leave to claim that treasure alone. A greedy old man of the Chun family couldn't help but hiss. His eyes thirstily looked at the mine. Listening to him, more and more members of the Chun family had their hearts beat frantically. They became excited when they looked at the mine. It was human nature. When their lives were threatened, they wanted to live, so they only think about their lives. However, once they were sure that their lives are secure, an evil thought rose in their mind. Many warriors of the Chun family, though that the others were digging some treasure in their mine. They thought that treasure should belong to the Chun family. Chen Rong hesitated and debated on whether to leave or to stay and bargain with Yin to have a share of the treasure. At least, he has to give us a bowl of soup, right? He thought instinctively. He knew Right and the entire God Clan warriors here were killed, but he didn't know that Yin did that. Yin had only first sky of incipient God realm, and he had never told them his real position. Also, the Chun family didn't have a lot of communication with the world outside, so he guessed that someone else had killed Right. Thus, he wasn't really afraid of Yin. When his life wasn't threatened and he was greedy for treasure, such enticement made him not recognize his position. Retreat. Chun Lei hissed. The scar on her cheek twisted. She looked worried and hurried. She knew the situation better than Chen Rong, and her eyes were much sharper. She knew Yan's intimidation. Listen to him, or else we will receive a deadly disaster. That treasure should belong to our Chun family. We should at least know what it is. We should at least have a share of it, right? The man who had triggered the crowd talked again. He looked at Chun-Lei with cold eyes. Do you like him? Don't ever think about it. With your appearance, it's impossible. Listening to him, Chun-Lei felt so cold. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Uncle Hong, how dare you say that? Chun Hong was at second sky of ethereal god realm. He was an important warrior in the Chun family too. With a cold and stiff face, he said, Isn't it true? If you don't like him, why are you protecting him? Why don't you think about our family's welfare? You brought him here, didn't you? Many warriors of the Chun family were surprised. They then looked at Chun-Lei. Except for the warriors who had followed Chun-Lei for years, the mind slaves and the other warriors of the Chun family looked at her doubtfully, their faces dark. They doubted Chun-Lei that she had found the treasure when she had managed this mining area. They thought that Chun-Lei had used this massive treasure to pay for Yan's service of killing the God Clan warriors here. Chun-Lei looked at their countenances. She felt so down. Eventually, she looked at Chun-Rong. There are some people we can't ever offend. For our Chun family, I hope you will think more carefully. I know. Chun-Rong frowned at her. We will just watch from far distance. We want to see what kind of treasure it is. I think we could try for something. It's good if we can get it. Chun-Rong's eyes sparkled. It should belong to our Chun family. Even if he's more overbearing, he should give us some soup, right? Chun Hong licked his lips. Chun-Lei was desperate. She wasn't a fool. She could see Chun-Rong's greed. As they weren't threatened from the God Clan anymore, Chun-Rong wanted to show off his power. The big treasure, there was also a big chance to him. Whoever believes me, come with me now, she sighed and left with a desperate countenance. Many mine slaves and the guards under her commands followed her silently. Chun-Rong and the other members of the Chun family retreated a little and continued watching the mine. They didn't listen to Yan's order to retreat 100 miles away. Chief, Chun Hong looked at the place with greed. When the great treasure appears, it will come with a great phenomenon. That man has just first sky of incipient God realm. It will take a lot of energy from him to activate the treasure. Should we? Shut up, Chun-Rong hissed. Chun Hong looked at him. He was moved, but he just nodded and said nothing. He got his calculation. Boom, boom, boom. The mine still had earth-shaking commotions. Gradually, many clouds came from the faraway area, hovering above the mine. Lightning flashed and thunder echoed inside the clouds. Lightning bolts shot out of the mine and stirred up the entire area. In the flashes of lightning and the echoing thunder, a gigantic silver dragon skeleton arose. A thick layer of wind thunderstone covered the skeleton. They then fell off the dragon's body. Yin and Ouyang Luo Shuang appeared in the dazzling light, so the others couldn't see them. They continuously changed their positions above the silver dragon skeleton as if they were surveying something. It is, Chun Hong stammered as he was so shocked by the massive skeleton. That skeleton belongs to a level 13 beast. Oh gosh, the lightning and thunder energy from it is so earth-shaking. It's a real treasure, an incredible treasure, screamed a warrior of the Chun family. Sir, Chun Hong looked at Chun-Rong, his eyes showing his greed. Chun-Rong's heart beat frantically as his eyes were fixed on the immemorial Thunder Dragon's remains. Sir, we've been guarding this place for several thousand years. That mine belongs to our Chun family. Please consider our harsh living situation for many years and give us a bit of that skeleton. We will appreciate your good deeds a lot. Yin was astounded in the light. He looked at Chun-Rong from a far distance and frowned. I told you guys to retreat 100 miles away. Didn't you hear me? It's our Chun family's territory. Why can't we stay here to investigate from the beginning? Shouted Chun Hong. Yin was so surprised. He looked at the man from a distance and talked oddly. Oh, it turns out you're greedy for treasures. How ridiculous. You're just a bunch of ants that had to struggle to survive. And now you're so greedy that you want to steal the elephant's food. Ha! As soon as he finished, a moonlight shot out from Ouyang Luo Shuang's light and fell on Chun Hong like a meteor. Immediately, Chun Hong shattered like glass powder. His body exploded so quickly that he could not even register that he was dying. Chun Rong was shocked. He was awakened quickly, and he screamed, "We will go now." He had never thought that the others would be so cruel. He thought that he could bargain for something because the others would have spent a lot of energy already, so it was a chance to see something. But he regretted it now. "I'm going to clean this mess for you. Just focus on your work," Ouyang Luo Shuang said, and then flew away. Instantly, the moonlight beams shot out like a shower of arrows. The remaining Chun family warriors exploded shortly after. Shiyin just felt that it was ridiculous. He didn't even bat an eye on the Chun family member, as he said deliberately, "Then thank you. I don't need to distract my mind then." Then, he continued to use his energy and cut off the rock on the immemorial Thunder Dragon's body to reveal it completely. "We were so wrong. We know that we were wrong. We beg for your mercy." Chun Rong screamed as if he could even tear his intestines and begged. At this moment, he knew that he would never have sharp eyes like his sister Chen Lei. He knew that he was so wrong this time. Unfortunately, Shiyin didn't mind, and Ouyang Luo Shuang wasn't going to stop her slaughter. In her eyes, the Chen family's deed was so low. She had to kill all of those greedy, despicable warriors to clear her mind and purify her mood. Thus, Chen Rong's group had to die. In a pretty far area, Chun Lei and a group of warriors in shabby clothes looked at them and the moonlighting shooting like arrows. Although she was so mournful, she said through her gritted teeth, "No one's allowed to get there." "Madam Lei," screamed a guard. "Please, I'm begging you. Please stay to hold on to the Chun family's bloodline. Don't go there to die." Chun Lei clutched her chest. "It's they who seeks death. I told them those weren't warriors we could provoke. They didn't listen to me. Their fate was determined by their greed." Listening to her, the warriors on her side quieted down. They also knew that Chun Rong and Chun Hong weren't nice people before they were enslaved by the God Clan. Living under the God Clan subjugation, they had to turn more honest. However, as soon as the God Clan's threat was gone, their nature came back. They did the same things they used to do. However, the one they had encountered this time was even more brutal and heartless than the God Clan. Thus, their dramatic fate was sealed. Chapter 1305, Thunder Dragon Skeleton. Chapter 1305, Thunder Dragon Skeleton. Underscore. Shortly after, Chun Rong and the Chun family warriors who decided to stay were all killed. No one was left alive. After many years, Ouyang Luo Shuang had experienced many dangers and adversities. Her heart went numb. She didn't have mercy when she wanted to kill people. As she looked so skillful and determined, it wasn't the first time she acted so. The Chun family warriors had low realms, so there wasn't that much energy that Yin could gather after they died. Yin didn't even want to distract his mind to collect this amount of energy. He just released his bloody shield that then turned into a massive crimson mouth that drew those wisps of energy. After that, the mysterious drawings on the shield became clearer. After he could use the bloody shield, it connected directly to his blood veins. With only one thought, the blood shield could become the armor that covered his body. This bloody shield still had room to grow. The more energy it accumulated, the stronger the armor could be. The energy from the Chun family warriors could strengthen it a little bit. Ouyang Luo Shuang's cold and bright eyes looked at the shield. She looked a little shaken. The blood clusters of clouds on the bloody shield were so manifest. As the energy from the Chun family warriors moved, the clusters of cloud moved like stars in the sky and released immense blood light. Looking at the blood light for a while, Ouyang Luo Shuang suddenly felt angry and restless. Her soul seemed to sink into the blood sleet, which increased her desire to kill. That desire became so fierce. Her bright and clear eyes turned crimson. "Stop!" Suddenly, a thundering sound echoed in her sea of consciousness like God's voice that shattered the desire in her mind. She regained her consciousness. Then, she didn't dare to look at that blood shield more. With fear in her heart, she urged the soul altar to use the cold energy to wash her mind and stabilize her soul and God energy. At the same moment, The blood shield turned into a beam of blood that disappeared into Shi Yan's head through his glabella. Shi Yan floated above the skull of the immemorial thunder dragon skeleton, his face grave. His eyes were so bright when he focused on observing. Underneath his body was the 30,000-meter-long skeleton of the immemorial thunder dragon that didn't have any piece of skin or flesh. There were only shining silver bones. This skeleton was so massive that it could compare to an asteroid in the universe. The lightning beams on this frame were so deadly and terrifying. After observing, he found dozens of cracks and cuts on the bones, as if it was cut and chopped. Some cuts were very deep. Shi Yan was sure that the immemorial thunder dragon had experienced the most fierce battle of his life before he died. That battle had wounded the dragon's body severely, which had even extracted his soul and divided it into many beams and scorching lightning beams by the star barriers of Thunder Firmament star area. Since his soul and body were apart, he couldn't revive after so many years. A wisp of soul consciousness made a twinkling, massive hand in the void that pushed on the skull of the immemorial thunder dragon skeleton. In that short moment, lightning bolts and flashes like electric clubs shot toward Shi Yan's soul along the hand created by his god power. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder boomed in Shi Yan's head. His body felt like he had just gotten hit from many massive hammers and shook several times. A trickle of blood dripped on the corner of Shi Yan's mouth. He just wiped it away, and his face didn't change as he urged the demon blood to cure his wound. Squinting to think for a few seconds, Shi Yan was startled when he came to the conclusion that this dragon had reached the immortal realm when he was still alive. Otherwise, he couldn't hurt Shi Yan's tough body with only a remnant of energy in the skeleton. Only an existence at the immortal realm could retain such terrifying energy in his remains and be so formidable even his soul was scattered away. Only an immortal realm expert could do that. An existence at the immortal realm. One of the ancestors of the heavenly monster tribe. Yeah, it's our destiny. Shi Yan wasn't frightened. Instead, he felt lucky and happy. He grinned, his face excited. He had the origin of Grace Mainland, and Heavenly Monster Tribe considered Grace Mainland as their ancestral land. In other words, they were Shi Yan's citizens. Even the holy beast Azure Dragon had to yield for the welfare of his tribe. He couldn't act as he wanted. When this immemorial thunder dragon revived, he would have only one choice, which was to take the same path as Shi Yan. Would he be a sharp spear in his hand? As Shi Yan understood it clearly, he became more enthusiastic. He smiled while urging the power Upanishad and used the space energy to create layers of cages to contain the immemorial thunder dragon skeleton. Then he faced the sky and roared, activating the energy in his entire body. The starlight bloomed fiercely from him and created endless power instantly. The 30,000-meter-long thunder dragon's body made crack sounds and then slowly moved towards the star area barrier like a gigantic battleship. Shi Yan sat cross-legged on the immemorial thunder dragon's skull, squinting and smiling. Hesitating, Ouyang Luo Shuang turned into a clear moonlight beam and followed the immemorial thunder dragon at a normal pace, approaching the fearsome, massive dragon tail. From a distance, Chun Lei and the other members of the Chun family looked bitter and sorrowful. They sighed as they were distressed. They didn't get along well with Chun Rong's team, so they didn't live in the main star of the Qin family. Instead, they had based on the mineral star. However, they were still from the same family. They were so upset and dispirited when Chun Rong's team was killed. Especially Chun Lei. She was Chun Rong's younger sister by blood. Even though she knew Chun Rong was despicable and callous, he always took care of her very well. She touched the long scar on her face, her eyes miserable. She sighed, "I didn't blame you for making the scar on my face. I knew it clearly. I know because of this scar I can live until now. But you shouldn't be impulsively greedy. I'm afraid I can't take revenge for you." The guards and the members of the Chun family, by her, had a close relationship with the ones who were killed. Many of them didn't have the same thoughts as Chun Lei. Some of them still thought about retaliating. However, they didn't dare to show it out and tried to hold it in their minds. Madam, Madam Lay, what is that? A lanky teenager suddenly pointed, shaking and stammering. The teenager couldn't help but retreat. His face paled. The hem of his shabby clothes fluttered like anxiety in his heart. Everybody looked as he pointed. They discolored in fright. Deep desperation appeared in their eyes while chills were sent down their spines. A massive silver dragon skeleton bigger than any battleship they knew, with lightning flashing and thunder booming slowly approached them in layers of dark clouds and mist. A prestige from the chaotic, primal time swarmed over and filled each corner of this area. It subdued every creature. Sitting on the skull of the dragon was a stern and majestic figure like a mountain. He had the makings of the Lord of the Stars. Naturally, people felt subdued and didn't have the will or thought of rebelling. Looking at the figure sitting on the dragon's head, Chun Lei and the remaining warriors of the Chun family felt so bitter. They all wore desperate, reluctant faces. They suddenly understood that they would never have the power to take revenge on this man. While they were glumly sighing, the gigantic dragon skeleton stopped by. Shi Yan's line of sight fell on Chun Lei like a meteor. He said indifferently, "The greedy ones who dare to scheme against me have gone one step ahead. It's not your fault, I understand. I kept my words of what I've agreed with you." Pausing for a while, he frowned. "Do you want to leave here or rebuild the Chun family? Have you made up your mind yet?" Chun Lei was surprised. She thinned her lips and pondered for a long time. Then she said softly, "I want to stay and rebuild the Chun family. We don't want to abandon our homeland. We don't want to start all over again in a star area we don't belong in." "I highly appreciate your choice." Then a massive hand made of the stars suddenly got through a vortex in the sky, pulling and twisting in there. Shortly after, the massive hand forcefully grabbed a lot of items and took them out of the vortex. The hand then unfolded above Chun Lei's head. Instantly, many precious crystals, excellent sets of armor, fragrant pellets, and sharp weapons fell from that massive star hand. Many of those cultivating materials, armor, or pellets were at the divine grade level. Chun Lei and her warriors became dumbstruck. Those things came from Thunder Firmament Lake. After I killed Right, they've become unowned. Since you've cooperated with me well, I bestow these things to you. I hope it will help you strengthen the Chun family." Shi Yan looked at her and pondered for a while. "You are more suitable to become the head of the Chun family than your brother Chenrong. With his characteristics and vision, even if he had those items, he would never be able to give a new, brighter future to the Chun family. You can do that. Don't fail me. I hope that when we meet again, the Chun family will become the #1 force in Thunder Firmament Star area." Afterward, the immemorial Thunder Dragon rolled one more time and went to the barrier inside the layers of dark clouds and mist, heading to Shi Yan's bright and magnificent future. Soul Reviving Pellet Level 5, Divine Grade. Spirit Jade, Divine Grade Level 6. Gosh, he gave us all the good stuff. He killed Right. He killed Right. Oh my God. Chenrong and Chenhong were crazy. They dared to scheme against them. They deserved it. Bad sight. Why did they have to provoke them? They went against the god of slaughter. Right had collected all the treasures of the star area, and now we got half of them. Our Chun family has a future now. Hey, this is the 10,000 flower congregated essence dew. It can erase all kinds of scars. A guard of the Chun family carefully gave Chun Lei a jade bottle and said excitedly, "Madam Lei, this 10,000 flower congregated essence dew can recover your beautiful face. Madam Lei used to be the most beautiful lady of our Chun family. With this, Madam Lei will never be upset because of your appearance anymore." However, Chun Lei ignored him. Her eyes fixed on the direction the immemorial Thunder Dragon had disappeared. She kept silent for a long time. Madam Lei, Madam Lei, the guard kept calling her. After a long time, Chun Lei took a deep breath and mumbled to herself before talking to her warriors, "From now on, I'm the master of the Chun family. I will give you guys and the Chun family a whole new future." The Chen family will definitely become one of the strongest force in Thunder Firmament Star area. Chapter 1306, Ignite the Flame of Life. Chapter 1306, Ignite the Flame of Life, _ By the star area barrier, the clusters of lightning gathered and squeaked strangely. The massive immemorial thunder dragon skeleton released a bright silver halo, lying by the barrier like a bone mountain. It looked majestic and imposing. Shi Yin sat cross-legged on the dragon's skull, his face grave. His soul consciousness moved continuously to circulate the life power Upanishad to guide the thunder dragon's scattered wisps of souls returning to its skull. However, no matter how hard he had used the life power Upanishad or the other powers he couldn't do anything to the thunder dragon's scattered soul. He had used the life power Upanishad as the foundation and his immortal demon blood as the conductor to guide those sticky wisps. However, as soon as he touched the wisps of the thunder dragon's soul, his soul alter shook as if it was about to explode. The immemorial thunder dragon's soul had defended itself instinctively. Although its consciousness hadn't gathered yet and couldn't use even 1/10 of its real power, it was still very terrifying. It wasn't something that Shi Yin could test. As the life power Upanishad failed, Shi Yin tore the space and used the streamer band as the conductor to gather the wisps. It didn't work. After many failed trials, all the methods that Shi Yin knew didn't work. It was really tough to resurrect the immemorial thunder dragon. Shi Yin frowned and thought, "You want to revive this beast?" Ouyang Luo Xuan's cold voice interrupted his thought. She had followed him quietly and just observed. She didn't talk much. When Shi Yin was begrudgingly distressed because of his failure, she spoke eventually. "Perhaps your approach isn't correct." "Wrong approach." Shi Yin frowned. He turned to her and said, "What's your opinion?" "Recently, I've been wandering around the universe. I've heard a lot of the secrets of the 4 great clans. This beast is obviously the ancestor of Heavenly Monster Tribe. Since his soul and body had been separated for a long time, normal methods couldn't work. Why don't you try another force? The origin power, for example." Her voice was calm like water as she explained to Shi Yin. "It seems like you know a lot of great things." Shi Yin was moved. "My teacher used to tell me many things. If you fused with Grace Mainland's origin, you should use it." Her face was indifferent. "Heavenly Monster Tribe was born in our homeland. I'm sure there's a subtle connection between them and the origin. If your host soul can't do anything, I bet the co-soul can do something." "Sounds logical." Shi Yin nodded and closed his eyes like an old monk meditating. Ouyang Luo Xuan's reminder gave Shi Yin a new idea. His host's soul stayed in this area while his soul consciousness had crossed spaces to reach Grace Mainland. Deep inside Grace Mainland was a magnificent crystal buried. A 5-colored flame flew out quietly. That flame suddenly transformed into Shi Yin's image, flashed, and disappeared. A valley inside the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. Holy Beast Azure Dragon was dormant inside a mountain that had hundreds of deep caves. Earth and heaven energy filled the caves. Azure Dragon was inhaling and exhaling the spirit energy from the surrounding sea area to refine his skeleton and internal organs, increasing his power. Ghost Hunter was squatting in front of the cave in his monster body. The energy fluctuating from him was incredibly fierce as his blood was like boiling water. Shi Yin's phantom appeared in the valley. Instantly, the flows of earth and heaven energy stopped circulating. Ghost Hunter was shaken while cultivating. Then, Ghost Hunter transformed into his humanoid body, a cold and stern young man. He walked to Shi Yin, his eyes emitting a strange halo. He looked at the phantom, bowed to him, and calling Shi Yin. Shi Yin looked at him. He couldn't help but frown. "What is the relationship between you and me in the future?" At first glance, Shi Yin knew that Ghost Hunter's level was incredible now. This phantom of his was created by the flaming origin, so he could understand everything deeply on this land. Shi Yin could clearly see that Ghost Hunter had reached the intermediate phase of level 13, which was similar to him at second sky of incipient god realm. While he didn't notice, Ghost Hunter had reached an extremely terrifying level. He was moved when he recalled what Ming Hao had said when they were in the Blood Sea. Ghost Hunter was the mixed blood of Heavenly Monster Tribe, Imperial Dark Tribe, and the Immortal Demon Clan. He was a unique existence that was the closest to Bloodthirsty's bloodline in this vast sea of stars. When they met in the past, Ghost Hunter had addressed Shi Yin as Master. But this time, he called Shi Yin by his name. Shi Yin wanted to know what he meant when he did that. Ghost Hunter had turned into a stern and cold young man who was somehow about 60% similar to Shi Yin. Ghost Hunter contemplated for a while, his eyes dark and deep. Holy Ancestor promised that I would become the leader of Heavenly Monster Tribe in the future. I can't insult this identity. I can never be someone's servant or subordinate anymore. Shi Yan's eyes flashed as he looked at a cave where Azure Dragon was transforming into his humanoid figure. Azure Dragon said with a stern expression, "Ghost Hunter has the most magical blood in this world running in his body. He will replace Song Yun to be the next leader of Heavenly Monster Tribe after me. As the new leader of Heavenly Monster Tribe, he is no longer your mount." "I have never considered him my mount." Shi Yin wore a serious face and said to Ghost Hunter, "Until now, I have always treated you as my friend, and that will never change." Ghost Hunter's eyes showed a strange emotion. He bent his body slightly and spoke with his head low. "Although we're not master and servant anymore, we will become the most loyal friends, as you said. We are friends. Yes, we were, and we will always be." He turned to Holy Beast Azure Dragon and said coldly, "You can't interfere with my decision." Azure Dragon was stunned. He then just shook his head and sighed inwardly. He had never thought that after trying so hard, Ghost Hunter would still be loyal to Shi Yin. This kind of bond that had been formed and carved deeply in the bone, and it wasn't something that could be washed away with time. Azure Dragon pondered for a few seconds and then smiled tenderly. "He's the one with the origin of our ancestral land. We won't have any dispute with him later. Quite the contrary, his strength is the grace of the entire Heavenly Monster Tribe. Of course, you are his company or his friend. Unless he dies, this relationship will not change. It's the arrangement of fate." Shi Yin looked at Ghost Hunter and smiled at him. He then turned to talk to Azure Dragon. "I'm here for a reason. I found the skeleton and the scattered soul of the immemorial Thunder Dragon in Thunder Firmament Star area. Someone wants me to resurrect him. I tried, but I couldn't find the secret to doing so. As you're the holy ancestor of Heavenly Monster Tribe, do you know how to revive the immemorial Thunder Dragon? My body is still there. It's a rushed matter. If you know how, tell me right now." The immemorial Thunder Dragon was the ancestor of Heavenly Monster Tribe at the Immortal Realm. Azure Dragon and precursors of Heavenly Monster Tribe had spent so much time and energy to find him. Of course, they wanted to help Shi Yin to resurrect the dragon. Indeed, Azure Dragon was so happy when he listened to Shi Yin. "You found him. You found him. How do I revive him?" Shi Yin interrupted his joy. "Use the origin," Azure Dragon said resolutely and excitedly. "He was like me. We were born in the ancestral land. The origin had ignited our flame of life. You have the origin of our ancestral land and the life power Upanishad. After you ignite his soul flame, his soul will gather itself automatically. You don't need to interfere with the next step. He will get up soon." "How do I ignite his soul flame?" Shi Yin sounded so surprised. "I have never fused with the origin of the ancient continent. How could I know that?" The saying of igniting the soul flame came from the other two. With the origin, I think you have more or less of their memories. You have to figure it out yourself. I can't direct you in this matter because I don't understand the power and mysteries of the origin, said Azure Dragon begrudgingly. "Ignite the soul flame. Ignite the soul flame." Shi Yin mumbled. He furrowed his brows and thought for a while before nodding to Azure Dragon and Ghost Hunter. "This soul of mine will leave Grace mainland for a while. If someone invades a continent when I'm not here, please take care of it." "Of course," said Azure Dragon arrogantly. Shi Yin didn't talk more. His phantom faded and vanished. At the same time, his real body in the far-away from Thunder Firmament Star area opened his eyes. He muttered, "Ignite the soul flame." He looked at the wisps of the Thunder Dragon's soul. A blurry shadow became clear in his pupils, and he sat on the soul altar together with his host soul. The clusters of heaven flames in the co-soul flew out of Shi Yan's eyes and turned into flaming lights that headed toward the star area barrier, where there were the wisps of immemorial Thunder Dragon soul. When the heaven flames found them, they released different powers. After several fusions, Shi Yan had 4 types of heaven flames, including the combination of the world-extinguishing thunder flame, the 9 serenity soul devouring flame, and the cold ice flame, the combination of the earth flame, the true purgatory flame, and the vermilion bird true flame, and the combination of the immemorial demonic flame, the Een spirit ghost flame, and the corpse vanishing flame. The last flame that hadn't fused with the others was the primal chaos sacred flame. The 3 combined flames had turned into clusters of fire that moved around the wisps of the immemorial Thunder Dragon's soul and tried to connect them. But they failed. However, when the primal chaos scared flame touched them, the wisps of soul shivered hard. Primal chaos sacred flame, the flame that was naturally formed at the dawn of the continent. It's a strong form of existence like immemorial lives. It can cultivate itself, create lives, and even resurrect the dead by igniting the flame of life. It ranks first. Shi Yan suddenly recalled the primal chaos sacred flame's definition. The primal chaos sacred flame was the flame that could resurrect the dead by igniting their flame of life. Shi Yan found the right direction all of a sudden. His mind flickered to have the other 3 combinations of flames retreat. His soul power gushed out and poured into the primal chaos sacred flame. The origin from the co-soul filled the primal chaos sacred flame like sea water to strengthen it. Then, the primal chaos sacred flame covered the scattered wisps of the immemorial Thunder Dragon's soul. Shriek! 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 The immemorial Thunder Dragon's soul screamed strangely. The wisps that had been separated from each other for a long time revived and glowed with the new life that the primal chaos sacred flame had given them. Some flames appeared by the area of the separated wisps of soul. They were the flames of life. At the same time, the life and mechanical energy came out from the Thunder Dragon. The electric beams shot out and covered the skeleton. Then, the earth and heaven energy in Thunder Firmament Star area rolled torrentially towards the immemorial Thunder Dragon. All of a sudden, flesh and blood started to grow on the dragon skeleton. After the immemorial Thunder Dragon's flame of life was ignited, he was instinctively reviving himself. Chapter 1307, Lei Di and Qing Xiao, Bright Lightning and Azure Firmament. Chapter 1307, Lei Di and Qing Xiao, Bright Lightning and Azure Firmament. The primal chaos sacred flame ranked the first among the 10 heaven flames of Grace Mainland. It was also the toughest one to get. Previously, when Shi Yan found the primal chaos sacred flame, it was trying to take the origin of the continent. Besides the fact that Lao Luo and the Ring Spirit had used the origin's energy to bring Shi Yan from another universe. The other reason why Grace Mainland's energy was massively reduced was that the primal chaos sacred flame had absorbed the origin's energy. If Shi Yan hadn't discovered it earlier, the primal chaos sacred flame could have evolved to an incredible level that would have helped it swallow all the other heaven flames. And then, it could have replaced Shi Yan to become the fountainhead or the soul of the ancient continent. No one knew how it was formed. In legends, it was there at the dawn of the ancient continent. It was a wisp of the ancient continent's spirit. It had a magical power that could ignite the flame of life one more time. Today, Shi Yan knew that the legends were true. The wisps of the immemorial Thunder Dragon's separated soul were gathered in the mysterious flame of the primal chaos sacred flame. A flow of clear soul consciousness arose with the power of thunder and lightning. It was drawn by a flexible and lively flame. The immemorial Thunder Dragon skeleton now had vigorous life energy as flesh and skin were growing. The immemorial thunder dragon was reviving itself. After the soul flame was ignited, he instinctively gathered the torrential energy of thunder firmament star area, and it congregated in the monster body to gather the soul. Lightning and electric beams shot out while the dragon's soul was processing, which scared Shi Yan. The clusters of the primal chaos sacred flame were like Shi Yan's soul consciousness that suddenly condensed and turned into a crystal clear flame like a lotus flying into his head. The co-soul flew out and generated a relaxing and serene feeling. Shi Yan was startled. He quietly retreated and no longer cared about the immemorial thunder dragon's resurrection anymore. For the time being, he let his body and soul sink into that wonderful feeling. Now, the magical power that could ignite the soul flame of the primal chaos sacred flame became clear to Shi Yan. It appeared inexplicably in his inner world, and it sublimated his soul. The co-soul seemed to understand something magical, indeed. At this moment, the immemorial thunder dragon's scattered soul was gathering and creating a dazzling lightning and electric halo that people didn't dare to watch. This kind of halo had the power to threaten even souls. Ouyang Luo Shuang had to retreat further away. She couldn't help but look at Shi Yan. Her clear and bright eyes showed her astonishment. She could see many flames multiply on Shi Yan's body. Those flames had the life seal that was pretty similar to Shi Yan's. While they were generating and burning, they were doing some amendment to Shi Yan's soul and body. Countless flames were like exquisite knives in the hands of skillful craftsmen that were fixing and quenching Shi Yan's body and some natural seals in his body. It was an incredible method that the ordinary people could never explain that was filling the flaws in his body and life and making him approach the perfect condition. Looking at Shi Yan at this moment, she suddenly remembered what her teacher Carefree had told her. There were millions of races with different features, but none of them was called perfect. Even the God clan. In the flow of countless years in history, there were the four strongest races, which are the God clan, Immortal Demon clan, Heavenly Monster tribe, and Imperial Dark tribe. They were acknowledged as the races with the highest living forms. The members of these four clans could understand the truth of power easily. They could use their abilities of the body and the soul to the utmost level. However, they still had flaws, which were innate. Imperial Dark tribe had feeble bodies. Heavenly Monster tribe wasn't good at training the soul. The God clan and the Immortal Demon clan were balanced, but their souls weren't as exquisite as Imperial Dark tribes, and their bodies weren't as tough as Heavenly Monster tribes. The four great races still had flaws. Throughout the endless time, there was only one person with the closest to perfect living form. That was bloodthirsty. Any creature could evolve to the perfect condition. With the supernatural and fortunate encounter, the God clan, Immortal Demon clan, Imperial Dark tribe, and Heavenly Monster tribe could eliminate the inborn flaws to become perfect. In fact, the foundation of the cultivation was to cultivate the body and quench the soul. In other words, it was a self-development process to eliminate or overcome innate flaws. The life form and the body structure could improve endlessly, and it could even be imparted to the next generations. The offspring of the two experts would have better advantages compared to the offspring of the ordinary people. What Carefree had told her arose in Ouyang Luo Shuang's head. Her eyes twinkled when she looked at Shi Yan. She suddenly understood it. Shi Yan's current condition showed that he was walking on a magical, self-developing path. Those incredible flames were the drugs that helped him evolve, filling and overcoming the flaws in his body and making him approach perfection. The Sea Territory, Ancient God Star area. Carefree and Light were sitting cross-legged in the void, their faces stern. Not far from them was the crowd of God Clan experts. They bowed slightly and watched the other two with respectful faces. The terrifying energy that could even crush an entire planet emitted from the two heavenly kings' bodies. Just like two rapid, fierce rivers, They ran directly to a blocked space passage. This passage was the door to Thunder Firmament Star area that DeCarlos had used his supernatural power to seal. At this moment, the space passage looked like an overstretched balloon that could explode at any minute. The energy fluctuating from Carefree and Light seeped into the space passage and ran directly to the barrier of Thunder Firmament Star area. If someone sent the soul consciousness to check, he could see that the entire Thunder Firmament Star area was separated and the orange waves of lights were protecting it. It looked like a light bulb with a massive orange lampshade. The twinkling stars inside the lampshade were life stars inside Thunder Firmament Star area. The farthest layer was the first crystal-clear protection of the star area, where countless lightning beams were crawling. It was DeCarlos' power. At this moment, that defensive protection, like an orange lampshade, went under attack. A formidable force had applied on it and deformed it. At some spots, this protection looked like there was a hand pressing on an air balloon. It could pierce through the layer and explode the balloon soon. Once that protection was pierced through, the consequence was going to be terrifyingly unimaginable. The barrier around Thunder Firmament Star area would be affected first. The twinkling life stars would shatter and turn into dust. Billions of creatures living on those planets would perish immediately. An entire life star could be erased and never be recovered. Carefree and Light were outraged when they knew that the Bradley family members were killed in this star area. They didn't regret destroying the entire star area to take revenge. They wanted to damage DeCarlos and destroy Serene. If they succeeded, all the creatures living in Thunder Firmament Star area would be buried altogether with Serene. Carefree had a way to protect Ouyang Luo Shuang when this star area got obliterated. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Carefree opened his eyes. His tender, handsome face was restless and anxious. Heavenly King Light stopped his action. He instinctively opened the wine bottle and took a swig. The seal is loosened. I can feel the feeble commotions of the outer layer. A formidable soul is doing something there and gathering the energy of Thunder Firmament Star area to recover its power. That person might be dormant because of serious damages. I guess he's about to wake up. Do you remember the old friend of DeCarlos from Heavenly Monster Tribe? Carefree's face changed instantly. Light's sturdy body slightly quivered and said resolutely, "We should try harder." Finally, I know why DeCarlos had sent that kid to Thunder Firmament Star area. That kid has the origin of Grace Mainland, and Grace Mainland is the cradle of that one. I should have thought about it. Carefree's eyes became cold and dark. They then became restless and didn't retain any bit of energy. They tried to attack the orange protection harder. Instantly, the energy gushing from them doubled. Tui, on a light band outside the star area that no one could detect, DeCarlos' senile face reddened. He spurted out blood, which was as beautiful as precious gemstones. His 10 fingers shivered. 10 space light bands shot out and poured on the barrier outside Thunder Firmament Star area. DeCarlos looked worried. His sight had crossed layers of spaces to see Serene. He muttered to himself, "There's not much time left. I have to break the barrier before the seal is broken. Otherwise, Thunder Firmament Star area will be erased. We can't let them obliterate the star area you used to rule." Afterward, DeCarlos was shaken. He laughed happily then. "Haha, you're worth your reputation, Lady." He guessed that the immemorial Thunder Dragon's body was generating billions of lightning beams that were moving to every corner of Thunder Firmament Star area like rivers flowing to a big sea. After less than a minute, the immemorial Thunder Dragon's body had sufficient blood and flesh. All of a sudden, a massive lightning bolt fell on the Thunder Dragon's head. Its body slightly twitched. All of a sudden, a lightning strike with a power that could shatter the world expanded everywhere. At the same time, the heart of each of the warriors cultivating lightning power, Upanishad, suddenly convulsed while their souls had strange vibes. It was like the mark of the birth of a creature who had formed the principles of thunder and electric power and became the representative for the true meaning of lightning and thunder. At the same time in Tsunami Star area, Caesar, the master of the Broken Hall, a warrior who had dedicated his whole life to cultivate lightning power, looked shocked. His soul altar moved. He pondered for a while and thundered. Some creature cultivating lightning power Upanishad is about to reach second sky of a mortal realm and has triggered the utmost power of this Upanishad. As far as I know, besides the holy beast Azure Dragon, this individual is the second one to reach this level. No need to guess. That's the immemorial Thunder Dragon of Heavenly Monster Tribe. When DeCarlos has visited Thunder Firmament Star Area, I knew it would happen. The president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce smiled. Lady, the immemorial Thunder Dragon, and Qing Xiao, the Azure Dragon, are the ancestors of Heavenly Monster Tribe. They both cultivate thunder and lightning power Upanishad. However, Lady has mastered the lightning power, and Qing Xiao has mastered electric power. They used to fight against each other for the chief position of Heavenly Monster Tribe. After Lady was defeated, he disappeared. Then, he accompanied DeCarlos and helped him cultivate his power. Lady and Qing Xiao have mastered lightning and electric powers respectively. In fact, they came from the same bloodline. They are brothers. Unfortunately, the two have been fighting their whole lives. They have never united. I read one thing in the secret records of the previous president. It has impressed me deeply. What's that? Caesar, Ling Xiang, and Lorraine asked in unison. Thunder Dragon and Azure Dragon were born from one zygote, one for lightning and the other for electric powers. They could fuse into one body using the secret technique of Heavenly Monster Tribe. If they fused, they would control the ultimate power of lightning and electric. They would be unrivaled, said the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Listening to him, the leaders of the other three forces discolored in fright. Fear devoured them instantly. Chapter 1308, Old Friends Reunite. Chapter 1308, Old Friends Reunite, _ The two ancestors of Heavenly Monster Tribe were creatures that had been living the longest lives in the world. Their levels and powers had a close relationship with their age. The monster body grew daily. To the warriors from other races, living longer didn't mean that they were stronger. However, to Heavenly Monster Tribe, their longevity was the key to their power. If the two 100,000-year-old monsters could fuse with each other using the secret technique of Heavenly Monster Tribe, how powerful could they be? What the president had said made Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine sink into their thoughts. They could feel the lightning rumble in their heads and make them baffled. What kind of Heavenly Monster Tribe's secret technique can fuse creatures together? How could they have such a wonderful technique? Lorraine was surprised. Tian Xie, does your Chamber of Commerce's secret records have anything about the fusion, if any, of Heavenly Monster Tribe's two ancestors? Ling Xiang frowned. Tian Xie was the name of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's president. In this vast universe, not many people knew his name. The experts who knew this name were all ones with important roles and extremely profound power Upanishads. The record only says that they can fuse with each other, but it doesn't say how. I think these two ancestors of Heavenly Monster Tribe have never fused before, because if they had, there would have been some rumors. Tian Xia, the president, shook his head. Only when Heavenly Monster Tribe is in danger will they join hands to counter the enemy. He turned to Caesar. According to your sensibility, Lady should reach second sky of a mortal realm. Qing Xiao is of the same realm. Heavenly Monster Tribe now has two monster ancestors at second sky of a mortal realm. Heavenly Monster Tribe will stand on Shurian's side. The God Clan will be more pressured. It's good then. Ling Xiang looked happy. That's how we can preserve our force. It's really tough when we count on only the bloodthirsty force when the God Clan's four great heavenly kings are at second sky of a mortal realm in addition to the God Lord who is recovering. It will be easier when Heavenly Monster Tribe joins the team. Tian Xie, DeCarlos, is an uncertain factor. Only you know him in our group. You ask, will he stand on the same side as us? Lorraine's face became stern. Ling Xiang and Caesar also looked at the president. DeCarlos was the most known expert with the highest attainment in cultivating space power Upanishad. According to Tian Xie, he had entered second sky of a mortal realm. It was a marvelous yet terrifying level of an expert cultivating space power Upanishad. It had the same meaning as the undying condition. An expert at second sky of a moral realm cultivating space power Upanishad was stronger than two experts at the same realm, but with different power Upanishads. With this expert on their side, they didn't need to worry about the barriers in this vast sea of stars. It would be much more convenient. If DeCarlos was with them, their force would be greatly enhanced, which would give them more advantages in the future. It was the reason why Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine cared about DeCarlos's attitude a lot. I can't understand DeCarlos. Tian Xie's eyes shot out a strange light as he said calmly, but I'm sure he won't be on the God Clan's side or join hands with the bloodthirsty force. The relationship between DeCarlos and Ming Hao is something we should consider too. It's between a friend and enemy. I'm not really certain. Listening to him, Ling Xiang and the others were surprised and guessed the relationship between DeCarlos and Ming Hao. Tian Xie hadn't explained it to them yet. He only said, back to the topic. You guys need to take action now. Go to Prosaic Star Area, Hollow Fearsome Star Area, and Drybone Star Area to persuade them to stay on our side. Got it, the other three nodded. Thunder Firmament Star Area. Shiyin got up. The scorching lightning beam winding around him released a fierce electric current. When he opened his eyes, he saw an imposing man like a mountain standing upright in front of him. That man wore silver clothes, but his arms were exposed. Lightning beams were crawling on his arms like snakes. His eyes were like two lightning balls that would shake someone's soul hard like getting hit by a lightning strike after one look at them. Ouyang Luo Shuang stood by the man, her face respectful but cold. She didn't say anything, but she looked like she was bullied. See? He wakes up now. He's fine, right? Little girl, you're annoying. Why were you persistent in stopping me? Why didn't you believe in this old lay? His voice was like grumbling thunder pounding on people's eardrums. However, he seemed to not notice that he was spraying his saliva while talking. Ouyang Luo Shuang didn't know how to put up with him. She just quietly avoided him as she was afraid that his saliva would reach her. After Lady revived, he had caught up with the situation pretty well. He turned into his humanoid form and then came to look at Shiyin. Ouyang Luo Shuang had stopped him from bothering Shiyin. At that moment, Shiyin was burning by the heaven flames, and he was in a magical, comprehending circumstance. She was afraid that Lady would disturb Shiyin and make him fall into bedevilment. Lady thought that she was so annoyed, so he used a beam of lightning to tie her up. When Shiyin woke up, he untied her and yelled, "His marvelous change is done. It's not going to hurt him if we wake him up now. This kind of body development happens really quickly. You don't need to worry a lot." "You are it?" Shiyin frowned, looking at Lady. "You've broken through to the new realm." The lightning beams wound around his body like many snakes. It was lightning energy that overflowed. At his level, Lady's lightning energy shouldn't act that way unless he had just broken through to the new realm. "Kiddo, you got keen eyes. You're worthy of the one with our ancestral land's origin. Thanks to you, I've entered second sky of a mortal realm. I can fight against Qing Shao now. Last time, he defeated me. I lost the battle for the chief position. This time, I will have it back." Lady grinned. "Qing Shao," screamed Shiyin. "He's Azure Dragon. Qing Shao is his name. Where is he now?" asked Lady. "On Heavenly Monster Tribe's ancestral star." Shiyin observed him and sneered. "Currently, your Heavenly Monster Tribe isn't a strong force. Because of Azure Dragon, Imperial Dark Tribe can't obliterate your tribe. And now, you want to fight with him? Without him, Heavenly Monster Tribe couldn't have existed. You should thank him. Thank him for defeating you that year. I can tell if you were the chief of Heavenly Monster Tribe. Heavenly Monster Tribe might not exist by now." Sure, Ian didn't mean to stab Lady like that. At first glance, he knew this man had typical characteristics of Heavenly Monster Tribe. He was rough, brutal, and not really slick and sly. Most of all, he didn't have plans or patience. Lady might be an innate warrior with endless power on the battlefield, but if he was the chief of the tribe, he would have brought a deadly disaster to his tribe. As Shi Yin had fused with the Grace mainland's origin, he considered Heavenly Monster Tribe as his subjects. When he thought about them, he did it with the position of a superior. If he could choose, he would still choose Azure Dragon to be the chief. Lady could fight for Heavenly Monster Tribe, but he was just a pure warrior. He wasn't good chief material. Hey, kid, your speaking isn't pleasant to my ears. If you didn't awaken me, I would have taught you how to speak for sure. But now, seize the time and get out of this Thunder Firmament Star area. Carefree and Light are about to get here. You can make no difference even if you stay. Also, De Carlos and I have to take care of you if you stay. Lady grinned and said, De Carlos has lifted the seal. You can feel something, I'm sure. You cultivate space power Upanishad, so you should feel the change. With the relationship between you and the ancestral star, you can run away in any minute. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't let Carefree and Light kill you in just a blink of an eye. Listening to him, Shi Yin spun his soul altar and activated his space power Upanishad in the tier of powers Upanishads. Layers of space energy like ripples on a water surface expanded from his body. His god power circulated and was sent through his veins, releasing an aura of space blades. A marvelous energy seeped out from his bone and functioned as a space barrier to protect his body. It helped him adapt to strict conditions in any space cracks. From Shi Yin, the space energy rippled and connected to Thunder Firmament Star area instantly. The star map of the entire star area appeared in his head like a three-dimension picture. His soul consciousness had expanded endlessly. Thunder Firmament Star area in his head seemed to shrink billions of times and become a nebula as big as a palm of a hand in his sea of consciousness. He could see everything happening in this star area. That nebula of Thunder Firmament Star area had an outmost orange light layer. That light layer was attacked fiercely. Cracks appeared. He was shaken, his eyes strange. He was really touched. Thunder Firmament Star area was now a sand table that was billions of times smaller than the original. Although he couldn't check the small stars or use his soul consciousness to visit the life stars in this star area, he could see everything as if he had a bird's view. You've just reached second sky of incipient God realm. After this time, your body has sublimated, which has stabilized your realm. Lady snorted and then pouted his lips, shaking his head. Weak. Too weak. You can't even endure a blow from Carefree and Light. So get lost. While he was talking, a space slit appeared. White-headed De Carlos walked out from it. De Carlos didn't look at Shi Yin, but at Lady. He looked so thrilled. It's good to see you again. Lady laughed happily. Hey, buddy. You look much older, though. I still remember your innocent look that year. Haha, you've reached the immortal realm, too. Time flies so fast. The old friends reunited. They didn't even look at Shi Yin and Ouyang Luo Shuang or recognize the fact that Carefree and Light were about to come. The two friends immersed in their old stories and their old world. Shi Yin and Ouyang Luo Shuang exchanged the surprised looks. They looked at Lady and De Carlos, who were like two talkative old women recalling their old junk. They didn't know what to do. After a while, De Carlos finally reacted. He threw Shi Yin a glance without turning his head and asked skeptically, "Why haven't you left yet? I think I should stay and watch the battle between Carefree, Light, and you guys," said Shi Yin. "You're just at second sky of incipient God realm. You can't bear the shockwaves of our attacks. I advise you to leave and save us from more trouble." De Carlos lowered his voice. "If you're here, I can leave in any minute. I want to stay and watch. Even if I can't, I'll still stay." Shi Yin was persistent. De Carlos frowned and didn't talking more. "Suit yourself. If you die, it's your bad luck. Perhaps Ming Hao will find it amusing, though." Shi Yin was astounded. Chapter 1309, A Showdown of Immortal Realm Experts. Chapter 1309, A Showdown of Immortal Realm Experts, _. The void of Thunder Firmament Star area was as bright and clear as a mirror without a speck of dust. Carlos had used his power to wash the place. He used his god power to seal the entire star area. However, as soon as the seal was lifted, the chaotic energy magnetic field created by the sudden change of Earth and heaven energy immediately rolled over from every direction. It was because immemorial Thunder Dragon had taken in the energy of the peripheral area of Thunder Firmament Star area that had changed the energy structure of the area massively. Currently, Thunder Firmament Star area wasn't stable. Carlos could foresee the situation, so he had lifted up the barrier sooner. Otherwise, if he let Carefree and Light continue to attack the barrier, this star area would have exploded. If that happened, billions of lives would be buried and creatures would have to live in damnation. Also, as the seal was lifted, the great heavenly king, Carefree, and Light would come quickly. They then saw two bands of divine light shoot through the universe. In just a blink, the two lights had arrived in front of Carlos and Lady. Carefree's face was cold and calm like water. The moonlight in his eyes was like an ice sword that was brutally cold. He frowned, and a cold moon appeared behind his head. That cold moon looked like an ice crystal. It was the essence of moonlight and starlight from a primal time. It was Carefree's cultivating path and the foundation of his incipient extent. He had crushed and combined so many moon nuclei to create this moon. It had Carefree's soul power that could change the moonlight that people thought never changed. As soon as his cool moon appeared, all the lunar stars in Thunder Firmament Star area were burned and shot cold moonlight. At that moment, those moons spun and gathered by Carefree. Those silver rings emitted cold air currents. Carefree looked Ouyang Luo Shuang, his face tender as he called softly, "Come here with me." Ouyang Luo Shuang's eyes were bright but cold. She looked at Shi Yin and then Lady and Carlos before pondering. Then, she talked nothing and walked towards Carefree. She called him with her head low, "Teacher." Carefree looked happy. "It's good that you're all right. Your teacher has been really worried for you." Then, Carefree opened his mouth, releasing the essence of the moonlight that was like broken diamonds falling on Ouyang Luo Shuang. They entered her incipient extent through her glabella. "It's the essence of the moon that I have for you. It can help you reach second sky of incipient God realm. Today, you know your teacher's identity, I suppose. Although you're not from my clan, the power Upanishad and the cold energy you had absorbed are similar to mine. Later on, only you can inherit and carry on my career." Ouyang Luo Shuang nodded quietly. People couldn't guess what she had in her mind from her tranquil eyes. "Carefree, don't forget why we're here," Heavenly King Light intervened. His eyes were like a beautiful, sparkling ocean. Shi Yin hallucinated that he was inside a sea of light. His soul was too puzzled, so he couldn't tell. Shi Yin couldn't bear to look at Light's eyes. "Of course, I won't forget it." After Carefree could confirm that Ouyang Luo Shuang was all right, he felt much better. The worries he had in his mind vanished instantly. He looked cold and wise as he always did. "You're an alien in the Bloodthirsty Force. You're obviously Bloodthirsty's successor, but you have space and star power Upanishads. Your star power Upanishad is derived from our light power Upanishad. I'm not sure if you're Bloodthirsty's pride or our God clan's humiliation. It's a special case that you can use and fuse our supernatural technique." Carefree observed Shi Yin quietly. The cold moon behind him changed all of a sudden. It turned into a harsh, ruthless eye that was exactly like Carefree's eye. That massive eye created from the cold moon emitted cold and human light. However, it had a gleam of holy moonlight that was strange, magical, and untouchable. As the eye was gazing at Shi Yin, he was quivering, his face distorted. The cold energy was like many sharp knives stabbing his flesh and soul altar to stir up his sea of consciousness. It attempted to cut off his emotions and desires, erasing his soul seal. It was only a look. It was only a look from Carefree. Shi Yin was frightened. At this moment, he had finally understood the power of the immortal realm experts. His power could invade and ignore Shi Yin's soul defense. It was true that nothing Shi Yin had could stop him. As he couldn't wiggle, blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. That trickle was his immortal blood that was like a beautiful ruby. Enough, Lady thundered. The overbearing thunder echoed from him, as if countless worlds had just exploded at once to create earth-shattering energy. That energy was like an invisible undersea wave that wildly generated between Yin and Carefree. It crazily expanded and directly attacked Carefree's energy. The space between Yin and Carefree exploded, shattering piece by piece as if a massive beast was pressing on it. Billions of chaotic space currents with light, gust, icy sleet, thunderstorm, and endless darkness flooded Thunder Firmament Star Area. Thunder Firmament Star Area eroded, as if it was acid pouring on the place. The star area was being eliminated by space streamers and being burned into a part of the chaotic space basin. There was a rumor saying that one day, the chaotic current of the space basin would overflow and flood the entire sea of stars. It was the day that the universe was gone. All the life stars, mineral stars, dead stars, and all creatures of different races would perish in just a glimpse of time. Seeing the energy come from the chaotic space basin in this sea of stars, covering it and devouring it, Yin changed his face. He thought he was witnessing doomsday. The outer space streamers were like an extremely powerful erosive liquid that splashed between Yin and Carefree, shattering the void and making it a chaotic space current. This space current expanded to 10,000 miles. The mine where Lady had been dormant, which was pretty far from their area, became nothing in just a blink of an eye. A bit further from there, several mineral stars and dead stars vanished at the same moment and disappeared into the chaotic space basin or became a part of this space current. If Carefree and Lady fought that way and let the energy from the chaotic space basin enter the star area further, the entire Thunder Firmament Star Area could have collapsed and disappeared, becoming part of the chaotic space basin. Yan's heart felt so chilled. The battle of the immortal realm experts could destroy the entire star area. When the energy made a downpour from the space basin to attack Thunder Firmament Star Area, Yan's nerves were shaking. He looked at DeCarlos, his face grave. He had soon guessed DeCarlos's identity. If an expert cultivating space power Upanishad at DeCarlos level turned evil and interfered with the spatial structure by guiding the chaotic space basin into the galaxies, it would be the worst nightmare of every creature. No wonder why DeCarlos had received such respect. Even when the God Clan was at their peak of power, they didn't dare to provoke him. Yin suddenly understood it. Experts cultivating space power Upanishad to the profound level became existences that frightened every force and star area. They could move between the spaces freely. They could turn a star area into nothing or make it a part of the turbulent space basin. Who wouldn't be frightened of such experts? Unless it was someone who could kill them. But who in this vast universe could kill DeCarlos, an expert at second sky of a mortal realm? Perhaps the Godlord could, but he had to recover his power first. Bloodthirsty could, but he was dead. For the time being, the warrior that could stop DeCarlos hadn't existed yet. Fortunately, this man wasn't a villain. Luckily, this man was still a friend and not an enemy. Otherwise, no one could imagine the consequences. Yin felt lucky. I don't want to get involved in the war between the God Clan and the Bloodthirsty Force. I took Yin to Thunder Firmament Star Area to revive my old friend. Nothing more than that. DeCarlos frowned and said to Carefree and Light, I saved him. He awakened Lady. I owned him once. Then, the space waves rippled through DeCarlos's eyes. The space ripples were like a magical arm that smoothed the shattered area between Lady and Yin. The marvelous outer space streamers looked as if they were squeezed and put back to the chaotic space basin. Everybody says that it's hard to fight experts cultivating space power Upanishad. If you can fight against me without running away, I can give you face this time. Light grinned brightly. He rose one finger and shot out a gold light. The gold light was shiny as if it was crystal, and it reflected a lot of brilliant light beams weaving with each other. Each of those beams had a wisp of light soul. That soul was gold. It looked like a brand new life. The light spirit. He used the soul as the foundation, the light as the conductor, and the light spirit. This was the deepest performance of the light power Upanishad. The gold light spirits were like countless clones of Heavenly King Light. They yelled and cheered. The creatures that Heavenly King Light had created from his incipient extent were the ultimate power of light. The gold light spirits represented the fountainhead of the light power Upanishad, which was the most touching performance of the power and the origin. All the light spirits swarmed towards De Carlos and wiggled to get through the barrier that De Carlos had set up, directly attacking his body. De Carlos wore a grave and heavy countenance. You've understood the principle of power. Your Upanishad now can create lives. You didn't waste the past 10,000 years, indeed. He closed his eyes all of a sudden. De Carlos's body twisted and so many new worlds arose on his arms, face, and chest, which were endlessly immense. They were the wonder that De Carlos had used the power Upanishad create. He had created spaces. After he had twisted his body, 9,900 worlds were created. Each of them was what De Carlos had comprehended of the space power Upanishad and connected to countless real worlds and the space basin. Each of those spaces could turn into a space passage with a flicker of his mind, which helped De Carlos cross different star areas easily. Looking at the endless worlds on De Carlos' body, Yen was shaken. He could feel a flash of recognition. Each space that De Carlos created had opened him a new door to another higher level of space power Upanishad. Heavenly King Light's light spirit had approached De Carlos and entered his immense worlds, moving in different spaces. One after another, the worlds on De Carlos' body shattered into pieces. After each of the worlds was broken, it disappeared together with a gold light spirit. Every time it happened, De Carlos and Light showed they were suffering. The battle in such a level had gone beyond Yen's understanding. Observing this battle, Yen felt so touched. He knew that after observing this battle, his harvest would be unimaginable. Chapter 1310, The Same Gateway. Chapter 1310, The Same Gateway, _ The showdown of the immortal realm experts had generated an extremely formidable power that could destroy an entire star area. As soon as De Carlos and Heavenly King Light began to fight, Carefree and Lady stopped their battle. They then focused on De Carlos and Light, which temporarily removed Yen's pressure. But Yen was still cautious. He had almost used all of his power to create layers of protection around his body in an attempt to resist the sudden attack at any minute. He knew his realm was much lower than Carefree's. As long as Carefree didn't mind about his status and ambush him, Yen would be killed instantly. Thus, during the battle, he had secretly put up guard against Carefree. Heavenly King Light's light spirits had destroyed De Carlos's worlds one by one. Those spaces were De Carlos's Upanishad ability that could connect countless star areas directly. De Carlos could use them to move freely and leave no trace behind. He could appear and disappear like a mysterious ghost. However, those spaces were shattering, collapsing, and exploding altogether with the light spirits. Every time when the space and light spirit disappeared, De Carlos and Light looked as if they were suffering pains. The shockwave from their attack had created countless tornadoes in Thunder Firmament Star area, as if doomsday coming. Those tornadoes expanded, and they became a disaster for many life stars in Thunder Firmament Star area in the next 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Those mortal people never knew that the phenomena they called disasters used to be the shockwaves from the battle between the immortal realm experts hundreds of years ago. It was their suffering. Yen was shaken. He looked at De Carlos quietly. He knew that it would be his future. As they both cultivated space power Upanishad, Yen knew that if he could reach second sky of immortal realm, he could have the same abilities as De Carlos. He could control the chaotic space basin. His soul consciousness could pierce through star areas, and his body could move between space slits. Different spaces arose on DeCarlo's body, and the mysterious yet marvelous space energy had opened a new door for Shurian. The door leading to the profound gate of the space power Upanishad. DeCarlos, all of a sudden, Heavenly King Light bellowed and touched his glabella to urge the soul altar. A magnificent, holy light that had many layers suddenly appeared above his head. It was the highest level of light's power Upanishad with the foundation and the essence of light power Upanishad. That massive light came from Heavenly King Light's incipient extent. It was the highest form of light and the soul of his power. As soon as that brilliant light appeared, Shi Yin and Ouyang Luo Shuang were dazzled because of their low realms. They couldn't see anything. Heaven Gate. DeCarlos frowned and made many magical hand seals. Countless heaven gates appeared from his hand. Quickly, many illusions of that gate appeared. They didn't know where that heaven gate led to, but the aura diffused from that gate was wild and had the energy fluctuation of the origin. The great light fell and floated by the heaven gate. Many smaller light beams emitted, entered the heaven gate, and disappeared into DeCarlos's sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, the Heavenly King Light was perplexed. He looked at the heaven gate, his face changing quietly. Is it enough? It was the first time DeCarlos showed his fierce face and bellowed. Before the God Lord recovers, the God Clan is no threat to me. I'm always alone. If you anger me, I will let the chaotic space basin flow in an ancient God Star area. Then, I will see how lucky the 12 families of the God Clan are to escape this. Carefree and light discolored in fright. They looked at DeCarlos and pondered. Heavenly King Light retreated his magnificent light, and his face became calm and natural. At the same time, Shi Yin and Ouyang Luo Shuang regained their sight. They could now see their surroundings. Everything was normal. DeCarlos, can you ensure that you won't join the war between the God Clan and the Bloodthirsty Force? Light looked at DeCarlos sternly. I told you, I'm here this time to awaken Lady. That kid helped my old friend awaken him. I owe him one. Thus, I have to protect him this time. DeCarlos snorted and then said, Lady has established this Thunder Firmament Star area. The God Clan isn't allowed to trespass. Ming Hao is your junior, but he has followed Bloodthirsty Force. He used to cultivate space power Upanishad with you. Will you mind that bond? Asked Carefree all of a sudden. Hearing him, Shurian's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but look at DeCarlos. Shurian suddenly remembered Bello, the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan. Bello was its second sky of incipient god realm, cultivating space power Upanishad. Ming Hao had controlled this expert by his soul control power Upanishad. He might have taught Bello this special power too. He was shocked as he just recognized that he was a little dumb. He should have recognized the relationship between DeCarlos and Ming Hao earlier. Since he has followed Bloodthirsty and become the leader of the Cortege of 8, he is no longer my brother. DeCarlos's eyes were cold. My teacher's death is related to Bloodthirsty. As Ming Hao goes the same way as the enemy, I obviously won't support him. Carefree and Light looked at him, their faces hesitant. They all knew DeCarlos and Ming Hao's teacher. That expert used to be the most unpredictable character in this vast sea of stars. That man was the founder of space power Upanishad. During his whole life, he had accepted only 2 disciples, DeCarlos and Ming Hao. That year, Bloodthirsty had shown off his talent and become overbearing. In this universe, he had caused a lot of blood showers that made the experts join hands to punish him. DeCarlos's teacher was the most powerful expert. However, this expert was the most eye-catching rival of Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty had killed him eventually. Because of his death, Bloodthirsty had become the great title of the strongest warrior in this vast sea of stars. Years later, no one dared to challenge Bloodthirsty. After their teacher was killed, DeCarlos stayed in seclusion to cultivate. Ming Hao sought Bloodthirsty to take revenge and turned out. The result was that Ming Hao didn't take his revenge, but became the leader of the 8 chiefs inexplicably. Bloodthirsty had given him the sole control power Upanishad and made his force the strongest force of the Bloodthirsty force. He had assisted Bloodthirsty to claim and control many forces and star areas discreetly. It was still a riddle how Bloodthirsty had persuaded Ming Hao. No one had discovered this secret yet. DeCarlos didn't know it, either. Perhaps only Ming Hao knew how and why he had become the leader of the 8 chiefs, deviating from his initial purpose of seeking Bloodthirsty to take revenge. "All right, we'll give you face," Heavenly King Light pondered and then said resolutely, "Later on, the God Clan will not invade Thunder Firmament Star area. And that kiddo, we won't touch him this time then. I hope you're being sincere. I hope you will just stand and watch the battle between the God Clan and the Bloodthirsty force." He turned to Carefree. "What do you think?" Carefree's eyes were dark and glum. His eyes scanned Shi for a few seconds. He then chuckled. "He's only an incipient god realm. It's easy to kill him. Even though he can avoid us this time, no one can be sure if he can do it again. Exchanging him for DeCarlos, staying aside from this war, is worth it." "DeCarlos, I hope you remember your teacher's death." Light snorted, turned around, and left. Only with one step, he had crossed billions of miles. He disappeared quickly. "Let's go." Carefree smiled and left with Ouyang Luo Shuang. Ouyang Luo Shuang looked bright and cold, standing on the essence of the moon. She suddenly turned around to look at Shi. The complex and inexplicable emotions in her eyes touched Shi. Carefree and Light had come forcefully, attempted to kill Shi and hurt DeCarlos. However, when they found that Lady revived and had reached second sky of Immortal Realm, they knew that they couldn't kill their targets this time. After the battle with DeCarlos, Heavenly King Light knew that DeCarlos's fighting competency wasn't less than his. He immediately got a new idea. DeCarlos knew what he wanted. He made himself resolutely clear that he wouldn't get involved in the war between the God Clan and the Bloodthirsty force. It was exactly what Light wanted. Thus, he had another plan. Although they couldn't kill Shi with their earth-shaking aura this time, they knew DeCarlos' real competence and Lady's resurrection. Also, they had forced DeCarlos to promise not to engage in the war. To Carefree and Light, this was all right. They could accept this outcome. Shi and Thunder Firmament Star area weren't as important as DeCarlos' attitude in their eyes. "Oh, you are Ming Hao's brother," screamed Shi with an awkward face after Carefree and Light had left. DeCarlos snorted and looked at him coldly. "You saved Lady. I saved you. We're good now. No debt anymore. If you meet Ming Hao, please tell him not to disturb me. Bloodthirsty killed your teacher. I thought you would stand on the God Clan's side to obliterate the Bloodthirsty force. I think it's weird that you put yourself in a neutral position. I understand why you don't support Bloodthirsty force. But why aren't you helping the God Clan either?" asked Shi. "You're so annoying." DeCarlos had a fierce light in his eyes. He immediately created a space prison to confine Shi. All of a sudden, a door appeared. DeCarlos pushed Shi through the door. After Shi opened his eyes, he found himself in Grace Mainland. Floating in the sea of clouds, Shi lifted his head to look at the horizon and frowned. There were many vague ideas in his head. Ming Hao wanted to find Bloodthirsty to take revenge, but no one knew why he had become the leader of the 8 chiefs. Why did DeCarlos not choose to destroy the Bloodthirsty force to take revenge for his teacher? Why did he choose to stay neutral? What did he want after all? This time he could run away from Carefree because of DeCarlos. Was DeCarlos' operation this time because of the Thunder Dragon Lady or because of Ming Hao? He squeezed his brain to think, but he couldn't find a reason. He thought that the bond between DeCarlos and Ming Hao wasn't as simple as what Light and Carefree had mentioned. Perhaps the relationship and the grudge between them were over his imagination. A bow like azure lightning flashed. Holy beast azure dragon appeared out of nowhere and knitted his brows. "Where is Lady?" "Lady is with DeCarlos. I guess they're still in Thunder Firmament Star area. He has awakened, screaming and yelling to tell me that he wanted to beat you for Heavenly Monster Tribe's chief position," Shi said casually. Azure Dragon just laughed. "I'm waiting for him." Chapter 1311, General Situation. Chapter 1311, General Situation. Underscore. I heard that the war has begun. What's the situation? Yin was in Grace Mainland. His soul checked around to see all the commotions in every small corner of the continent. He found many old monsters of heavenly monster tribe weren't here. Not even Xia Yin and Zi Yao. Recalling what DeCarlos had said, he realized something. He guessed the others had gone to join the war. Yeah, it's begun. Azure Dragon looked grave. He pondered for a while and then waved his hand. Follow me. His body flashed, and he reappeared on Heavenly Monster Mountain Range. His hand wiped over an abandoned lake in the valley. It looked like a roll of a picture was slowly unveiled. The surrounding mountains suddenly became transparent and projected the dazzling lights shining on the lake. Some images that were from different star areas appeared on the lake. A war happened on those star areas. Many battleships were flying fast. The warriors were engaged in fierce battles. While Azure Dragon changed his power Upanishad, the moving images in the lake became clearer. Yin could even see the faces of the warriors. He counted and found 12 sections showing images on the lake that were from the 12 star areas. The warriors of Heavenly Monster Tribe, Bloodthirsty Force, Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple were seen there too. And of course, their targets were the warriors of the God Clan. To be exact, they had aimed at the forces of the God Clan's 12 families. Yin saw many familiar faces. Leona, Yang Tian Emperor, Fei Lan, Ka Tuo, and Benny were there. He also saw Tsang Yun of Heavenly Monster Tribe and his fellows with the experts of Thousand Fantasy Sect. Their opponents were all God Clan's experts. Many battleships were moving and firing. Different energies exploded. The soul altar shattered, turning into small light dots and scattering. The battles were so fierce. While Yin was in Grace Mainland, the entire universe was engaging in a stormy war. Currently, they have battles in the 12 star areas. It's not an ancient God star area of the God Clan. They're the star areas that the God Clan families have invaded or are about to invade. The 12 families of the God Clan are in a war. However, the Immortal Realm experts have a tacit understanding that they won't join the battles over there. Because with only one Immortal Realm expert, it is enough to change the general situation of an entire star area. Besides Imperial Dark Tribe, who remains neutral and indifferent, all the other clans and forces have joined this war. He has called for our Heavenly Monster Tribe and the Immortal Demon Clan, Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, Heaven River Temple, and even Prosaic Star Area, Hollow Fearsome Star Area, and many small forces are with the Bloodthirsty Force in this war. Ming Hao is indeed powerful. Although he has just revealed some forces he controls, it's already incredible. With a heavy complexion, Azure Dragon pointed at the moving images on the lake and explained to Yin the current situation of the cosmos. Yin's face turned dark and cold as he was observing the fierce battles in each star area. Ming Hao had cultivated soul control, power, Upanishad. In the past 10,000 years, he had discreetly enslaved the souls of many experts at a high position and levels like Mu Wei, Bai Yifeng, and Bello. In this vast universe, some forces that had disappeared for a long time suddenly reappeared in this war. The leaders of those forces had a blood mark on their forehead that terrified others. Taking Randolph, the chief of the Dark Force, for example, he was a member of the Charteris family of the God Clan. This time, Randolph appeared as the cult master of the Dark Nether God cult. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Dark Nether God cult used to be very powerful. However, their dark techniques were too evil. They had even sacrificed living beings to increase their own power. Many forces had joined hands to destroy this cult. Everybody thought that the Dark Nether God cult had been obliterated. However, this time, Randolph reappeared with many former disciples of the old Dark Nether God cult. They worshipped him as their god, and they were really extreme, as if they weren't afraid of death. There were many forces that were similar to the Dark Nether God cult. They should have extinguished a long time ago. However, When the bloodthirsty force and the God clan announced a war, they bizarrely reappeared, and all of the leaders were Ming Hao's loyal subordinates. Those forces weren't weak. They were even stronger than the Wu family or the Jiao family. Their participation had frightened the entire sea of stars. Everybody knew this war had just begun. It meant that Ming Hao hadn't mobilized all of his forces yet. It meant that Ming Hao still had more powerful cards. This had weighed the warriors' hearts down. Ming Hao's fierceness was revealed. The warriors who knew about the soul control power Upanishad became cautious. They began to doubt their loyal subordinates, whom Ming Hao could summon in any minute. Who has gained the upper hand now? Yin lifted his head and asked Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon wore a bitter face, but his voice calm. The God Clan has shown their outstanding power in every aspect. If the war continues this way, they will win eventually. Yin was surprised. Why is that? You should come and see one of the battles there. Azure Dragon rose one finger, and a section on the lake's surface was zoomed close up. It was a melee between the God Clan, Wu family, the Jiao family, and Heavenly Monster Tribe. The members of the God Clan had a battleship made of the most precious and powerful materials. Each of them had excellent armor and weapons with a magical panacea. In every battle, they had cooperated closely and smoothly with their troopers and created excellent formations. The Wu family, the Jiao family, and Heavenly Monster Tribe couldn't have such powerful armor and supplies. In the past 10,000 years, the God Clan has continuously invaded the major star areas and enslaved them. They have robbed countless materials from other star areas to train their warriors. Their warriors have joined battles all the time. They are all experienced. At the same time, their armor, weapons, medicines, battleships, and even morale are higher and better than the others. If the bloodthirsty force didn't have more people, we would have been defeated right from the start. This period of 10,000 years has fattened the God Clan. With the aid from weapons and medicines, a King God Realm warrior of the God Clan can resist against two warriors on our side. Azure Dragon took a deep breath and then said, when they join to make the formation, their advantages become clearer. The invincible reputation of the God Clan wasn't just in vain. What holy beast Azure Dragon had said, and the images Yin had observed had doubled the pressure on his shoulder. He knew that the God Clan was powerful. But after they had actually engaged in the war, Yin deeply understood how powerful they were. Although his side had many forces supported from everywhere, it couldn't gain the upper hand. It showed to what level the God Clan had reached after 10,000 years of accumulation. If we keep continuing this way, the God Clan will have a higher chance to win. Azure Dragon sighed again. The God Clan has the God Lord, the 4 heavenly kings, and Feng Ju of the Elders Committee. They are all at the immortal realm. The 12 families have so many incipient God Realm experts too. If the God Clan's reproduction wasn't that much weaker than Human Clan, they could have conquered this whole world in 10,000 years. Are you saying that we don't have any chance to win this war? Yin knitted his brows. No, we still have you. You are the biggest variable. Azure Dragon's eyes shot out a fierce light. Your bloodthirsty successor. You can overturn the general picture. I believe you can do that. But He, Ming Hao, and Frederick couldn't overturn it. How could I do that? Yin was astounded. Because they aren't bloodthirsty, sire. They can't, but you can, shouted Azure Dragon. I wish to hear the details. Yin honestly asked for guidance. You understand devouring power, Upanishad. It not only strengthens yourself, but also increases the power of the warriors with the blood mark. In a battle, you can use the devouring power to take an energy from the enemies and transmit it to the bloodthirsty's retinue. Your subordinate's energy will rocket instantly. You'll have super warriors with profound realms and abundant energy, which can make up for all their flaws, said Azure Dragon. That year, the God Clan and the forces around the Sea of Stars had attacked the bloodthirsty force. Their first target was bloodthirsty. As long as he lived, the 8 chiefs could increase their power unceasingly. Once they got hurt, bloodthirsty killed the god warriors to devour their energy and send it to the wounded warriors to heal them rapidly. It was the most terrifying feature of the bloodthirsty force. God-perishing land of the God clan took reference from the devouring power Upanishad. It developed similar characteristics as the devouring power Upanishad. They used the dark prison demonic flower to absorb the blood and flesh from victims to create a place to heal the god warriors. Compared to the real devouring power Upanishad, the God-perishing land isn't really sufficient. If you can master the devouring power Upanishad, you can definitely change the situation. Azure Dragon understood the special abilities of the bloodthirsty force. Yin got it immediately after listening to Azure Dragon. He remembered that he had used the devouring power Upanishad to pour the energy into Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo through the mark on their forehead. He recognized that Azure Dragon's suggestion was subtle and profound. It was true. Xian He, Ming Hao, and Frederick couldn't change this overall situation. But he could. It was because he was the bloodthirsty force's master successor. He used devouring power Upanishad. Are you sure that the immortal realm expert won't join the war for now? He was startled all of a sudden. It's a tacit agreement, Azure Dragon nodded. If the God Clan doesn't want to destroy many star areas, they will follow this agreement. It won't change anytime soon at least. Yin grinned and asked, "Where's the closest battlefield?" "Fiery Rain Star area." Azure Dragon understood him. They're in a dangerous situation. If you go there and help them win the battle, the warriors of Fiery Rain Star area will have their power rocket because of you. You can make your debut there. Who has joined that battlefield? Asked Yin. Benny and Ka Tuo with the warriors of Agate Star area. You should start to change the situation of this war from there, answered Azure Dragon. Yin nodded and then turned away. Right at this moment, Azure Dragon called after him. Take Ghost Hunter with you. I've restricted him for a long time. You should go out and get some fresh air. Okay. Chapter 13:12. The Master Arrives. Chapter 13:12. The Master Arrives, _ Fiery Rain Star area. The flaming meteors congregated like a fiery shower in a corner of the vast sea of stars where 6 life stars formed a hexagon. This place was called Hexagonal Starland. It was also the center of Fiery Rain Star area. Hexagonal Starland had 6 life stars that respectively belonged to the 6 strongest forces of Fiery Rain Star area. Currently, the 6 forces had joined hands and called themselves God Defending Union, a union to defend the God Clan. At this moment, the 6 life stars of Hexagonal Starland were connected to each other by brilliant starlight bands. Many battleships were anchored around the place. Those battleships had different shapes and were made of different materials like iron, bone, or even wood. Roughly counting, there were dozens of thousands of battleships carrying warriors from different races and forces. The God Defending Union had 6 big forces of Fiery Rain Star area as core members and many other smaller forces around Fiery Rain Star area. Although they had formed an extraordinary force, they were always in a dangerous situation in the battle with the Breckelfeld family and the Austin family of the God Clan. As soon as the bloodthirsty force had declared war against the God Clan, Fiery Rain Star area immediately became one of the battlefields because the 2 big families, Breckelfeld and Austin of the God Clan, had almost conquered Fiery Rain Star area. Xian He and Frederick had always watched Fiery Rain Star area. As soon as the war burst out, they had arranged Benny, Ka Tuo, and the warriors of the bloodthirsty force with the 8 main power Upanishads to come here to help the God Defending Union resist the God Clan. However, they were in a dangerous situation. Many life stars in this star area had fallen one after another. Begrudgingly, they had to retreat to Hexagonal Starland. Since the 6 life stars here had layers of barriers and restrictions, if the God Clan's battleships took risks and barged in, they would have to pay a bloody price. At this moment, the experts of the Breckelfeld family and the Austin family were on their battleships. They surrounded Hexagonal Starland. They were waiting for the super powerful weapon of their family to break the defense of Hexagonal Starland to knock this Fiery Rain Star area down first. This battle would mark that this star area would still be conquered even after bloodthirsty force had interfered with their invasion. After they won this battle, it would cheer up their warriors' morale. It would also encourage the battles of the 12 families in different star areas. Back-angle star, hexagonal starland. The flattened peak of an imposing mountain had a grand, luxurious palace. Some excellent battleships were anchored there. Black-angle star was the most important life star in hexagonal starland. It was the current headquarters of the god defending Union. People could observe the entire area of Black-angle star from the peak of this massive black mountain. This life star had pitch-black soil, countless dark abysses, and lakes and ponds with toxic miasma hovering. The entire sky was dreary and silent. However, it was strange that this planet with harsh conditions had extremely thick earth and heaven energy. The black soil, lakes, and abysses allowed for the growth of a lot of herbs and rare, precious crystals. At this moment, Xiao En and Yushan were standing behind an old woman by a massive rock atop the Black Mountain, their faces stern and heavy. The old, wrinkled woman had high spirits as the terrifying light sparkled in her eyes. She held a snake-headed staff, frowning as she was looking far ahead and sighing. Couldn't the bloodthirsty force send more warriors? With only you guys here, I'm afraid we can't stop the God Clan. She turned around and looked at Benny, Kata, and Blood Devil with hope. This time, besides Benny, Kata, and Blood Devil, there were several hundred warriors cultivating the 8 great power Upanishad coming to Fiery Rain Star area. However, most of them were at original God Realm or ethereal God Realm. Blood Devil, who commanded them, was at third sky of incipient God Realm. Thus, only he was the real expert here. And of course, as Blood Devil was the overlord of the Demon Clan in Agate Star area, and Agate Star area was adjacent to Fiery Rain Star area. After Blood Devil had arrived, Gute and Bath of the Monster Clan followed him. Ming Hao had secretly set up a space teleport formation to deliver Lin Xian and Zi Yao of the Divine Light, Feng Han and Xia Xian Yen of Fighting League to Hexagonal Starland too. During this time, the combined forces of Agate Star area and Fiery Rain Star area had been defeated continuously by the Breckelfeld family and the Austin family. Begrudgingly, they could only retreat to Hexagonal Star Land as their last resort. With many layers of barriers and restrictions set up dozens of thousands of years in Hexagonal Star Land, the God Clan couldn't take risks to attack them. This old woman was the current hegemon of the god defending Union and the head of the star area elected by the forces of the Union. As the recent situation was so tense, she became restless. She hoped that Blood Devil could contact the bloodthirsty force to send more experts to help Fiery Rain Star area overcome this struggle. In this vast universe, the war has burst out in all 12 star areas. The warriors of our force have been sent to 12 different star areas. We've used most of our force. Blood Devil frowned and shook his head. If we win the battles in different star areas, we can rearrange the force. Otherwise, I'm afraid we don't have more reinforcements. Yunnan sighed as she listened to him. She looked at the sea of stars out there and winced. She was Yu Shan's father's lover. She had third sky of incipient God realm and cultivated fire power, Upanishad. She was the expert with the most excellent and profound realm in Fiery Rain Star area. Although she had the same realm with Blood Devil, she didn't look positive. It was because the Breckelfeld family and the Austin family had also sent their best warriors to this battle. They heard that the God Clan had even sent an expert at the false immortal realm who would attack her directly. Yunnan and Blood Devil hadn't joined the previous battles. However, they still felt the aura of the expert inside the enemy's battleships. The aura was like an invisible threat that was purposely shown to prevent Nan and Blood Devil from taking rash actions. Yunnan had hoped that bloodthirsty force would send some expert at the false immortal realm or some more incipient God realm experts at Blood Devil's level. Actually, the old monsters of Heavenly Monster Tribe suited her standards. Unfortunately, Azure Dragon had sent them to some other star areas. Because the situation over there was much more dangerous and fierce than in Fiery Rainstar area, they needed more experts to guard. They are waiting for the big weapon of the God Clan. I know, they have something that can break all kinds of barriers. The Breckelfelds and the Austins wouldn't act rashly. I think they're waiting for that weapon. When that happens, we won't be able to run away anymore, Yunnan sighed. She suddenly turned to Yushan, contemplated, and then advised. When the defensive barriers of hexagonal Starland are broken, you have to take Xian Fei and the juniors to escape through the space teleport formation. Take them to the tsunami star to the shelter. We must remain our bloodline. Yushan's eyes showed shattered pieces of light. She shook her head and lowered her voice. Xian Fei can leave, but I can't. It's my responsibility. I'm not leaving either. Xian Fei wiped her mouth, straightened her quivering body, and cried. Yunnan snorted and then said, "It's not the right time for your pouting. Xiao-un, come to check the teleport formation. We have to check it every day to ensure that it can work properly." I got it, Xiao-un bowed. He disappeared after a flash. However, after 10 seconds, Xiao-un came back. With an odd countenance, he said, "The teleport formation is glowing. Someone is trying to come here. Should we open it to receive them?" Hearing him, people then wore strange faces. They were perplexed because they couldn't guess who was coming. "Is it your people coming?" Yunnan looked at Blood Devil. Blood Devil shook his head and said, "No, I didn't receive any confirmation from the superior." Yunnan discolored all of a sudden. It could be the God Clan. Everybody was frightened. "Go there and check." Bloodthirsty Force wore a heavy face. He then turned into a blood light and disappeared. After several minutes, they came to another area of the mountain and stood by a hexagonal jade platform. The light beams weaved over the jade platform created a net. The nodes of this net were like brilliant stars that had colors changing continuously and dazzled people. Each side of this hexagonal formation had a hand-sized jade that was robustly emitting light with a unique energy. They gathered by the jade platform, looking at the jade pieces and the mysterious symbols on them. Jat Duo screamed, "It's from Agate Star area. Agate Star area." Yunnan hissed, then relaxed. "Is there any other expert in your Agate Star area? Who is coming, you think?" Blood Devil looked at his teammates. Bath and Gute of the Monster Clan, Lin Xn of the Divine Light, Feng Han of the Fighting League, Jaduo of Potion and Tool Pavilion, and even Yin Shi of the Fire Clan and Bing Jie of the Ice Clan. They all came to help Fiery Rainstar area resist against the God Clan. After the bloody battle in Agate Star area, the warriors of the forces in Agate Star area had recognized that if the God Clan wasn't obliterated, they would never live in peace. When the God Clan had invaded them for the first time, Yushan had come to refine the departed spirit jellyfish that had given Agate Star area the first moments of peace. Fiery Rainstar area and Agate Star area were neighbors, so it wasn't different to get to one of them even if they had blocked the space passage connecting those two star areas. If the God Clan could conquer Fiery Rainstar area, Agate Star area would never be able to live in peace. They understood that when the twig bent, the tree inclined. Thus, Yin Qi and Bing Jie had come here proactively to help. Blood Devil's line of sight raked over his fellows, then said, "I don't think so. If they come from the Agate Star area, I think it will be no problem. And just let them get through to see who they are," suggested Xiao-en. Yunnan nodded in agreement. Then, they lifted up the seal to welcome someone using the teleport formation to come here. Instantly, the radiant halos expanded from the formation. An impatient voice arose altogether. "Why it took you so long to open the door?" People were shocked hearing the voice. Shurian, Master, Kiddo." For the time being, the experts from the Agate Star area couldn't help but laugh, even though they hadn't seen him yet. The dark clouds shadowing their hearts vanished instantly. They were all cheered up. Chapter 13:13. Come to the front line with me. Chapter 13:13. Come to the front line with me. Underscore. Yunnan's dark gray eyes sparkled as she asked, "Bloodthirsty Forces Master." Xiao-en, Yushan, and Xian Fei looked baffled when they saw Yin walking out of the teleport formation. They couldn't believe it. Blood Devil, Lin Xian, and Feng Han exhaled in relief. They smiled sincerely. "Long time no see," Shi chuckled, nodded to Xiao In, Yushan, and Xian Fei, and asked, "How is the current situation? Are you really the new master of Bloodthirsty Force?" Yunin looked skeptical. Many members of the God-defending Union were also perplexed as they observed Shi. Why did the new master of the Bloodthirsty Force have such a low realm? He was not even stronger than Blood Devil. Shi was its second sky of incipient God realm. In their eyes, it wasn't enough to change the situation of Fiery Rain Star area. Ghost Hunter. The light on the teleport formation bloomed again. Guamo couldn't help but shout. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. Bath and Gu Te were bewildered, but their emotions turned to fear as they saw Ghost Hunter. After Heavenly Monster Tribe had gone to Agate Star area and then the Heavenly Monster Mountain Range on Grace Mainland, Azure Dragon of Heavenly Monster Tribe had taken Ghost Hunter away. Gu Te hadn't met him for a long time. Today, seeing that Ghost Hunter had reached the intermediate phase of level 13, he was frightened. Currently, Ghost Hunter's realm and power were equal to his. With his understanding of Ghost Hunter's power, he knew that he couldn't defeat him if they fought. The others didn't know how strong Ghost Hunter was, but Gu Te had experienced that better than anyone else. He knew how fierce Ghost Hunter could be when he turned wild. He had seen it with his own eyes. After that time, he had tried his best to recruit Ghost Hunter and give him power with responsibility. He wanted to train Ghost Hunter to be the next patriarch of Brutal Dragon Tribe. However, Ghost Hunter's future could be wider and brighter than that. Brutal Dragon Tribe couldn't hold him back. They knew it from the way Holy Ancestor Azure Dragon had trained him. Ghost Hunter was like a cold blade standing by Shi. The intimidating aura or energy emitted from him wasn't less than Shi. This kind of cold and callous makings and bloodthirsty heartlessness in his bones had shown his intimidation pretty well. Yunnan and the warriors of the God defending Union felt scared and cold instinctively when they looked at him. They felt like they were facing a wild beast from a primal time. This feeling made they discreetly frightened. When they looked at Ghost Hunter, they couldn't help but were cautious looks. At the same time, Shi didn't give them a clear pressure. Without the title of the Bloodthirsty Force's master, people wouldn't even notice him. They didn't know that Shi vision and knowledge had improved a lot after witnessing the battle between Heavenly King Light and DeCarlos in Thunder Firmament Star area. His cognition of power Upanishads had reached a new height. He could conceal the rough and evil aura from his body easily. Shi today had a normal and calm aura when he purposely concealed his power. Ghost Hunter still needed to practice a lot to reach his level. As the experts of Fiery Rain Star area could feel Ghost Hunter's excellent intimidation, they admired and respected him a lot. However, they soon found out that after Ghost Hunter appeared with his coolness that was chilled to the bone and his arrogance, he didn't look at the others aside from giving a nod to Gu Te of Brutal Dragon Tribe. He didn't even throw Gu Mo a glance. He just stood upright behind Shi like an ice sculpture. His aura scared the others away. It made Yunnan surprised. She observed Shi. Her knowledge wasn't normal. From Ghost Hunter's position, she knew that Ghost Hunter let Shi control everything. Yunnan could see that the new master of the Bloodthirsty Force now had experts guarding him. What's the situation now? Shi wasn't patient as he hissed. Yusha made a step forward and said, "It's not good at all. The Breckelfeld family and the Austin family have damaged us poorly in the recent battles. Right now, we're trying our best to defend Hexagonal Starland. The Breckelfelds and the Austins are waiting for a brutal weapon that can break the layers of barriers and restrictions outside Hexagonal Starland. I'm afraid we shouldn't fight here." Shi squinted and looked at the dark area ahead of them. "We must get out of Hexagonal Starland and fight the Breckelfeld family and the Austin family. Defending here won't bring you victory." Blood Devil, Xia Exenyin, and the warriors from Agate Star area looked confused, but they didn't say anything. They didn't think it was an appropriate method. They had fought the God Clan several times, and each ended with their defeat. They knew how terrifying the God Clan was. Otherwise, they didn't have to defend Hexagonal Star Land as their last resort. However, They knew Shi Yin could create miracles. Thus, even though they didn't agree with him, they said nothing. Quite the contrary, the warriors of the god defending Union didn't have the same idea. An expert cultivated earth power Upanishad at second sky of incipient god realm looked a little angry as he hissed, "If we get out there to fight, we'll die in vain. You don't know how strong the god clan is." What he said was also what the experts of the god defending Union wanted to say. Recently, they had experienced a lot of bitter defeats from the god clan. Although he was discontented, he had restrained his moods because Shi Yin was the new master of the bloodthirsty force. He represented the force with the strongest fighting competence in this vast universe. He didn't show a lot of his dissatisfaction. Although I haven't fought against the god clan many times, my opponents were all real experts of the god clan. Shi Yin frowned and didn't want to talk much. He looked at the band of stars from a distance and urged his power Upanishad. The void in front of them suddenly moved. A spiral space passage was created in front of Shi Yin at a speed that naked eyes could observe. In the next moment, it was through. At his second sky of incipient god realm, and with the attainment of his space power Upanishad, although Shi Yin couldn't break the star area barrier with only his thoughts to pierce through different star areas, it was easy to create a space bridge to get to the other areas within a star area. After the space passage was created, Shi Yin turned around and looked at the experts of Agate Star Area. "Come to the front line with me." Then, he didn't wait for Fiery Rain Star Area's experts to say more. He just dashed away. Blood Devil, Feng Han, Lin Xen, Xia Xen Yin, Bath, Gute, and even Yin Shi, Bingju didn't protest. They commanded their warriors instantaneously. Thus, many warriors of Fiery Rain Star Area gawked at the experts moving away through the space passage. They left Hexagonal Starland where they had defended for a long time and fearlessly headed towards the thick defense of the Breckelfeld family and the Austin family. Oh, Yunnan was bewildered and said nothing. She didn't know what to do. He can create miracles. As he's the master of the bloodthirsty force, his intimidation isn't something we can guess. Xiao and contemplated for a few seconds and then suggested sincerely to Yunnan, "Follow him. He's not an impulsive person. I'm sure he has plans and calculations." "Auntie, we can't treat this man normally," Yushan also said. Yunnan and the warriors of Fiery Rain Star Area knitted their brows and hesitated. Once they got out of Hexagonal Starland, they would immediately engage in a confrontation with the God Clan that no one could ensure if they could return alive. They used the destiny of Fiery Rain Star Area to bet this time. Winning this battle, they would win. If they lost, their merit of defending this hexagonal star land would be in vain. Yunan didn't dare to make a rash decision. She looked at the crowd and asked, "What do you think?" The leaders of the other forces wore grave faces. They didn't dare to say anything because they didn't dare to use the future of the star area to bet. "Anyway, we have to send someone there. You guys think about it more." Seeing that the space passage about to close, Yushan became determined. She suddenly turned into a fire beam and shot through the passage. "Teacher," Xian Fei called, then jumped into the passage. Then, Xiao In and many warriors of Fiery Rain Star Area who worked with Benny quickly got through the space passage and disappeared without a concern for their leaders' opinions. Those people used to train in Agate Star Area. Receiving Benny's dedicated training, they had become the most powerful and elite force of Fiery Rain Star Area. They could fight the God Clan, indeed. Thus, they represented the future of Fiery Rain Star Area. After many bloody battles, they had considered Benny as their supreme commander. They supported him wholeheartedly and swore to sacrifice their lives for Benny. Seeing them jump into the space passage, Yunan paled and shouted, "All the battleships engage in this battle. Get out of hexagonal Starland. We must join this battle." Damn, the others didn't want to go. However, hearing Yunan, they knew that they didn't have another choice. They then ordered their subordinates, all the battleships and war chariots, gather with Agate Star Area's warriors. "We must win this battle or we all will die." For the time being, the shining metal battleships were like dragons that stormed out of the abyss and pierced through the barriers of hexagonal Starland. They were heading to the immense sea of stars out there. Outside hexagonal starland, Yin was standing on a dark blue, cold meteorite. In front of him were several thousand hidden god vessels of the god clan. These kinds of hidden god vessels were made of an invisible wood. They could become invisible while moving in outer space. However, it wasn't completely invisible. They just troubled people's sights and soul consciousness from a far distance. The god clan used the hidden god vessels to attack many star areas. Usually, they could produce great results because they could damage the enemy badly before the enemy could recognize them. However, the invisible ability of those battleships was ineffective in front of Yin. In Thunder Firmament Star area, his life and body sublimated. He could reflect the entire star area in his brain to observe the structure of that star area. Just like that, when he entered Fiery Rain Star area, he had reflected Fiery Rain Star area in his brain to see every corner of this star area as if he was its master. This feeling was really marvelous, but Yin couldn't tell if it was the development of his star or space power Upanishad. However, he had the feeling that he was the real master of this star area. The arrangements of the God Clan and Thunder Firmament Star area appeared in his head like the drawings. The hidden God vessels of the God Clan are in front of us. They are the God Clan's later preparation. They've planned to widen the space passage here and set up their traps. After they've attacked hexagonal starland, they're going to lure the forces of Fiery Rain Star area to this area. Yin wore a stern face. That area has many natural tornadoes with full force. If we get there, those natural tornadoes that are created in outer space will activate and explode the hidden god vessels anchored nearby. They will be fluttered. When they are in chaos, we will attack them suddenly. Everybody was shocked and looked at him disbelieving. Benny asked, "Master, I'm amazed to see how you can be so thoughtful and tactful. How could you do that?" It was what the others also wanted to ask too. It's hard to say clearly, but right when I got to Fiery Rain Star area, I could see all the big commotions in the star area, said Yin absent-mindedly. Everybody was frightened. Chapter 13:14, Bite and Nibble. Chapter 13:14, Bite and Nibble _ Yin's words surprised people a lot. How magical was he when he could draw the entire star area map in his head and recognize all the big commotions there right when he took the first step and entered this place. Yin was also amazed by his divine ability. As his realm was increasing, his star and space power Upanishads tended to merge. The vague cooperation between two powers Upanishads had given him a new cognition and gifted him a new divine ability. If the warriors cultivated many power Upanishads at the same time, it would be pretty hard to break through the profound realm and increase their powers quickly. It happened like that to every warrior. If the incipient God realm expert wanted to break through to the new realm, all of his power Upanishads had to improve altogether. Moreover, the energy required to break through is several times larger than when an expert cultivated only one power Upanishad. At this realm, an incipient God realm expert needed hundreds of years or even thousands of years to break to the next level, even if he cultivated only one power Upanishad. Those with many different power Upanishads needed to put a lot of effort, much more than others. How tough was it? Directly, it led to the fact that the experts cultivating many power Upanishads at the same time could hardly break through again after they had reached incipient God realm. The majority of experts understood this big flaw. Thus, they had chosen to cultivate only one type of power Upanishad. They rather immersed themselves in only one power to increase their realms during this eternal time. The sort of warrior like Yin who had cultivated space, star, death and life, and devouring power Upanishads, and could break through quickly was the most marvelous kind of mutant in this world. It was absolutely a miracle. There was a rumor in this vast cosmos saying that the warrior who had fused with the ancient continent's origin could understand the meanings of power Upanishads to the ultimate level. They could even move freely in the fountainhead of power Upanishads. Only 4 of them existed in each era because there were only 4 ancient continents. The 4 warriors with the origin of the ancient continents could advance faster than ordinary warriors in understanding the power Upanishads. They could decode the secrets of their power Upanishads easily. This sort of warriors was so lucky if they cultivated many power Upanishads at the same time, because they wouldn't meet the obstacles of comprehending their powers. The only thing they needed to worry about was to accumulate God power. With many power Upanishads, it required more God power for each breakthrough, much more than that of ordinary warriors. After they reached incipient God realm, even though they could use divine crystals and precious earth and heaven products to fill up their God power, they still needed a long, long time. There was almost no shortcut in this. However, the devouring power Upanishad was the official shortcut that the experts in this vast sea of stars acknowledged. The devouring power Upanishad was worshipped as the first evil technique because it helped warriors swallow power from others to benefit its user. That way, the warrior could accumulate his God power rapidly and reach the limit to break through quickly. The devouring power Upanishad could use all kinds of energy. Whether it was the power of the flesh body, God power, or soul power, as long as it was energy, this power Upanishad could take it all. It could even gather and devour the abilities of other power Upanishads. It could turn abilities from others into the user's abilities, and they could keep them in their inner world or soul altar. This kind of devouring technique was a violation of nature's principles. Bloodthirsty had used this technique to make his bloody debut to become the overbearing lord of the universe. It showed the intimidation of this dark technique. As he had the evil technique of devouring, he could break through faster than the warriors cultivating only one power Upanishad, even if he had the star, space, death, and life power Upanishads all together. All the merits went for the devouring power Upanishad. The warriors cultivating many power Upanishads at the same time could break through slowly, but they always gained the upper hand in the battle with the warriors of the same realm. This situation became clearer with more profound realms. The warriors with many powers Upanishads could make their different powers fuse together to create incredible abilities. Normal warriors couldn't understand such magnificent abilities when different power Upanishads fused together, so they couldn't improvise sufficiently. Today, as soon as Shuryen had entered this star area, he immediately had an incredible feeling as if he was the owner of this star area. His soul consciousness could extend like massive, long tentacles to check even the farthest corners of this place. It was the first miracle he had when he first fused the star and space power Upanishads. As his realm increased, this ability was going to become more astounding. Although De Carlos was its second sky of immortal realm, since he had cultivated only space power Upanishad, he couldn't get a clearer vision than Shuryen did to the general situation of galaxy. This kind of magical ability only happened to the warriors cultivating different power Upanishads at the same time. Since they had chosen a rough path, they had to pay with more efforts. It was how the heavenly might treated them fairly. They had to pay more than the others so they could earn more. They would receive more abilities after their power Upanishads had fused with each other. However, this marvelous ability was different at varying levels of compatibility. Space and star power Upanishads were the top magical power Upanishads in this vast universe. Originally, these two power Upanishads could fuse with each other subtly, and once they combined with each other, the abilities generated could shake the entire cosmos. There are around 500 hidden god vessels and 20,000 warriors at King God Realm and above. The hidden god vessels scattered around, and between them are the natural stormy magnetic fields that are pretty fierce. Squinting, Shuryen's soul consciousness extended to survey the area like invisible tentacles. He could tell the others the situation clearly. The dark void ahead of us is the natural border outside hexagonal starland. It's an abyss filled with dangers of a sea of stars. It has shattered, rapid meteors, cosmic dust, strong storms, and icicles. Even our fiery rain star area's warriors don't come here often to survey the area. Yushan walked to the front. She was wearing a tight, long green robe that revealed her snow-white shoulders and her deep cleavage. She didn't look like she came to engage in a battle. She looked like she prepared to be in a ball. However, she wore a grave complexion and looked at the dark area ahead of them. It's beyond my estimation that the God Clan dares to choose that area to ambush. The one who made this decision should be rough and tough. I dare say that without your reminder, when the God Clan uses their super weapon to break the barriers of hexagonal Starland, we will choose this area to break their siege. We know this place is a natural death trap, but we'll make the God Clan pay a bloody price if they come after us. We thought so, and we will do so. Yushan's crescent moon-like eyes showed fear. We could never estimate that the hidden god vessels would ambush there. If it happens, we will all be killed. Xiaoyin and Xian Fei arrived with fiery rainstar area's warriors led by Benny. Listening to Yushan, they felt shivers sent down their spines, as if they were seeing that vision where the hidden god vessels showed their fangs and tore them apart. As they haven't prepared well, we will attack them right now. Of course, we're not the ones who have to pay a bloody price, said Shiyin coldly. Blood Devil and the warriors from Agate Star area believed Shiyin without any condition. They immediately ordered their troopers into positions and prepared for the coming raid. They were warriors of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan whom Leona used to train. They were all calm and cold, brutal lights sparkling in their eyes. Their bearings and their intimidation were even scarier than the warriors Benny had trained. While the other troops were still arranging their positions, they had finished. Their divine weapons and armor had fused with their fierce auras. Using the soul consciousness to sense, the others would find that their savage auras could combine into one flow in their position like a massive mouth of a ferocious beast that was ready to swallow all things. It was the fighting spirit of the battle. All of a sudden, a cold figure like an icicle appeared on the front of the position Leona had trained like a sharp spear. That was Ghost Hunter. He used to be the leader of a Monster Clan's troop. Leona had taught him military tactics. Today, as he had reached the immediate phase of level 13, he was more savage. Bite and nibble. Ghost Hunter bellowed. Just like a sharp weapon that could break anything, he was the vanguard attacking the dark void ahead. The troop behind him was guided by his ruthless aura. They became stirred up immediately, and they followed him like the body of a massive serpent with an open mouth that could squeeze and swallow all creatures in this world. Horn of Destruction. At the same time, Benny thundered and the troops he had trained had positioned into a dragon horn formation. The sharp aura coming out from their heads gathered into a massive flow that was the top of the dragon horn and thrust forward. Ghost Hunter and Benny led two troops and stormed forward. Instantaneously, Blood Devil, Feng Han, Lin Exin, Yin Shi, and Bing Jia also commanded their warriors. Xiao In, Yushan, and the others also released their marvelous abilities that rolled like a fierce, turbulent flood current aimed at the dark abyss in front of them fearlessly. The Dark Void. A hidden god vessel was hovering between the clusters of white clouds. Many warriors of the God Clan on the ship were releasing their ethereal extent to pull those clouds. Those clusters of white-gray clouds were called puzzled spirit lead clouds, and they were a very dangerous sort of cloud in this universe. The puzzled spirit lead clouds had a terrifying effect. It could dissolve the soul consciousness. When the warriors engaged in a battle, they needed to use their soul consciousness to target and lock the enemy's soul altars and locations. The soul consciousness would vanish as soon as it touched this kind of cloud. When a warrior accidentally fell into the clusters of puzzled spirit lead cloud, his immense sea of consciousness soon lost all wisps of soul consciousness left. It led to the fracture of the soul altar, even if the warrior was a profound expert. The sea of consciousness was the basic foundation of the soul altar that nurtured the soul. When the sea of consciousness dried, the soul altar shattered altogether. Thus, the puzzled spirit lead cloud was really terrifying. At this moment, the members of the God Clan didn't use their soul consciousness. They had used the god power to move the clusters of clouds and put them to locations that they had set up beforehand. They were preparing a surprising gift to the warriors of Fiery Rainstar area. Since this area was the death trap of Fiery Rainstar area, the warriors of this star area rarely came here. Anyway, the God Clan was different. While invading many star areas, they had a unique understanding of the perilous abyss. They were good at turning death traps to their good lands and turning them into deadly challenges they could control. Today, they did the same. They were quietly changing this abyss by adding more terrifying items like puzzled spirit lead clouds. They were going to use these things to attack the warriors of Fiery Rainstar area who were lured to this area. However, something unexpected was about to happen this time. Chapter 13:15, Tough Encounter. Chapter 13:15, Tough Encounter _ Wetterson was a tall and handsome expert wearing a set of shining gold armor while standing on the bowsprit of a hidden god vessel. He wasn't a pure god warrior. He was the offspring of a warrior of the Breckfeld family and a woman from a primitive tribe. That year, his father was banished to a rural, isolated star area. The man tribe, they only cultivated the body, and they didn't know how to use higher forms of energy. The expert of the God Clan was wounded while being banished. A woman of that rural tribe had saved him. No one knew why and how he had a romantic relationship with that woman. After the expert had recovered, he conquered that galaxy and returned to the Breckfeld family. Years after he had left, the woman gave birth to Wetterson. As he had the God Clan's bloodline, he had thrived fast in that star area. His power and realm had advanced rapidly. His mother saw his supernatural power, so she told him to go to ancient Godstar area to find his father. Wetterson followed his mother's advice to go to the Breckfeld family in ancient Godstar area. Unfortunately, his father was wounded severely in a war in another star area. He was held in the god-perishing land to recover, but he hadn't woken up yet. Since Wetterson wasn't a pureblood, the Breckfeld didn't acknowledge him, and they denied to put his name in the family records. However, Wetterson's competence wasn't bad. The Breckfeld family didn't want to waste such a talent like him, so they made him a fighting slave to do dangerous things. The fighting slaves like him were just sacrificing pawns of the God Clan. However, Wetterson had been tough enough to survive each of the bloody battles. People thought he would die, but his power continued to increase. After 1,000 years, he had reached second sky of incipient God realm. When this expert urged the divine blood of the God Clan and the blood of his man tribe, he had become terrifyingly savage. Finally, the current chief of the Breckfeld Thornen had to look at this mixed blood warrior. Still, his name wasn't written in their family records. The chief had given him the power to command the hidden god vessels of the family. In the past several years, Wetterson had made a lot of merits, which made Thornton appreciate him more. This time, the heavy responsibility of crushing Fiery Rainstar area win one strike was placed on Wetterson's shoulders. Sir, after 9 days, we can level this abyss death trap. It'll become our crucial base. If they rashly storm over, they will be crushed. A warrior of the God Clan came to Wetterson and reported respectfully. Although his voice was respectful, his eyes concealed extreme disdain. Because he was a pure-blood god warrior, he had this natural arrogance. Although Wetterson's realm was higher than his, and he was the commander of the hidden god vessels, just like many other warriors here, he had always scorned his leader. A mixed blood from the man tribe was dirty to them. If Wetterson's realm wasn't high and he didn't have value on the battlefields, the god warriors here believed that Thornton would have ditched him earlier. Wetterson had a beefy body and a pair of white-gray eyes that were the vestige of his man blood. He coldly looked at the reporter, snorted inwardly, and then said, "Watch carefully. It's the most crucial moment. If someone barges in now, before we finish our settings here, we'll be the ones bearing a loss." He wasn't a fool. From the eyes of those god troopers, he could see the concealed, deep disdain they had for him. This kind of look was like an ambushing arrow that had irritated him a lot. He couldn't do anything. He knew that the entire star area where he was born belonged to the Breckfeld family. If he dared to rebel, not only would he be killed, but his home planet, his mother, and the man-warriors who had worshipped him as their king were also going to be killed. His life and his everything was bound by the Breckelfeld family. He didn't have the power to struggle, and he couldn't struggle. "Sir, something happened. We're under attack." Suddenly, a sharp scream came to him from afar. Instantly, all the god warriors on the hidden god vessels got shocked. Recently, they were using a special technique of the god clan to change the storm energy and make them one flow of the most fearful magnetic field flood. They were in the most critical moment. If they stopped to counter the attack, they would receive backfire from the natural force. If it didn't stop their work, they would still face fatal consequences when the opponents attacked them. The others had found the opportunity when the god clan was most vulnerable to attack them. The god warriors discolored in fright. When Wetterson heard the screams, his blood boiled up. The brute nature of his tribe arose. It was like a thirst for fighting, as if only an endless fight could ease his turbulent, anxious heart. "Prepare to engage in the battle," Wetterson shouted. His voice was like a ferocious beast roaring, echoing through the dark abyss. He was suddenly doubtful. Why did the others know they were here? How could they recognize the hidden god vessels? With his roar, the god warriors hopped on the war chariots and moved forward through the death traps. Facing them was Ghost Hunter. The bloody corps formed by the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan, led by Ghost Hunter, had stormed forward in its bite and nibble position like a gigantic serpent that could swallow everything. The troopers' auras were combined into one flow, and they shot up to the sky. Leona had trained this corps personally. When she was in Raging Flamestar area, Leona's Blood Legion was really infamous. And now, the experts of the Monster Clan and Demon Clan had terrifying fighting competencies that were much more powerful than her former legion. This new Blood Legion was like a bloodthirsty beast, indeed. Right when they came, their combined auras above their heads had turned into a savage, massive serpent with an earth-shaking, murderous aura. Court Death, a god expert at First Sky of incipient god realm, shouted with a stern face. "Positions. God splits the whole world." Instantly, the war chariots split up like sharp sabers, their ethereal extents cooperating well with each other. Some specialized in releasing wind blades, icicles, and waves of fire. The experts specialized in defending had set up restrictions and barriers like water currents or an earth wall. They cooperated well in defending and attacking. They didn't fall into a disadvantageous situation while encountering Ghost Hunter's corps. As soon as they barged into each other, many divine weapons flew around and released radiant halos. Different energy attacks and pressing intent domains came with the shaking thunder and dragon lightning. Although the God Clan was hurried, their power of position was like two wings of the devil that weren't weaker than the new Blood Legion commanded by Ghost Hunter. While engaging in this battle, the advantages of divine weapons, armors, and power Upanishads of the God Clan were revealed. As time ticked by, they were going to eventually gain the upper hand. However, the Blood Legion had a new commander this time. It was Ghost Hunter, the future successor of Heavenly Monster Tribe. This creature was a mutant that had the blood of Heavenly Monster Tribe, Immortal Demon Blood, and Imperial Dark Tribe. Ghost Hunter was like a spear that could break anything. He didn't even care about the bombarding from the divine weapons, energy attacks, and the God Warriors, storming right to the leader of this God Clan's troop. Many ice swords, daggers, shields, waves of fire, and scorching lights hit his body. However, they immediately shattered and sent sparks everywhere. Ghost Hunter's monster body was so tough. He looked cold and rigid like ice and as agile as deadly lightning. He brutally marched to that god expert. "GRRR!" Ghost Hunter roared. The sound waves he created could even stab through people's eardrums. He was like an ancient beast thundering at his fate. The excellent armor on that expert exploded and shattered as Ghost Hunter had shouted. Then, Ghost Hunter thrust through his body like an arrow. After Ghost Hunter had pierced through that expert, the internal organs in the poor god warrior's body disappeared strangely. His body shattered. He perished at his spot in the middle of hovering red blood. Scatter and attack. Listen to my soul consciousness message. There are some spots we can't rush. Sure, Yin suddenly appeared by Ghost Hunter. He squinted while doing a lot of tasks at the same time. His wisps of soul consciousness turned into soul messages that were sent to Blood Devil, Feng Han, Lin Exant, Yin Shi, and Bing Jie, telling them the directions to attack. Originally, he didn't know how to command a battle. However, today he could see every slightest commotion of this battle, so he could help them find precise directions to avoid the dangers of the abyss. Blood Devil, Feng Han, Lin Xan directed their subordinates to avoid the death traps that the God Clan had set up beforehand easily. They now approached the areas that the God Clan didn't want them to touch the most. Those areas were the place they hadn't set up traps like the puzzled spirit lead cloud. At the same time, the God Warriors were still there to install traps, so they were too distracted to defend themselves. They came and made those God Warriors discolor in fear. They had to get their heads out of the traps to defend themselves. Kill! Benny shouted ear-piercingly. He had commanded the warriors of Fiery Rainstar area. Together with Ghost Hunter, they forcefully attacked the God Clan's core in the front. At the same time, his thought flickered and sure, Yin turned into many shadows moving through the areas where the battle was most fierce. Every area he glided by, the battle changed incredibly. The energy from the dead God Warriors, or the warriors the God Clan had killed, was all absorbed before it vanished. The deaths of the God Warriors and the warriors on Shi Yan's side weren't wasted. He had silently taken it in, pouring into the blood mark and converting it. He hadn't joined the battle yet. He just absorbed the energy like fish in the water. His acupuncture points were filled, which rippled the energy out of his body. "You're the commander." Suddenly, Wetterson's harsh voice came. He had located Shi Yan by Shi Yan's own soul consciousness. Then, he broke the void to approach him. At second sky of incipient God realm, Wetterson screamed like a beast jumping into the sheep pasture. His aura was brutal and domineering, as if he feared nothing. The man blood had turned him into a bloodthirsty beast in the battle, as if he had fallen into bedevilment. Shi Yan turned his head to check Wetterson. Suddenly, he was startled, his face astounded. He recognized a magical energy fluctuation from Wetterson. He felt familiar with Wetterson's aura. Chapter 13:16, Deadly Field. Chapter 13:16, Deadly Field, _ Wetterson stormed over fearlessly, his aura ruthless and bloodthirsty. His body glided through the void, and he reached Shi Yan instantly. He struck a blow. Boom! A fierce explosion boomed the entire place. The gravitational field suddenly rocked and became several thousand times heavier. The void around Shi Yan had almost collapsed. He couldn't help but sink back into the dark abyss. Wetterson cultivated a very unique power, Upanishad. It was the ability to create different kinds of fields. After his blow was made, the gravitational field in this area suddenly became strange. All the energy attacks vanished. The void where he had punched with his god power created a deep abyss that could suck everybody in it. In that special field, the earth and heaven energy didn't exist. The gravity suddenly rocketed and the gusts were wreaking havoc. Shi Yan had deeply experienced this feeling. He changed his countenance immediately. In the past, when he was still in Grace Mainland, he used to learn a martial technique called Deadly Gravitational Field. After he had practiced this technique, he could gather different energies in his body to create a magical magnetic field. The more kinds of energy he had, the deadly field created became more terrifying. It was like a stormy area with chaotic gravity that could wear out people's energy and souls and shatter their bodies. The aura of the chaotic deadly field on Wetterson's body was what made him feel familiar. It was also Wetterson's power Upanishad that was strange and unique. Not many warriors cultivated it. This power Upanishad was a little similar to Ka Tuo's Chaos Power Upanishad. However, there were still some distinctive features. Ka Tuo's Chaos Power Upanishad stirred up everything. From his body as the center, his energy sucked and revolved all matter like cosmic dust, pieces of rocks, free energy, and even corpses. This powerful field could crush his energies badly. What Ka-Tuwa controlled was real matter and all things that had shapes. Wetterson's power Upanishad could create a vacuum field and change the magnetic field. In just a blink of an eye, he could create massive power to crush any creatures like a meat grinder. He had used the invisible gravitational power as the foundation to create a magnetic field and stir until everything inside was mashed. It was very similar to the deadly gravitational field that Shi Yin had created in the past. They were somehow similar in the nature of the power. This ability of Wetterson made Shi Yin feel familiar. However, there was something else. Shi Yin could feel some kind of subtle connection between him and Wetterson. This mysterious feeling was inexplicable and indescribable. Shi Yin remembered that he had a glimpse of this feeling when he saw Holy Beast Azure Dragon and Lei Di. Boom! The terrifying magnetic field covered Shi Yin. His soul altar was shaken while his body was cut by invisible blades. They attempted to mince him. Wetterson was its second sky of incipient god realm. If someone was reckless enough to fall into his magnetic field, that warrior would have no chance to escape. He could kill his victim quickly. Wetterson was confident. Although he didn't know Shi Yin's real identity, he knew that Shi Yin was at the same realm as him, second sky of incipient god realm. His magnetic field was really frightening. It could stir and shatter even an incipient extent. He made a faint, cruel laughter. Regardless of who you are, you'll be dead in my magnetic field. Wetterson was a hybrid between the man tribe and the god clan. With his unique power Upanishad, he could have a position in the Breckelfeld family and become the commander of the hidden god vessels. People who didn't know his power Upanishad could have no chance to resist. Before they could figure out how to counter with it, he could have killed them already. Wetterson's power Upanishad was the reason why Thornton had suppressed all the discontent of the family members and given him such an important role. After many bloody battles that he had won, Wetterson was so confident in his power Upanishad. After many years of combat with warriors of the same realm, not many people could escape his incredible magnetic fields. Even if they could escape, they were skinned or severely wounded. His confidence was built of this bloody reality. Are you sure I have to die here? Shi Yin's face twisted in the magnetic field. He showed his ferocious face, his eyes turning crimson. His body gradually shriveled. No matter who you are, you must die in this battle. Wetterson sounded confident. Not far from them, the warriors of the Bleckelfeld family relaxed when they saw Shi Yin's distorted face. Although they disdained Wetterson's origin, they knew how domineering his deadly magnetic field power Upanishad was. Recently, countless outstanding warriors had to perish inside Wetterson's magnetic field. They, of course, thought that Shi Yin would have the same consequence as the warriors who died in Wetterson's hands. His body was grounded altogether. It's good to be confident, but you shouldn't be self-important. The sort of people like that can't accept failures. I hope you understand. Shi Yin licked his lips. His eyes turned all red. A brutal, murderous aura that could shake the entire star area shot out from his body and then turned into a blood mist that naked eyes could observe. A blood membrane that was filled with desperation, brute, fear, madness, resentment, and bloodthirstiness covered him as if it was the source of perpetual evil. In this moment, Shi Yin inside the blood membrane seemed to become the fountainhead of evil and the root of crimes in this world. Explode, explode, explode. The three sounds of explode were like thunder bellowing in the sky or the roar of the devil from purgatory, all echoed inside the magnetic field. Crack, crack, crack. Wetterson's magnetic field suddenly had many cracks that shattered. The wisps of magnetic power shot out like sharp blades that killed warriors nearby who couldn't dodge. The warriors of both sides died as they couldn't have a chance to dodge. Many of them were killed instantly. Swish! Shi Yin rose one hand and pulled as if he had torn a net. He escaped the magnetic field shortly after. His shoulders shivered and the blood membrane covering his body turned into a strange blood mist with negative auras of desperation, brutality, resentment, and fear that torrentially swarmed toward Wetterson. Roar! Wetterson roared, but his voice didn't sound human. The body of the mixed blood became taller rapidly. After a few seconds, he was almost 1 meter taller. He was becoming a hairy monster with muscles like layers of rocks on his body. He looked so robust, as if he could release the endless energy. As he roared, an invisible smoke diffused from his body. It was terrifyingly sour, as if it could erode everything. It was extremely toxic acid from the venomous beast. It was similar to the toxic gas or Fey Land's corrosion power Upanishad. However, it was much more dangerous than Fey Land's corrosion power Upanishad. That kind of invisible smoke had blended perfectly with his deadly magnetic field, as if it wanted to melt down all creatures. Shi Yin had discreetly absorbed the energy, using his devouring power, Upanishad. He had exploding energy in his acupuncture points that could explode the entire magnetic field. However, Wetterson had risen the storm once again by sending invisible corrosive toxins into his magnetic field. Shi Yin was shocked. His face became so grave as he had never been in this situation. In the next moment, both of his hands created a magical hand seal. That seal began to ripple and release the marvelous ability of space power Upanishad, creating layers of space barriers in an attempt to block Wetterson's magnetic field and prevent the toxins from blending with the magnetic field. He had a premonition that if he let this kind of extreme toxin fill this abyss, none of the warriors from his side and the God Clan side would survive. Wetterson was crazy now. When the members of the man tribe were outraged, they transformed into a man-beast that made them act fearlessly. It was a feature that made the Breckelfeld family not want to acknowledge him as a member of their family. In their eyes, when Wetterson got mad, he became a beast that no one could tame. The Breckelfeld family would never consider a beast as their member. And one more thing. In the past, Wetterson had taken the warriors of the Breckelfeld to attack other forces many times. In some of the most perilous battles, Wetterson's madness had burst out. Although he had destroyed the enemies to the last member, he had also killed all the warriors of the Breckelfeld family who had accompanied him. In the eyes of the high-echelon experts of the Breckelfeld family, Wetterson had charges of manslaughter against those members. They couldn't forgive him for that. Thus, in their minds, Wetterson was just an uncivilized beast that they couldn't control. However, in the critical moment, it could make a significant effect. That was Wetterson's meaning of existence in their eyes. In fact, the Breckelfeld family warriors who had fought with Wetterson were killed because of the invisible toxin released after Wetterson turned wild. No one knew this fact, including Wetterson himself. It was because he was unconscious when he released that deadly toxin. And after he woke up, everything was already done. Today, Wetterson had burst out crazily again when Shi Yan's pressure had shattered his first magnetic field. He was backfired at that time, which had stimulated his man blood. The invisible corrosive toxin was the fountainhead of crime that had created many massacres. It appeared again and expanded with the magnetic field. It was going to slaughter one more time in this world. Even Shi Yan's space barriers couldn't stop this ultimate toxin. Layers of barriers corroded easily. Shi Yan was scared for the first time. He looked shocked upon seeing the magnetic field expanding widely and deeply, his complexion uncertain. He suddenly held his breath to concentrate on urging all of his energy to use the space power Upanishad. In just a blink of an eye, many magical passages appeared in this deadly abyss. Those deep passages appeared by the warriors following Shi Yan to this area. Shi Yan thundered, "Get into the space bridge to dodge the attack." His eyes released dazzling lights, and they fell on Wetterson, changing continuously. He was shaken as he finally knew what the familiar aura he had sensed on Wetterson's body was. Chapter 13:17. Wetterson Rampages. Shi Yan is about to explode. Chapter 13:17. Wetterson Rampages. Shi Yan is about to explode. _ It was the aura of the existence at the level of heavenly monster tribes' ancestors. Also, only Yin, the one with Grace Mainland's origin, could sense this kind of aura because he was Grace Mainland and every ancestor of heavenly monster tribe was born in Grace Mainland. Wetterson was the commander of the hidden god vessels of the God Clan, and he had the god blood in his body. When he rampaged, he could turn into the undying god body. However, he had some unique features, though. Although he had transformed into something tall, muscular, and hairy, it was still his undying god body form. Unexpectedly, he had heavenly monster tribe's bloodline. Who was this man? Yin was bewildered. Gatto. It's Gatto's blood. He's the chief of the corrosion force, one of the cortege of 8. Only Gatto had the acid toxin that could erode anything from flesh to soil in this world. Gatto was the rarest beast of Heavenly Monster Tribe. Heavenly Monster Tribe had avoided him. Before Gatto had met Bloodthirsty, he always had secluded and cultivated by himself on a life star filled with extreme poisons. That life star was a forbidden area to any kind of creatures. Bloodthirsty was interested in Gatto's ability. He bestowed him the corrosion power Upanishad. As he was a toxic beast himself, he had brought the corrosion power Upanishad to a new height that even Bloodthirsty couldn't imagine. Wetterson had Gatto's blood in his body. When Wetterson had his rampage and lost his mind, his body diffused the invisible corrosive toxin, blending with his magnetic field and killing people. Yin was also frightened to face this kind of toxin because even his space barriers eroded. He didn't have extra power to counter, so he had to let the warriors on his side leave immediately. The space passages were built by the troops of Ghost Hunter, Benny, and Blood Devil. Hearing Yin shout, Ghost Hunter, Benny, Blood Devil, Lin Exine, and Feng Han didn't think much. They immediately ordered their warriors to leave. For the time being, they were leaving continuously using the space passage. All tried to escape at their fastest speed. They didn't have any doubt, as they believed in Yin unconditionally. All was because Yin had saved them several times. Yin was responsive to the invisible danger when Wetterson lost his mind. He immediately helped his warriors escape. Apparently, the warriors of the Beckelfeld family didn't recognize how deadly the situation was. In fact, the Breckelfeld had concealed the incidents where Wetterson had killed all of his warriors. They had considered it as unsolved puzzles. Thus, the warriors following Wetterson in this battle didn't know the lethal consequences when Wetterson lost his mind. They were confused when they saw their opponents retreat into the space passages. Those people didn't dare to enter the space passages to chase after Blood Devil and the others since they were afraid of traps that Yin might have set up in his space passage. Soon, the disaster fell on their heads. After Wetterson burst out crazy, he lost his mind, but he had locked Yin with a wisp of soul consciousness. In his head, he had only one thought, which was to kill Yin. The strange energy in his body rose like a rising tide. The magnetic field expanded rapidly. The invisible erosive toxins had filled the magnetic field and turned the god warriors into nothing. Yin was aghast. In his eyes, after the god warriors were covered inside the magnetic field, their bodies shattered and everything eroded until they had nothing left. They melted down directly. In that glimpse of time, this death trap was filled with thick energy. The energy from the dead warriors was drawn massively and wildly toward Yin by his devouring power, Upanishad. This place had become an immense sea of energy left by the warriors of the God Clan. It helped Yin reach his target. There were dozens of thousands of god warriors here, and many of them had reached original god realm, ethereal god realm, and even incipient god realm. Dozens of thousands of them dissolved and released thick energy that had Yin's acupuncture points balloon as if he was about to explode in any second. Yin was shocked. He looked at Wetterson, his face astounded. Wetterson's intimidation was over his estimation. Wetterson's magnetic field continued to expand. Within dozens of seconds, more than 10,000 god warriors had disappeared inexplicably. Even the experts at the false immortal realm couldn't carry out such a massacre. Wetterson at his second sky of incipient god realm could do that. The members of the god clan finally recognized that something was wrong. Looking at their comrades dissolving and disappearing unknowingly, their blood and flesh vanishing into thin air. Many of them began to collapse, shouting and screaming desperately. They felt like they were inside a lethal storm where demons were nibbling at them little by little. They didn't know what happened. They didn't realize how terrifying Wetterson was as Shurian did. They thought that their opponents were attacking him. The invisible toxin had taken the lives and killed the members of the god clan. As the deadly field was reaching out, at least 1/3 of the god warriors here were killed, and the amount of energy from their deaths had stuffed Shurian as if it wanted to blow him up. At this moment, the acupuncture points in his entire body were like 720 worlds working until they were overloaded. The vortexes were spinning rapidly and crazily filtering power. The energy became like small streams murmuring and flowing out of his acupuncture points, pouring into his god power ancient tree. It seemed to never end. Shurian could feel that his god power ancient tree couldn't endure for much longer. He used his spatial abilities to shift around and change his locations continuously. Wetterson chased after him. Wherever Wetterson moved, he dragged his magnetic field with him. Shurian was heading to the area where most of the god warriors gathered. It led to more god warriors getting killed. It was like their doomsday. The victims screamed, but their bodies still scattered into thin air. In this battle, Wetterson's intimidation had helped Shurian achieve his goal. The energy he had taken in today was as much as the amount accumulated in hundreds of years. Quickly, around 10,000 warriors had become nothing under Wetterson's rage. The surviving god warriors collapsed. They saw Shurian's dark scheme. They immediately ran away and scattered. No one dared to gather anymore. They didn't care about the possible wounds and used all kinds of escape technique they could use. At this moment, the 720 acupuncture points in Shurian's body were stuffed. They had reached the limit. It seemed like it was going to explode if Shurian took in more energy. He was now like a bottle full of water that couldn't take even one more drop. Shurian was moved. He turned to watch a spot where more warriors were gathering. They were the main force of the god clan, the warriors who were about to attack hexagonal starland. He threw a glance at Wetterson and mumbled, "Good things should be done." Then he dashed towards that area. Wetterson hissed and roared, following him and dragging the magnetic field that could erode all kinds of creatures. It was truly a catastrophe. Chapter 13:18, Crazily Spread Out. Chapter 13:18, Crazily Spread Out, _. The battleships of the god clan were patrolling around the southeast corner of hexagonal starland like a school of hungry sharks. Each battleship carried many experts of the god clan. Those experts had calm and ancient auras with some tinge of harsh and bloody makings. Evidently, they were experts who had experienced many bloody wars. The family flag of the Breckelfeld family was floating above one of those battleships. Their flag had the drawings of majestic mountains and rivers that represented the family's ambitions and principle, merging the vast lands into their territory and increasing their power. Thornton was the current chief of the Breckelfelds. He was in his prime time of life. His shawled hair looked like a flame on his sturdy body, his eyes hiding magical light. He cultivated metal power at third sky of incipient god realm. With his gold armor, Thornton was addressed as the gold god of war in the god clan. At this moment, Thornton squinted and one of his knees touched the ground inside the secret chamber of the battleship, his face serious. In front of him was a palm-sized shining gold leaf. The veins in the leaf looked like strange snakeskin. They were thin and sharp like silky golden fibers. However, they all looked powerful. All of a sudden, the snakeskin on the gold leaf moved and radiated gold light that could even pierce through a star area. A terrifying magnetic force like billions of erupting volcanoes shot out from that small leaf. It seemed like the gold leaf had just received energy that would never be exhausted. A shadow suddenly appeared in the chamber. It was Pargo, chief of the Austin family. He cultivated earth power Upanishad and was a third sky of incipient god realm. It seemed like Pargo had kept an eye on this area. As soon as he found something marvelous happening, he immediately crossed the space to get here. Pargo's light brown eyes focused on the gold leaf as he spoke excitedly. With the power to destroy the barrier from the brutal, extinguishing god leaf, it's as easy as flipping a hand to take down hexagonal starland. This time, the Elder Committee has poured the energy into this leaf. This kind of strong support has never happened before. The brutal extinguishing god leaf was a secret treasure of the God Clan that only the heads of the 12 families could keep. While conquering the star areas, if they encountered a barrier they couldn't break with their own power, they could use this leaf. However, the brutal extinguishing god leaf was a sort of consumable item that they could use only one time. Every time, they had to pour terrifying energy into it to use it one more time. Also, they had to ask for that amount of energy from the Elder Committee. If the Elder Committee considered it reasonable, they would pour energy into the leaf. People rumored that the energy in the brutal extinguishing god leaf came from a magical source, an ancient god continent that directly connected to the origin of the God Clan's ancestral star. Thus, the Elder Committee was very strict in considering whether or not to pour energy to the brutal extinguishing god leaf. Usually, they wouldn't bestow the energy to a star area war that wasn't really important to them. Thornton carefully put away the brutal extinguishing god leaf. He looked relaxed after that. This battle is the first official battle between Bloodthirsty Force and us. Of course, the Elder Committee has to consider it as important. We got advantages in Fiery Rainstar area. With this brutal extinguishing god leaf, we will win quickly. Pausing for a while, Thornton said seriously, "We need to win this battle to raise our warriors' spirits." Pargo nodded, his face stern. "Let's play the introduction of a victory song through this battle." Each of the warriors of the God Clan knew that they had to overcome this culpa if they wanted to continue to be the kings of this cosmos for the next 10,000 years. In this war, the members of the God Clan were more united than ever before. Each of the God members understood the critical level of this battle to the future of their race deeply. Previously, the 12 families often competed illicitly, but today, they were united to fight for the big plan of their race. There was no barrier between them now. The God Clan today was in their prime after 10,000 years of accumulation. They had invaded dozens of star areas to rob the best cultivating materials in this universe. If they lost this war, the God Clan would fall off the divine altar. Their 10,000 years of glory would vanish. To every member of the God Clan, this war was so important that they couldn't make mistakes. Fire from our side to push the God Clan's future to another height. Thornton bellowed, his eyes resolute. "Move. Launch this last strike. We're going to break the defense of Fiery Rainstar area and hunt the damn Bloodthirsty Force to the last member." Thornton and Pargo flashed, and then disappeared from the secret chamber. They reappeared in the control center of their own battleships. Thornton held the brutal, extinguishing god leaf with full energy. He was so confident when he looked at the crowd of his warriors. He wore a stern face and was ready to spread out the order to attack massively. However, right at this moment, ear-piercing voices came out from the Jade voice transmitting devices installed in the control center. The cries and screams had shocked everybody. This kind of voice-transmitting device was made of many soundstones. As long as they were in the same star area, they could use the soundstone to call to the center in emergency cases. "Sir," a mysterious, domineering enemy appeared. "Oh my God, our members were killed unknowingly. They disappeared massively. We can't stand it anymore. Witterson is crazy. We can't spot that mysterious attacker. We're dying. We've lost 10,000 members." The call for help from the sound-transmitting device was pathetic and filled with screaming and crying. Thornton and the other members of the God Clan became cold and stern, listening to the others' hopeless screams. Witterson burst out crazily again. "It's all because of him. Gee, we should have killed him earlier. "See, it's happening again," shrieked Suitor, Thornton's younger brother. The members at the high echelon of the family wore a dark face. They seemed to have guessed something. It's not normal this time. When his madness burst out in the past, he had killed several hundred or thousand of warriors. But now I think something unexpected had happened. Thornton was still calm. He didn't change his complexion much. Pondering for a while, he said all of a sudden, "In the past, Wetterson used to lose his mind while carrying out his mission, which led to the deaths of his warriors. But we haven't figured out why. We didn't know what had happened. This time we are here. Perhaps we could know what secret Wetterson has." Thornton looked at the others and took a deep breath. "You don't know why I've kept Wetterson in our team until now, and I even let him hold high position. It's not because he has half of our family's blood in his body. It's because Wetterson has something powerful I can't explain. I know he has some hidden energy. Sometimes I can feel it, but most of the time I can't. I'm keeping him to see if I can decode that mystery one day." Pausing for a while, he shouted, "Today it's the time to see what kind of earth-shaking secret Wetterson has." Then, he continuously gave orders and sent messages to Pargo of the Austin family. Pargo immediately talked to the experts in his family. Shortly after, Thornton and Pargo led a group of experts from their family, gathering them and heading to the death trap in the abyss. However, after they had moved a short distance, Thornton and Pargo discolored as they looked at the area ahead of them. In front of them were the warriors of the God Clan who should have stayed hidden in the death trap, running helter-skelter like stray dogs. They were running toward them. Those people had a lot of deep wounds on their bodies. However, it was obvious that those wounds were created by a special escape method of the God Clan. In other words, those people had run away before they had engaged in the battle. Thornton understood well how bold and evil the warriors of his family on the hidden god vessels were. He knew that they would never harm themselves like that to run away unless they encountered something they couldn't parry. It meant that the situation ahead of them had come to the most dangerous moment. Thornton was hesitant. He then used his soul consciousness to send message. "Elder Spark, please come see this. The bloodthirsty force may mobilize some expert like you." His message was sent not long when they saw a starlight shot out from the sea of stars behind them. Elder Spark appeared, his face cold and dark. "Nonsense. I've always used my soul to check around. Where the heck did that false immortal realm expert come from?" But Spark had to change his complexion even before he finished. He looked astounded. Spark saw warriors from the hidden god vessels dissolve one after another right in front of him. Everything happened inexplicably. Their bodies suddenly turned into a light wisp of smoke and vanished. It was extremely bizarre. Thornton, Pargo, and even Spark felt chilled and scared. They only saw their family warriors put on faces of finally seeing the exit in the deadly situation when they saw them and Spark at the false immortal realm right before they evaporated. The gleam of a thrill was still on their faces at the last moment of their lives. It was like a massive thing hammered on Thornton's and Pargo's chests. They had the ache of someone using a knife to stab and twist it in their stomachs. "No, it's not true. Not the false, immortal realm expert." Suddenly, Spark looked panicked. His body shook as he finally got a hold of himself and shouted, "It's Gatto! It's Gatto's aura! My God, what's going on? Gatto is dead. He exploded to death. I saw that with my own eyes." Gatto, chief of the corrosion force, one of the bloodthirsty's cortege of 8? Suitor screamed. Thornton and Pargo discolored in fright. Thornton was baffled for a while before screaming, "No, it's not Gatto. It's Wetterson. It's Wetterson's aura. It can't be wrong." While he was shrieking in fear, Wetterson's special deadly field had approached massively like a flooding sea. The invisible acid toxin in that magnetic field didn't cease. However, only the incipient God Realm experts could recognize the terrifying features of that corrosive acid toxin. The extreme poison was now a malignant tumor that was about to burn down this world. It was still spreading out crazily, massively, and unceasingly. My gosh, such a terrifying toxin. Why an incipient God Realm expert? People went numb in a deep fear because they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their entire lives. Wetterson slowly emerged. A level 6 life star nearby was covered in Wetterson's field. Under their gazing eyes, the entire planet was slowly disappearing. His poison could even melt down the entire life star. How formidably terrifying was it? Chapter 1319. Erode the entire world. Chapter 1319. Erode the entire world, underscore. Deep inside the blood, see Holy Land. He was sitting on a corner of the Death Island, his face grave. Next to him were many star compasses that were spherical like life stars. They scattered by him like a miniature version of the galaxy with many stars that was scaled billions of times smaller. Each of the star compasses was shining, and a vague, exquisite string had chained them all together. Frederick was frowning and sitting not far from him. There were so many star compasses lying around him, too. The halos from these star compasses were like twinkling stars in the universe that made the two of them look like they were sitting on a galaxy. Both of them were at second sky of a mortal realm, and they were the chiefs of the Death Force and the Corpse Chi Force. Their spirit, chi, and soul were connecting to each of the star compasses as if they could promote some changes and use their thoughts to operate the entire sea of stars and control the fierce, current battles in many star areas. After a long time, Frederick held and pulled his hair agitatedly, frowning deeply. According to the current general picture, it's not easy to win. He could see the general situation of the war in the 12 star areas through the star passages, and that general situation wasn't fine to the bloodthirsty force. After 10,000 years of accumulation, the God Clan had left the other clans far behind regarding munitions and experiences. It could be said that no single force could defeat the God Clan now. Although Imperial Dark Tribe, Heavenly Monster Tribe, and Immortal Demon Clan were the powerful races of the four great creatures, they couldn't compare to the current God Clan in any aspect. According to Frederick, if they didn't have anything new, they would lose in all 12 star areas. The God Clan would gain the advantage and smash them one by one. Don't be anxious. Ming Hao has been operating subtly for many years. The forces we see now aren't all of what we have. He was still calm and relaxed. He chuckled. If Ming Hao wasn't so sure, he wouldn't agree to fight against the God Clan. You and I just need to take care of our teams. He'll give us a big surprise. Although he didn't get along well with Ming Hao, he knew how powerful Ming Hao was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured the pain for 10,000 years without taking retaliation. After the previous meeting, what Ming Hao had said had unknotted many things in his heart. Although he still found Ming Hao annoying, he wasn't extreme anymore. When he calmed down to talk to Ming Hao, he knew Ming Hao's functions were more important than his in this war. Because of the soul control power Upanishad, it was the innate advantage that could help him discreetly change the situation of the Sea of Stars. It wasn't something that Xianhe's death power Upanishad could compare to. He also knew that Ming had already conquered many forces even before Bloodthirsty had fallen. After 10,000 years of hiding in the dark, no one could estimate how many strong forces Ming Hao had controlled. All the time, the God Clan had tried their best to discover Ming Hao's real identity and forces to break them all. But no matter what, the Elder Committee and the 12 families of the God Clan couldn't figure out Ming Hao's real tendencies and his lair. Ming Hao still lived well and used his influence to change the general situation of the entire Sea of Stars. He had triggered many forces to fight against the God Clan. Many people said that Ming Hao was behind the troubles that hurt the God Clan and kept them from taking down many important star areas. Because of Ming Hao, the God Clan's forward movement was held. They couldn't progress as fast as they wished. Xianhe and Frederick suddenly squinted as they were talking. They couldn't believe it. The terrifying commotion in their bodies had stirred up the blood sea and made the vortexes above their heads spin rapidly. "Can you feel it?" hissed Xianhe. Frederick nodded to confirm, his face aghast. He looked at the endless void above their heads and said, "His aura. It's impossible. He'd fallen a long time ago. Why does his aura still exist?" "Unbelievable." Xianhe sounded very serious. Right at this moment, A wisp of soul pierced through the sky and turned into Ming Hao's clone. He looked at Xian He and Frederick and then said, "It seems like you guys got it." Xian He and Frederick nodded quietly. "He died that year." Ming Hao suddenly frowned. "But I haven't found his remains yet. It should be some secret of his death. I've spent 10,000 years to investigate and found nothing. Today, his aura appears in Fiery Rainstar area, but it's a little different. I think we should take it seriously." Pausing for a while, Ming Hao smiled oddly. "That kid is in Fiery Rainstar area, too. To be exact, his aura appeared all of a sudden because of that kid. This kid is truly a disaster. Wherever he goes, big troubles will happen." "Show us," Frederick hissed impatiently. Ming Hao smiled darkly. "As you wish." Ming Hao's wisp of soul changed and generated a strange energy fluctuation. After a flash, Ming Hao, Xian He, and Frederick got out of the Blood Sea and reappeared on the barren ancient demon continent. The black hole hovered by ancient demon continent like a shadow. After Ming Hao, Xian He, and Fiery Rainstar area reappeared, Ming Hao rose one hand and pulled the void, creating a mirror that projected the situation in Fiery Rainstar area in detail. Before Ming Hao had met Bloodthirsty, he was DeCarlo's brother from the same school, and he cultivated space power, Upanishad. And he had never given up space power, Upanishad. In this vast sea of stars, only Ming Hao could stand shoulder to shoulder with DeCarlos when talking about the attainment in cultivating space power, Upanishad. Xian He and Fiery Rainstar area pulled themselves together and looked at the space mirror. Their countenances changed instantly. What they saw was exactly what the God Clan experts were witnessing. Witterson rampaged. The formidably erosive toxins diffusing from his body had covered a life star and dissolved it little by little. Under the gaze of the God Clan experts, Shurian Shock and Xian He from afar, Frederick and Ming Hao watched that level 6 life star disappear from this cosmos. It was lucky that the residents on that life star had evacuated a long time ago, but the spirit beasts and insects, they were all gone with the planet. The acid toxins from that warrior is absolutely what Gatto controls in the past. But he got the undying god body of the God Clan, so he has the god bloodline. He cultivates a strange magnetic field power Upanishad. This man is really mysterious, I suppose, said Frederick, frowning and confusing. Xian, he kept silent. After a long time, he said, "That aura belongs to Gatto. Only his extreme toxins and the corrosion power Upanishad could erode the entire life star. This man should have some relation to Gatto. He doesn't cultivate corrosion power Upanishad. The aura of that corrosive toxin seems to imprint in his soul and flesh. It's extremely abnormal." Ming Hao nodded and then said, "Seems like we have to ask him to know what happened to him. He's at first sky of incipient god realm, but the power he's showing now is at the false immortal realm." Xian He knitted his brows tightly and shook his head. "It's not normal. Too abnormal. There's something we couldn't reason here. Because even if he has Gatto's blood, he couldn't be powerful like that. Something we can't see through here." He looked at Ming Hao, pondering. After a while, he said, "Perhaps you should go there personally to see." Ming Hao had a strange light sparkle in his eyes. "If I get there, the tacit agreement between the God Clan and us will be torn. When the Immortal Realm experts fight in the Fiery Rainstar area, they will destroy the Fiery Rainstar area altogether." Listening to him, both Xian He and Frederick had to furrow their brows. This tacit understanding wasn't only between the God Clan and the bloodthirsty force. It had existed for a long time, like an unwritten principle that all experts at the Immortal Realm followed. It was because whenever the existences at the Immortal Realm fought fiercely in the high-level star areas until one of them died, they shattered that star area altogether. In this vast universe, the number of galaxies wasn't unlimited. Destroying an entire star area meant killing billions of lives and extinguishing the future of many races dwelling there. It was a brutal genocide and irresponsible to their own races. The star areas were the core cells of the Foundation. They could never rebuild the destroyed ones. In the past, many star areas had disappeared in an attempt to kill Bloodthirsty. Since then, most of the Immortal Realm experts had quietly followed this agreement. Even if they wanted to fight each other to the death, they would choose the burned-down star area. It was a strange land that didn't have any life star, but some fragment of the planet and countless rotten corpses of the experts, bits of chaotic energy, and more. It was unimaginably horrible, indeed. After billions of years, there were so many star areas destroyed by peerless existences. Once they were broken, the star areas would drift and merge in that strange area that was called Sea Domain of Nihility. It was the toughest area in the entire cosmos. That area was vastly immense, and it was like it didn't have the end. It was even more mysterious and spectacular than the chaotic space basin. Until now, nobody had successfully discovered its mysteries. Before Ming Hao had given his conclusion, many people had guessed that Bloodthirsty had come from the deep place inside. However, only the Immortal Realm experts could enter that area. It was the official arena of the realm Immortal Realm existences. The four great heavenly kings, light, carefree, easygoing, and divine martial who had disappeared for thousands of years, used to cultivate in this area. Spark had also had his practice in the peripheral area to reach the false Immortal Realm. Rumor said that Ming Hao's real body was hidden there. Also, Desolate, the ancient moving continent, and the other four ancient continents had a deep relationship with Sea Domain of Nihility. I can't get there. Otherwise, big troubles that we can't control could happen. Ming Hao contemplated for a while, and then said, "That kid is there, and it's because of him too. I'm sure he sensed Gatto's aura from that warrior. We just need to watch from here. I will send him a soul message to tell him your suspicions." Xian He and Frederick thought, and nodded begrudgingly in agreement. At this moment, Shi Yin was moving fast like a shuttle through the void of fiery rain star area. His situation wasn't really positive. Wetterson was chasing after him, and his acupuncture points were changing in his body. At this moment, the vortexes in his acupuncture points were spinning crazily and giving him intense pain that was hundreds of times worse than the previous times of filtering and refining energy. Shi Yin thought that his body was about to have some strange change.